Motorcycle to the staging lanes, and Sportsman Motorcycle only, because ET Motorcycle is separate. As we're calling Sportsman Motorcycle, remember Pro Tree Riders first, followed by Full Tree Riders next. So John Bucinski and Clarence Bidniak kick things off in stock eliminator qualifying session number 1. Bidniak is working against the 1125 index in the class and runs 10:57 at 104, while John Bucinski from Pitt Meadows takes the Barracuda and runs 11:14 on the 1170 index. And just like that, like magic, we realize that Clarence Bidniak is 67 under unofficially. He still has to go through weigh-in procedure and fuel check and all that stuff. But John Bucinski right behind him, 55 under, as we now watch Jim Mantle in the car I call the Fishbowl, the AMC Pacer Wagon. Alf Weeb, one of the legendary stock drivers and chassis man extraordinaire, goes 009 red right out of the gate in the beautiful Buick GSX. 10:48 on the run in ET against the 1135 index. Not bad for the Fishbowl. And Jim Mantle, that AMC Pacer Wagon, 14:47 against the 1550 index. Let's have a look at qualifying as it now really gets underway. Jim Mantle, as I thought, rolls all the way up to the number 1 spot, more than a second under his index. Alf Weeb is second, 86 under. Clarence Bidniak was number 1, is now number 3. And then there's John Bucinski from Pitt Meadows in the Barracuda 4th. We'll make a final call now for Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, final call for you. And remember, if you want to jump into the shootout in Super Street, Super Gas, or Super Comp, come upstairs and see me in the penalty box with either $20 American or $25 Canadian. Here's Bruce Flodine, the record-setting Q-Stock automatic ride against Ed Hodder Jr. in his new car, that Copo Camaro. Copo rolls 10:40 and 134. Bruce Flodine, 13:08 and 98 miles an hour.
Heading down track, Derek Johnstone and Angela Bushmaker. Angela, 12:04 at 106 miles an hour in the Valiant. And Derek runs a 13:36, 88 miles an hour. And that brings up in the water box. Just waiting a touch-up on the start line. Ever vigilant start line crew. Want to give a big shout-out to everybody on the Mission Raceway start line crew. They have a really complicated job. It is always eyes everywhere, looking for performance issues, looking for any leak issues and that kind of thing from the start to the finish. So big shout out to everybody on the start line crew. It's also a somewhat thankless job, as they have to go through a lot of hard work in the sun. It's one thing sitting in the stands absorbing all the heat. It's another thing to be out there working your tail off and working up a sweat. Bill Bushmaker wheels up, heading down track on the Lordco side. Auburn Washington runner goes 11:40 at 114 miles an hour. In the other lane, the wagon goes 12:33, 73 miles per hour as we continue in qualifying session number 1, stock. David Rastad, Kevin White now. Make their way down the quarter mile. Kevin from Stony Plain, Alberta in the 71 Duster. We'll get there with a 1086, 119. Rastad in the Malibu, 1205, 107 miles per hour. 12 cars so far taking a time.
Sportsman Motorcycle riders, we need you to the staging lanes if you're not already there. Apparently some have already arrived, so that's good. We need pro tree riders first, then full tree riders in the second group. So full tree riders, your second, pro tree riders are first, then shortly thereafter we will call ET Motorcycle. And so that puts Super Comp on standby at this point.
And that brings Super Street to the line for their first qualifying session here on Saturday morning. Super Street. Mark Downing and Brad Vingy, the first pair. Brad over in the Lordco lane in the Camaro. 2006 Super Pro National Champion, 2006 Division Champion, MRP Track Champion in 2006. That was a big year for him. 2013 Division 6 Super Street Champion. Brad Vingy over on the Lordco side here. Mark Downing in the Malibu from Maple Ridge. It's qualifying session number 1 for Super Street. Index class, trying to get as close to 1090 as possible. Electronics taking the power out of the car after the launch and putting it back in if the timing is all right. You get to 1090 with a perfect reaction time. Brad Vingy 007 reaction time goes 1096 at 146 miles an hour. Downing a little slower at 1098, 145 miles per hour.
So we have called or put Super Comp on standby. Right now we do need ET Motorcycle. As it appears all these Sportsman motorcycles have made their way into the staging lanes in both Pro Tree and Full Tree. So ET Motorcycles, we do need you now in the staging lanes. ET Motorcycle, we do need you. Super Comp, you can also head to staging at this time. Super Comp, please head this way. Remember, Super Comp drivers, if you want to race in the Super Comp Shootout, please come to the timing tower and pay your money. Give us your car number. It's $20 American or $25 Canadian. So Super Comp, you should be heading this way. Don't forget that we'd like you in lanes 5 and 6 specifically. So Super Comp, lanes 5 and 6, please. And then that will put, let's see, Super Stock on standby. We'll be calling them momentarily.
So Jerry Ebb Jason Zemanek. Amp in the Mustang goes 1097, 145 miles an hour. Jason in the Chevelle, 1112, 122 miles an hour. Remember, 1090 is the target for these racers. You see that on the scoreboard at the top end. They use the electronics to leave the line as close to perfect as possible, and then all of these cars can run quicker than 1090. There's no question about that. That's what you have to run quicker than 1090. The trick is to pull the power out of the car on the quarter mile just after the launch to make sure that you end up at the 1320 stripe at 1090 or as close as possible. You see the launch, and then the throttle stop comes in, and it's different for every racer. Faster the car, the longer you're on the throttle stop. If you do your timing right, you get there with a 1090. That wasn't the case for Steve Lowe. It's 1135 at 101. Warren Jacobson, red light start, but that's okay in qualifying. Goes 1236, 84 miles an hour. Here comes Gary Erickson from Vancouver, Washington, just outside of Portland. Never forget, as a kid, discovering that there was a Vancouver, Washington. It was like discovering a great secret. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. 3 and 4 are the lanes. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Stock, lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, you are on standby. So you see the safety equipment rolling as we increase the speed of the qualifiers. They will be running up and down the track and just putting a little bit of VHT traction compound. Sticky Steve in the ATV. Putting down a fresh coat of VHT. I often make reference to the art and science of track preparation. It has come a long, long way from the way that it used to be. When I first started going to races back in 1968, I think the adage was you just take a look and kick all the big pieces off the track and drive around the shiny spots. That was track preparation. We have made great strides since then. A lot of times there are spec concrete formulas that the NHRA will recommend. And of course, when you're doing the spraying and the rubbing, a lot of it has to do with the composition of the racetrack. So in terms of spraying, it's also a delicate balance of knowing exactly what the air is like and what the surface is like on the track and what the cars are that will be running down the quarter mile. So all of that is taken into consideration when they are doing the track preparation. So, Super Comp, we have called you to the lane. Super Stock.
Exit out and go to your one with your pro tree.
Hey, attention in the pit, Super Stock. Need you to 3 and 4. Final call, Super Stock, lanes 3 and 4. Need you in the lane, Super Stock, 3 and 4. I see Super Comp in the lanes. So Super Comp, you should be in the lanes as well. Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. As we are about to get set, running motorcycle. So I mentioned this earlier that not only is this a race weekend for the Lucas Oil Series here at Mission Raceway, Canada West Doorslammers, this is their last points race on the roster for the Winter Harbor Marina-sponsored series. The points, boy, are they ever tight in the Canada West Doorslammer series. Leading the points right now is Paul Stretch at 397 points. He's followed up in second place by Brian Ritchie, 342 points. Third place is a tie right now between Peter Lucanis and John DeYoung at 341 points. And sharp, eagle-eyed observers will note that that is 1 point behind second place. So it's a tie for third, 1 point behind Brian Ritchie. So 341 points for Peter and John In fourth place, yet another tie with Derek Shirk and Jason Field at 330 points. And the field of 5 is brought up by Henry Zacharias at 302 points. So it's all on the line this weekend. And who will be the 2022 champion? Well, it's going to be decided on Sunday, as Canada West Doorslammers will have 3 qualifying sessions today, I believe, and probably 1 tomorrow morning before they go into eliminations. So lots on the line for Canada West Doorslammers, along with all the other racers who are here this weekend collecting points for their race series. So I was talking about the Canada West Doorslammers series. There is actually going to be a drivers' meeting at Marcy's trailer. So that's going to be at 10 o'clock. So heads up, all of you Doorslammer drivers. Drivers' meeting at Marcy's trailer. Head over there at 10 o'clock. That is the time. The other race that is going to be happening this weekend, the race within a race. The year started off with 5 wins in a row for Jamie Roth in the Mcleod Clutches Supershifter series. And those 5 wins in a row put him in kind of a runaway points lead situation. It looked like he had a lock on the series, but Scott Winterbottom of Hobo Racing had something to say about that. And then Winterbottom scored some back-to-back wins at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So as a result, he is quickly gaining on his opponent. 522 points to Jamie's 540 points. They've got 2 races left this season before one of these stick shifters is crowned champion, and they both happen this weekend. So will Hobo continue the lucky streak, or will Jamie take it back? That is the question. We'll keep you posted. There's always a chance that they will meet each other in the final here this weekend at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.
Okay, here I come.
There you go.
It's Kramer again.
Go for you.
Apparently, we need to do this one more time, because the first 2 times we did it, Neil wasn't here. So, Neil Smith, buddy, happy 80th birthday. Congratulations. And thanks to your company, Peden Industries, for supporting the junior program, too.
Yeah, they really stepped up. So, yes, our congratulations to Neil Smith, the sort of head of Peden Industries, providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. Happy birthday, man. 80 years. That's quite a landmark. The industry, Peden Industries, they have 50-plus years of excavation and construction experience. Peden Industries knows what it takes to provide exceptional service for commercial, industrial, and residential clients. From land clearing and site preparation to gravel placing and road building, you can count on Peden Industries to create a solid foundation for your project. After all, they know that you're looking for exactly the same thing they would look for in a contractor. Skilled workmanship, dependable service, and a quality project completed on time and on budget. Visit Peden Industries online at www.pedenindustries.ca. So we certainly appreciate Peden Industries stepping up and providing sponsorship for the Junior Series here at Mission Raceway in 2022. And we congratulate Neil Smith on celebrating 80 years young. A lot of you racers haven't been up here for 2-3 years, and you've probably noticed a number of changes right around Mission Raceway. One of them, of course, being the Titanium Auto Group stepping up and sponsoring in a big way racing action here at Mission Raceway. As a matter of fact, it is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. That's what we're calling it now. The Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles regardless of budget. Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs because that's what their customers have come to expect. 2 stellar locations, both located in beautiful Langley, BC. Titanium's flagship store, located at 9494 200th Street, just south of the Golden Ears Bridge. On the corner of Fraser Highway and Willowbrook Drive is where you'll find their second superb location, right across the street from Willowbrook Mall. So I want to give a big shout out to Derek Shirk and all the folks at the Titanium Auto Group for stepping up and providing all kinds of race car and racetrack sponsorship here at Mission Raceway in 2022. way through the season, and of course the Lucas Oil event here was an event that was supposed to run in June, but weather conspired, and it was not to be. So here we are in September, and we're bringing this about. A lot of the other classes are also winding their way down locally as far as points and positions for who's in the lead, who's the champion, or who is going to be the champion in 2022. So it's probably a good time right now to congratulate Mission Raceway's 2021 track champions as they continue to hold that position until a new leader is found. We were talking about Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Your champion in that category is Alex Green. In the Junior Lightning category, CL Gagnon. Peden Industries Junior Street, Emma Sidden is the champion. In the Sportsman category, Carson Barlow. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, Craig Johnson is your champion. For 2021, Image Motorsports Super Pro, that would actually be Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, Mike Robinson. In Hot Rod, Rob Hodson, your 2021 champion. Motorcycle, Al Omand. And Lordco Super Combo, Brad Vingy is the 2021 champion. And Mcleod Super Shifter, Scott Winterbottom, is the champion for 2021. So congratulations to all of our track champions here at Mission Raceway. Some of those will very likely change for 2022, but those currently holding that championship trophy are doing whatever they can to hang on to it and become a recurring track champion. So we congratulate all of those champions and all of the racers who are on track here this weekend. They have another weekend to gain more points and get closer to who will be the 2022 track champions for the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Encourage everybody to make sure that you visit the Half Track Snack Shack for beverages and all sorts of great menu items. Hot dogs, hamburgers, you name it. They've got all kinds of combo with French fries, breakfast sandwiches, all sorts of things waiting for you at the Half Track Snack Shack. Beverages of all kinds as well. And if you head over to the Pro Shop, chocolate bars and ice cream on sale there. So please do take advantage of all that is available. I believe that they are all open for business, waiting. So we have got Super Comp in the lanes. Bikes are in the lanes, so we're set to run motorcycles, and then we're going into Super Comp. We're going to call all of the first round qualifiers in Super Street back to the lanes. Super Street, we need you back to the lanes. We are going to be rerunning that qualifying run. So Super Street, we need you back to the lanes. They'll find a place to put you, but Super Street, we need you back to the lanes. You will be running right after Super Comp before Super Stock. So we'll put Super Street in lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2, Super Street, bring them back. We'll run you after Super Comp and before Super Stock. Things being fluid, things are changing. So I just called Super Street. We're actually going to run Super Street before Super Comp. So Super Comp is already in the lanes, but Super Street, we need you back to the lanes to rerun that qualifying run. So Super Street, come on back. We're going to run you right after Motorcycle, it would appear. So Motorcycle is set to run, and then we'll rerun Super Street and go into Super Comp. So that's the word I have. So Super Street, we need you back to the lanes. Bring them back. So once again, we have called Super Street back to the lanes. Super Street, back to the lanes, please. 1 and 2. We're going to run you right after Motorcycle and before Super Comp. So Super Street, we need you back for a rerun of that first round of qualifying. Once again, make the call for Super Street. Super Street, we are rerunning your first qualifying session. So Super Street, we need you back to the lanes, please. ASAP. Super Street, bring them back. Lanes 1 and 2, Super Street. We want to rerun your session. Bring them up. Attention in the pits, Ed Hodder. Ed Hodder, we need you to come to the timing tower, please. Ed Hodder, please come to the timing tower. Tom Tarand, attention in the pits, Tom Tarand. And if you're within earshot, we need you to come to the tower as well and clarify tech card issue. Tom Tarand, we need you to come to the tower and clarify tech card issue, please. We have been, if you've been looking at the racetrack, we have been working on the racetrack, getting it to ship-shape condition. I had to do some serious dragging and some serious spraying, and we are back in business. I hear cars fired up in the staging lanes. Super Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 as we want to rerun that first qualifying run. Super Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 for that rerun. All right? Not sure. Motorcycles, you should be in the lanes. I see motorcycle in the lanes. And it looks like Super Street are all there getting set to go. Super Comp will be getting you right after the rerun of Super Street. So once again, 1090 is the number. You see that on the scoreboard at the top end. 1090 is the target for all of these Super Street racers. And they will be using electronics devices, throttle stops, to take power out of the car. As I mentioned when they ran the first time, all of these cars will run quicker than 1090. The goal is to not run quicker, but run as close to the 1090 number as possible. So everybody launches hard, throttle stops come in, take power away from the car, and then if your timing is right, puts it back to the rear wheels and sends it down to a 1090 run. So Rod Stultz from Marysville, Washington is over on the Lordco lane. Gary Erickson here tower side, 1090 with a 6 for Gary, 1079 for Rod Stultz. Here comes Mark Downing and Jerry Epp now. Jerry Epp from Abbotsford in the Mustang. And Mark Downing from Maple Ridge. A couple of BC runners in Super Street. Category that runs here at Mission Raceway called Super Combo. Putting together their gassers as well as the Super Street category. So Mark Downing goes 1086. Jerry Epp 1090 with a 0. Dead on 1090. So pay attention. The stock qualifying sheet is posted right now. Stock qualifying sheet is posted. You can see the stock qualifying sheet. It'll be posted at the base of the tower. Ray Carlson and Steve Lowe has problems right at the hit. Still under power, but definitely not making the run that he was hoping to make. 11:01 for Ray Carlson. So Steve Lowe just rolling through the top end, your 2002 Northwest Nationals winner. A lot of other wins on his roster. Ray Carlson, same thing in the Barracuda, that 65 Barracuda. Picked up a lot of trophies in 2004 and 2001. Runs the 11:01 at 130 miles an hour. Steve Lowe able to take the early turnoff, and that means Warren Jacobson and Brad Vingy refire. Vingy, your 2006 Super Pro national champion here at Mission Raceway, as well as Super Pro Division champion. So 68 Camaro, 515 cubic inches under the hood. Brad Vingy over on the Lordco side. B&C Racing. And Warren Jacobson over here, tower side from Mission in the 67 Chevy Nova. Chevy 2. Look to that 1090 target again. Red light start for Jacobson, but again, in qualifying, that is not an issue. So at the stripe, it's a 1089 and 1094. 94 for Vinji, 89 for Warren Jacobson. So Al Quigley and Dan Parsons, next pair. Rolling forward, Quigley in the Rad Torque sponsored Mustang, here tower side. Quigley out of Aldergrove. Parsons in the 1970 Quality Racing Duster over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectator side. And again, looking at that 1090 on the scoreboard and saying, how close can I get to that 1090? You want to launch real hard, get a great reaction time, and then depending on how quick the car is, you hear how long it's on the throttle stop. Parsons not as long as Quigley, but you see Quigley roar through with a 1087. 1088 for Parsons, so both of them under. They'll go back and make some adjustments to the electronic timer and make sure that they put just a little bit more into it so that it gets them to the stripe at 1090. And that is going to do it for the rerun in Super Street. We'll head into motorcycles now.
So we go Sportsman Motorcycle Pro Tree riders, and then follow with Sportsman Motorcycle Full Tree, and then separately we go ET Motorcycle.
And we kick things off with Tom Turand and Miles Hauer. Tom over here, tower side, and Miles over on the spectator side.
Miles has been a busy dude. He finished as a division champ last year, and just last weekend he was in Boise, not as a rider, but as a crew chief on Tom Misspelt's bike. And now 1 week later, here he is in Canada.
Here he is in Canada doing the Lucas Oil.
I don't know. Jerry, have you ever had aspirations of racing a motorcycle?
No, I can honestly say at 100% that has never come up. I've never sat bolt upright in beds thinking, you know
God,
what?
I really should race a motorcycle.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
Oh, problems for Hauer. Not able to get that bike to launch at all. Tom Turand, on the other hand, 858, 157 miles an hour. But
so here's the good news for Miles. Not that the rest of the run doesn't count, but they qualify based on reaction time.
Oh.
And 011 green is good.
That's good. Yep.
So every cloud has a silver lining.
There you go. I like the way you think.
You might be the only one who likes that, Jerry.
Here's something I never thought I'd see. I was telling my wife about it watching Test and Tune yesterday on the YouTubes, and I said, hey, there's a Skidoo racing at the racetrack, and she said, What about the skis out front? How do they deal with that?
Well, they have these things. There's a kit that you can buy that switches a snowmobile to a drag race capable snowmobile, and they have replacement skis that actually have wheels in the middle of them called bogey wheels. And so you have to change the front skis so the bogey wheels are there for drag racing. Then you also have to change the track so it's more like a belt made for drag racing rather than,
like
in
a
the snow.
like a big slick of some sort.
Right, exactly.
Ski-Doo runs 888, 149 miles an hour. I will tell you, I wouldn't mind riding one of those because I don't have a danger of falling over.
I've been offered to ride a snowmobile. I also said no to that. I also have sat on a Top Fuel Harley, and that's not only no, and I know it's on the list, that's a hell no. No nitro Harley for this dude. First of all, I can't touch the ground. Second of all, one of the rules is you got to wear a bulletproof vest, so also no.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas, we need super gas to 1 and 2, please. Super gas, bring him up. 1 and 2, super gas. We're calling you to the lanes. Bring him up, bring him up.
Remember how I said that Miles Hauer was the crew chief at the ET Finals last week?
Yeah.
This is the guy he was the crew chief for, Tom Misfeld.
Oh.
Good to see Tom up here. I wasn't expecting him to be here. Cool. Tom did reasonably well last week at the ET Finals. I think he won on Friday night in the Gambler. And he's 0-4-0 in reaction time. Hopefully, let's have a look here.
Runs 858 at 149 miles an hour. Here's Daryl Storzik now, Surrey runner, Tower side. Hey, attention in the pits, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, you are on standby, all right? Top Dragster, you are on standby. We have called Super Gas to the lanes. Super Gas, bring him up to the lanes. Storzik runs a 944 at 147 miles an hour on his 1984 Suzuki. Away we go with Super Comp now. Once again, it's an index class. Check the scoreboard out. All of these racers looking to hit that 890 number. That is the target. And again, like all the other cars in the index classes, they can need to run quicker than 890, and the trick will be to slow the car down so that you get as close to 890 as possible. Mark Heritage from Spanaway, Washington, over on the spectator side, and Sandy Bracey over here tower side. First two heading down track, 890 with a 2 for Mark Heritage. 181 miles an hour, car set up pretty nicely. 897. 176 miles an hour for Sandy. Reaction time for Mark, 010, 048 for Bracey. Next pair, Marion Hurst from Tacoma. Lordco lane. No information yet on file for Dragster over here, Tower side. 889 for Marion Hurst, 180 miles an hour. 898 for the Dragster here, Tower side. Chris Borton, Spokane Valley, Washington, home base. BH Performance sponsored 2002 Race Tech chassis Super Comp racer here on the Tower side. First qualifying session of the weekend. Still awaiting information for the Super Comp Dragster over on the spectator side. As they get staged up. And 872 with a 6. And that's on the Lordco side. 885 at 185 miles an hour for Chris Borton. Get some idea of just how sticky the track is when crew members losing shoes. Just walk away and the shoes stay in exactly the spot where you stepped. Streaking down the TCS lane goes 886 at 171 miles an hour. Reaction time 017. And here comes one of Steve Wong's favorite racers, Mike Nottingham.
After 3 years, you remember that, do you?
I mean, it's indelibly etched in my... There are very few things, like I said, that I sit bolt upright thinking about. That's one of them, though.
The fact that I liked Mike Nottingham's car and him?
And him. There you go.
You want me to break out the English accent, don't you?
No, I do not.
I will. I mean...
I'll only go so far on this.
Okay. If you don't want me to do it, I won't.
In the other lane, Dave Jung.
I suppose I could say I can't help myself and do it anyway.
Yeah, that's possible. So Mike Nottingham over here in the fair lane goes 10:09, 132 miles an hour. And Dave Jung, 11:04 in the 96 Camaro that he is racing this weekend. So first qualifying session of the weekend for Superstar. As Ken Johnson rolls up in that 56 Chevy.
You got to love Ken Johnston's ride. 265 small block 56 Chevrolet. Pushing that big car to low 11s.
With the wheels up. With the wheels up.
Exactly. Racing Jody Lang, who finished number 8 in the country. Or in the world, really.
Wow. Yeah. 11:09 for Lang, 89 miles an hour. 11:08 for Johnston in the Chevy. 117 miles an hour, the 56 Chevy. And here comes Rick McKinney and Christopher Coor. Still getting used to Rick's new car. The new Magoo, he calls it. It's not the Cutlass. It's a 96 Camaro.
Yeah,
And
the old Magoo.
the old Magoo, yeah. This is the new one. Wheels up nice and high, as is often the case in the super stock category. Christopher Coor on the Lordco side. 962, 125 miles an hour for the Brush Prairie Washington runner. 1033 for McKinney in that new Magoo ride. So Terry Steves now and Rod Stultz. Attention in the pits, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Top Dragster, bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4. Competition Eliminator, you are on standby. But Top Dragster, we need you. Bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4. So Rod Stultz runs through with an 1140 at 69 miles an hour. Problem set in for Terry Steves, and he just sort of coasts through the top end. Ferndale, Washington runner goes just for the record, 1890. So that's going to do it for Super Stock, and we're going to roll right into Super Gas now. This is their first qualifying session of the weekend. Kirk Lance and Terry Langdon Davies will be the first two, although they sit in the water box as the start line crew. Just checking up, following on that previous slow runner. So Super Gas, the third of the index classes. This one is a 990, so everybody racing to 990. Terry Langdon Davies from Yarrow, BC, in that purple 41 Willys. He's over on the spectator side. Kirk Lance, Mission BC plumber, driving that 67 Camaro Roadster. Lots of visibility in this class. You want to know where your competition is at. So throttle stop comes into play for that Camaro for a long time. Terry Langdon Davies just hustles it out the top end with a 989, 138 miles an hour. 984 for Kirk Lance in the Camaro at 176. Terry Langdon Davies had the better of the two reaction times, an 017 to an 066. As Ed Hutchison and Tyler Dalglish now get set for their first official run of the weekend. Tyler from Mission, a heavy-duty mechanic in the yellow 57 Corvette, 540 cubic inch Chevy under the hood. That Roadster. And Ed Hutchison, multi-time champion, firefighter, retired out of Victoria. Seen that car profiled in National Dragster. It's also a 57 Corvette. At the stripe, 10 flat for Tyler, 154 miles an hour. 1087 for Hutchison, 129 miles per hour. As Dean Peterson brings that 2008 Mustang Roadster. You don't see too many of those on the circuit. You do see a whole lot of those 57, 53 Corvettes, though. Brent McKinney from Wilsonville, Oregon. He's over here tower side. Peterson from Courtney in the Mustang, and they are at the stripe with a 989 for the Mustang and a 995 for the Corvette. Here comes Dave Stoby now. Still awaiting some information on the car in the spectator side. Dave Stoby from Kamloops. Stoby getting pretty close to the center line early on, manages to gather it up, get back in the groove, goes 10:52 at 113 miles an hour. In the meantime, just coasting down track. So we'll have to send the quad out and do a little bit of retrieving for that roadster. So the safety crew out at the top end, just looking to remove that super gas car from the top end. Looks like they're going to be able to take an early turnoff. Question is whether anything is on the track, so they are checking that out. Hey, attention in the pits. Comp Eliminator. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Comp Eliminator. Need you up to 5 and 6. And Supershifters, Mcleod Supershifters, you're now on standby. So I'd say we're just a couple seconds away from resuming Super Gas qualifying. Cars fire up. In the water box, Ken Hurd, Josh Meloff. Josh Meloff from Maple Ridge in that 97. Ken Hurd from Ridgefield, Washington. 1986 Mustang. 584 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood. 600 cubic inches of Chevy power in that Roadster. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, you're now on standby. Josh Meloff goes 981, 162 miles an hour. And Ken Hurd, 994, 162 miles an hour. And that takes care of Super Gas as we roll into Rad Torque's Top Dragster. So my correction, Top Sportsman is on standby. Top Sportsman, you're on standby, all right?
So Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, Jerry.
That's it?
Yeah.
That is what we're at now.
And it's a good thing. Yeah, started in a 2-car garage. And now he's world renowned. That's pronounced Bouger, huh? Okay. I would have went the American way and called it Boucher. But I don't know, to be perfectly honest. See, now I've messed that up as the last couple of races. I thought it was Mcleod. How's it pronounced? Michaud.
I would say.
All right. I mean, you're Canadian.
Yeah,
She's Canadian, so I'm going with your way.
And you know what I've learned over the years?
We're probably both wrong,
When it comes to names, all bets are off.
right? I before E except after C and stuff like that.
Yeah, that doesn't apply. Doesn't apply. Justin Bond goes 7 flat, 188 miles an hour. Jenna, well, still coasting through the top end. For the record book, 7:23. And I'm not talking about the Guinness Book of Records. They're just a record book. Keeping track of times, 17:23. Here comes Dan Provost on the property, owner of Rad Torque Systems. Andy Morris in the other lane from Olympia, Washington.
It should be a good matchup, too.
Yeah,
Good to see Dan out racing again. I mean, I'm sure with everything he's got going, because he just moved into a new building, just got a new CNC. I mean, things are hectic for Dan. But not hectic enough where he can't cut an 010 reaction time.
yeah, there you go.
And 7:17 and 197, Andy Morris was 0:15 in reaction time and 7:61 on the run.
And here comes Dane Liquelt now. Got that supercharged Chevy. Was watching Dane on Test and Tune session yesterday. Got the traditional loping sound of that blower.
So how did you pronounce Dane's last name?
Liquelt.
I heard it's Lachelle. You know that for a fact?
That's how I've always said it, with a hard CH.
Okay. I'm so confused. Not surprised.
Yeah, well, that's our job, just to confuse each other.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun confusing you, Jerry. I'll
Actually,
admit.
when I was driving up, I thought, well, I'm so pleased this weekend I can just let Steve teach me all the
Good
pronunciations.
Lord, no, you don't want to use me to teach you anything. Trust me when I tell you that. Third grade educated as far as I went.
Oh,
So I can't teach you much.
yeah, but you're a techie now. Wheels up on Dane's.
Ow.
Yeah, but he's off
Ow.
the gas. Yeah,
That didn't sound good. Ow.
was,
That's going to leave a mark.
might have been a panel or two. Yeah, he will not be totally pleased with that 818. Definitely not under power at the top end. So 9 top dragsters taking a time here in this first session. So we roll into Competition Eliminator now. This is their first qualifying session of the weekend.
A lot of people like to call it Complicated Eliminator.
Why would that be? Explain.
Well, it's weight per cubic inch, and there's so many different classes. Last time I counted, there was like 186.
That's
And
all.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you can choose like a big block V8, a small block V8, a 4-cylinder, a V6, a straight 6. There's even Subaru and Volkswagen engines involved. You can choose to back that with a manual or automatic transmission, which again makes another couple or classes and whatnot. Then do you want to put it in a dragster, an altered, or a roadster? So you see, if you do the math, that's a lot of
variables.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
if you're any kind of a gearhead, this might be your class because there's all kinds of cool stuff. And I mean, to race in comp eliminator, a lot of people say it's about as expensive to race in comp on a regular basis as it is to race in pro stock
Wow.
at the national events.
That is pricey.
And if you're a comp guy and don't have either access to an engine dyno or own one, you're behind.
So that didn't sound healthy at all.
Yeah, so
Ryan Warder got pushed off, so problems for Ryan right at the hit. But
and Kevin also had some trouble, as you could see. So, I mean, not the way you want to start your race weekend, that's for sure.
no, missing out on any qualifying run. That's valuable information that you're not going to get back.
Right. So next it'll be Terry Spargo. He's tower side. And Brandon Hitala. The record-setting B altered from Lake Tapps, Washington. Hitala is a bodyman by trade. Owns a company called Automotive Images in Milton, Washington. It's interesting that he's a bodyman and painter by trade, but he's picked simply red as his color. No, wild graphics or anything like that.
There you go. Hey, attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. We need Top Sportsman. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes 5 and 6, and that means ET Sportsman, you're on standby.
So JBS Top Sportsman, because we like to give credit where credit is due. Otherwise, I get yelled at.
I'm with you. I should have looked at the page.
So JBS Top Sportsman.
5 and 6.
You to lanes 5 and 6, please. JBS Top Sportsman, please head this way. The lanes 5 and 6 specifically. This is going to be interesting. The round of comp did not start out well with Kevin Perkin and for Ryan Warder, but let's see what Terry Spargo can do. This car is a former national record holder, so it's a good one. Throw in very carefully, as it should be.
Wow, 827 for Brandon, 110 miles an hour, 890s. Terry getting out of shape off the start line, gathering it up under power.
And it looks like the final car in comp is going to be Ralph Van Papigan. Before I ever met Brian Loans in person or became friends with him on Facebook or any other way, I was sitting in the grandstands at the national event his first year. When Ralph rolled up to the starting line, he called him Ralph Van Pappeljam. It's my Brian Loans favorite,
Yeah.
And then when we actually talked, he goes, "You're never going to let me forget that, are you?" I said,
Oh,
no,
no.
I'm using it at every division race from here on out.
Yeah.
Ralph Van Pappeljam.
Well, as we said, when it comes to names, all bets are off.
Right. If we really butchered your name, we apologize in advance. And honestly, you could come meet us, and then we'd try to remember exactly how you said your last name.
Exactly.
But we're both old, so no guarantees that way either, to be honest. We'll do our best.
Need some sort of a pronunciation guide. Maybe on the new tech cards.
Pronunciation guide?
Yeah. Spell your name phonetically.
Right.
Nice.
727 for Ralph.
Nice.
180.9 miles an hour.
Like he's got that figured out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's going to put a wrap on the round of comp eliminator. And that means we should be going into the BC Supershifters, presented by Mcleod Clutches, I think.
There you go. That's what it is. These guys are a race series within a race. They have a 6-event series that runs through the course of the year, and they are sponsored by, amongst others, Mcleod Clutches. Mcleod Racing is your #1 stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You'll find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, Mcleod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become Mcleod equipped today. So far this year, your points leader, Jamie Roth, followed up by Scott Winterbottom, who's sitting in the water box right now. On the line, Dale Posnick and Keith Winterbottom. Posnick's in the Mustang, Winterbottom in the Nova. It's classic Chevy versus Ford battle here. But it is qualifying. So everybody getting their first hit at the track. So Posnick goes 10:49, 117 miles an hour. Little Chevy Nova goes 9:36 at 128. They'll meet up in eliminations, working on the handicap start system. So slower car leaves first. Pay attention in the pits. Sportsman. We need Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. And stand by Pro. Scott Winterbottom goes 9:29 at 140 miles an hour. Jamie Roth in the other lane, your points leader, 10:23 at 131. So Will Friesen rolls up in the Warbird. Little 57 T-Bird, short wheelbase. Has run that car in the Pro category, in the Hot Rod category, Super Shifter category. the other lane, Dave McCritchie from Port Moody. McCritchie Automotive sponsored 92 Lumina. Rolling through the beams early, Will Friesen. Friesen goes 10:32 and 131 miles an hour. Both drivers leaving before the green was activated. And it looks like McCritchie leaving some parts on the start line, accounting for his slow exit at the top end. So problem set in for the driver here on the tower side. 11:19 over in the Lordco lane, 120 miles an hour, but so one more car to run in the Super Shifter category. Mcleod Clutch's Super Shifter series. Drivers are using both feet in both hands, using the clutch, manually shifting all the way down. $977 for the TCS side. And now we'll continue. We've got a little bit of track preparation to do. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes along with Sportsman. Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. You are on standby. Summit ET Racing Series double header this weekend. And it's actually a big weekend for all the ET bracket racers. Each class will be racing for a special edition Wally commemorating 30 years of bracket racing at Mission Raceway Park. It's a big event to commemorate, and that Wally is going to look mighty fine sitting on the Class Champions trophy case. So good luck to everyone racing this weekend. We're just going to have Top Sportsman up first, and then we'll get into the Sportsman Racers qualifying session. They'll be going into eliminations later this afternoon. Hey, so just a heads up for all of the Summit Racing ET series. There is going to be one hit before we go into eliminations. So one hit at the track. So just give you a heads up. That applies to Sportsman and Pro, Super Pro, Motorcycle, Juniors. One hit is what everyone's getting today. One qualifying hit before we go into eliminations. And if you're asking why only one, well, it's basically due to time restraints more than anything else. So time restraint causing a little bit of a dictation on changing of the run order and the schedule. Always subject to change. Well, there's yet another change. So all Summit ET Racing Series participants, one qualifying hit today before going into eliminations later today.
For you that are in need of restricted area wristbands, that's easier for you to say than me, apparently. Restricted area wristbands, we do have a few here in the timing tower. You have to sign the waiver release, and then we'll give you a wristband up here. If you happen to find Tony that's in charge of tech, he also has wristbands. So apparently a few people were wondering, where do I get a restricted area wristband? Right now there's only 2 places. Here in the timing tower, 2nd floor, or if you can find Tony who runs tech, he also has wristbands in the restricted area release form too. So those are the 2 locations you can get a wristband, should you need one to access the restricted area.
Hey, just checking the temperature out there. It's already 26 degrees, so we knew that it was going to be a warm one, 26 degrees. Now, for all of our visiting friends from the United States, 26 degrees. Let's see. Let me go to my handy-dandy chart here and see what that tells me. 26, 77 right now, so probably 78. So not overly warm, but, you know, it's warm enough. So you want to make sure that you stay hydrated. Check out the Half-Track Snack Shack. All sorts of refreshments available there, food and beverages. Also some at the Pro Shop. So don't see that Barry and Shelley's mini donuts are open for business as yet. They might be here later this morning, later this afternoon, or maybe even tomorrow. So, but do stay hydrated as we get set to pick up the action here with the JBS Top Sportsman category. So Mike Lucas in the water box from Fort St. John, British Columbia. 68 Camaro with 632 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. Mike Lucas behind the wheel. Wow, heading close to the wall and gets off the gas. So Mike Lucas wisely saw that wasn't going to be a good run. Could have used a blinker. He was heading for the wall at a pretty good speed there. But in any case, he will coast through and recorded 12:55. Chris Galiti and Joe Meloff now. Joe Meloff from Maple Ridge. 2012 GXP. Over on the spectator side. Here, tower side. Houston, Texas is home for that 68 Camaro. Chris Galiti, long way from home. Not sure if we're handing out longest haul awards, but boy, he would certainly be in the running. Chris sporting the Rad Torque sponsorship on the rear panel. Meloff, on the other hand, preferring to run a somewhat cleaner, just a few stickers, contingency stickers on the car. Both of them pre-staged. Here goes Chris in, and Joe is in. And qualifying session number 1. Joe heading a little bit to the center at about the 60-foot mark, straightens it out, 688. 688 for Galiti at 199 miles an hour. 713 for Joe Meloff, 183 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Bracket, lanes 5 and 6. And Super Pro, you are on standby, please. But Pro Bracket, bring them up 5 and 6. So Jan Christensen brings out the Race Gilman car. Not running the award-winning or best-appearing Nova. The El Gringo. He's running that 708. 708, 191 miles an hour. Slots in the number 5 position right now. That's Jan Christensen, local runner. So that takes care of the JBS Top Sportsman Series. We roll back into the Summit ET Racing Series competitors, and we start with Sportsman. The Sportsman competitors all running 1250 or slower. Actually, it's 12 and slower. No electronics in this category. This is a category reserved for the slowest of the runners in the ET series, and is wide open to a wide range of racers. Just can't run quicker than 12 seconds. 1206, 116 miles an hour. Lordco lane, 1318 over here, Towers side.
They do their own single header just like Doorslammer does.
So just for clarification, when we were talking about how many qualifying hits everybody gets, it is 1 hit for everyone racing in the ET series. So that's Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Motorcycle, and Juniors. Everybody else will continue on with their program as per normal. That includes Super Shifter and Canada West Doorslammers. So if you were set for 3 qualifying sessions in Super Shifter, you still have 3 sessions in Super Shifter. And the same is true for Canada West Doorslammers. It's only in the Summit ET Racing Series that everyone is now getting only 1 qualifying hit. So Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang over on the spectator side. Sylvia runs a 12:51 at 107 miles an hour. 13:49 here, tower side, 101. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Pro. We need you, Super Pro, to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, and Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, you're on standby. So Kai Jessamine and Ken Christensen. Christensen's driving the 67 Chevy. Jessamine in the Monte Carlo goes 12:17 at 110 miles an hour. And the Chevy pickup goes 12:47 at 106 miles an hour. $13.39, 102 miles an hour on the spectator side. $13.23 at 99 miles an hour here on the spectator side. Rolling forward now, Bill Wells in the 79 Malibu tower side. Corvette in the other lane, spectator side. Category is Sportsman. $12.20, 109 miles an hour for Bill Wells. The Corvette goes 14:28, 94 miles an hour.
I'm just remembering
So ignore the red light. Tower side 13:29 is the time, 102 miles an hour. In the other lane, 14:29, 95 miles an hour. All of these competitors racing in the Summit ET Racing Series. It's a doubleheader race for them this weekend. So they'll get 1 qualifying session, all these ET bracket cars. And then they will go into eliminations throughout the rest of today. And then they'll do it all again tomorrow. Archie Limbright and Al Learmount. Al from Kelowna in the Nova on the Lordco side. 13:37. 100 miles an hour for Al. Archie goes 13:60, 97 miles per hour. As Randy Hermsen brings up that 3,800-pound Oldsmobile. Thing to keep in mind in any of the racing categories, it's not always the fastest car that wins. It's the one that's most consistent. Consistent both at the start line and at the finish line. 12:49, 106 miles an hour. Spectator side, Randy Hermson takes the Oldsmobile to a 13:52 at 102 miles an hour. Sidney Jung rolling forward now over on the Lordco lane. Sidney, one of the graduates, champion, multi-year champion in junior dragsters. So Sidney goes 11.97 at 108 miles an hour, 12.15 in the other lane, 109 miles per hour. And that looks like Sportsman is complete as we roll into Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket now. Just rolling through the categories. Pro bracket now, we roll up a little bit quicker, 9 seconds to 13.99. Still no electronics accepted in this category, except for maybe a trans brake. So Richard Love in the pickup. Leaves the start line with a red light, but that's quite all right in qualifying. Little Dragster in pursuit. Runs a 12.36, 104 miles an hour. And the pickup goes 10.94. Richard Love goes 123 miles an hour. As Stu Funk and Chris Held roll in. Chris from Burlington, Washington, in the 71 Chevy. 1970 Chevelle is what Stu Funk is driving over here, tower side. .932 for Chris. 932 at 142 miles an hour. Is Stu Funk 1070. 124 miles an hour. And that brings up Dale Northgraves in the Nova. The Black Nova, tower side, it is Nicholas Ribello from Maple Ridge. Northgraves goes 1064 to 125, 1106 for Ribello, 119 miles an hour. Got a little fox-bodied Mustang here. Tower side against a Mini Cooper in the Pro Bracket category. The Mini actually gets there ahead of the Mustang. 1044, 132 miles an hour. 1125 and 117 for the Mustang. As Russell Jeffrey rolls up in the 66 Nova. And I'm guessing that's Daryl Tippy in the Nova wagon. 9:27 is the time for the Nova, 146 miles an hour, Russell Jeffrey. Daryl Tippy goes 11:63 at 116 miles an hour. Brad Litzenberger from Chilliwack rolling into the beams on the Lordco side, and looks like he rolled through the beams. Not going to get any incremental times, unfortunately for Brad. And over here, tower side, the Blazer or the pickup goes 1198, 106 miles an hour. Walter Johnson rolling up in the 72 red Chevelle. Walter from Abbotsford. And Johnson goes 11:27 at 118 miles an hour. Great reaction time, 0:03. Perfect reaction time is 0:00. Trip zip, and Walter goes 0:03, so 3 thou off. A perfect reaction time. 12:26 at 107 miles an hour in the other lane. As Veronica Hodgson and Dennis Winton, both pre-staged, get set for their one and only qualifying run this morning. Veronica driving the 69 Dart. Dennis turning on the red light, 66 Bel Air. He calls it Shaggy from Abbotsford. Winton gets there with 1195 on the reader board, 110 miles an hour, 1251 for Veronica. And James Dobson in the Camaro. 70 Camaro rolls into the stage beams. .1061 is the time for Dobson. 1061, 126 miles per hour. Here's something you don't see all that often. Cole Mullins here in the 65 Nova from Oregon. Making the trek up all that way. In the other lane, American Motors product. Cole runs 11:09, 110 miles an hour, 11:92 for the American Motors vehicle in the Lordco lane. As Kevin McCauley and Ross Walker roll up, get their sense of what the track will hold and how the car's performance is. So McCauley goes 1194 at 111 miles an hour, and the little Chevy 2 and 1009, 131 miles per hour. So far, 20 cars in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category have taken a time, and coming up next is Craig Johnson and Dustin Hunter. Dustin Hunter taking the Falcon down track alongside Craig Johnson, a perennial winner. Dustin goes 894 at 150 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 1162. 112 miles an hour. Remember what I said, it's not always about the quickest car, it's about the one that is most consistent. And certainly Craig Johnson has proven that consistency can take him to the winner's circle. He's done so many, many weeks. So always one to contend with, Craig Johnson. Brian Heffel now from Abbotsford in the Vega, and Brian Prescott in the Chevelle. 981, 137 miles an hour for the Vega. 1169 at 116 miles an hour for Prescott. Brian Vader now. Both cars down straight in the groove, 1020. On the spectator side, 130 miles an hour. Vader goes 1006. On the tower side, 133 miles an hour. As Rich Dyes and Jerry Brabander.
Doorslammer to 5 and 6.
Hey, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes, please. Bring you up to lanes 5 and 6. And we'll put the overflow in 3 and 4, please. Doorslammers, bring them up. It's your time. 5 and 6 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rich Dyes and Jerry Brabander. The Chevy 2 of Jerry Brabander goes 1169, 115 miles an hour. And in the other lane, Rich Dyes, 1138, 116 miles per hour. Loren Schwartz and Mike Hutmacher. Mike's in the 88 Ford Mustang. Loren Schwartz in the Monte Carlo goes 1016 at 132 miles per hour. Bit of a sleeper, that Monte Carlo. Big old 462 cubic inch Chevy under the hood. 981 is the time for the Mustang. 134 miles an hour is Anthony Katnick. Out of Maple Ridge brings the Mustang GT to the line. No information on the car in the other lane, the Camaro. $10.93 for the Mustang, 129 miles an hour. In the other lane, the Camaro, 1240 at 109 miles an hour. Steve Lowe now in the Skylark, Lordco Lane. Tower side, 1022 at 128 miles an hour. 1022, Steve Lowe goes 1161 at 118 miles an hour. And Jim Benke and Chris Stone, perennial runners here in the category. Always like to see each other in qualifying. Rad Torque sponsored CUDA, that's Jim Benke. He'll carry the wheels a little bit longer than Chris Stone. Pretty evenly matched. This time Chris has the better reaction time. It'll be Jim who gets there with a 10:07. And Chris, 10:22. Here's Mark Brenzinger now from Richmond, out of time 64 Nova. Wheels up, nice straight run, staying in the center of the groove. Goes 951, 139 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of Pro Bracket. Lots of cars in the category. Sitting in the staging lanes is Super Pro, and we've called Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes, 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, 5 and 6, with overflow into 3 and 4. Pay attention in the pits. Junior Street, we're going to put you on standby. Junior Street, you are on standby. We'll be moving into the Super Pro category. Again, a little bit quicker, a little bit faster in the ET series. So taking a moment to touch up the start line. You know, the Summit ET Racing Series is contested across North America. It is the world's largest motorsports program with some 80,000 racers in competition. The qualifying that you're seeing here today is all part of a program that runs out over the course of a year at many, many racetracks across North America. And the bracket racing format allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, whether that be dragsters, roadsters, sedans, coupes, or even motorcycles, to compete on an equal basis against each other. How it works is that participating NHRA member tracks across North America host regularly scheduled events like this one, and they award points like this one. And then at the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers from among its top points finishers to represent the track at the Divisional Summit Racing Series final. That took place, I believe, last weekend. That was our team on a mission. Division champions in Super Pro, Pro Bracket, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive a Division Champions trophy, a jacket, and cash, and then advance to the NHRA Summit Racing Series National Championship at the Auto Club NHRA Finals in Pomona. So that's what we are witnessing here today. It is a doubleheader for all of these racers. They get one qualifying session, and then we'll go into eliminations. We had a full field in the Pro Bracket category. Looked like well over 30 vehicles in Pro Bracket, and we're stepping it up now into Super Pro. So Super Pro, just a little bit quicker of the categories, 7 seconds to 11:99. Run as quick as 7, but not slower than 11:99. There are electronics accepted in this category, so we will see some cars using electronics to control the ET and mile per hour. Start things off with the dragster over in the spectator side. Stephen Schlepp from Hayden Lake, Idaho. It's 2005 ICW with 632 cubic inches sitting behind the driver. Driver is a construction roofer out of Hayden Lake, Idaho. So 769 for 173 miles an hour for Steven. Car in tower side, 824, 165 miles an hour. Schlepp's reaction time, 004. Here at tower side, it wasn't that bad either, 014. John Jenkins and Mike Robinson now. Robinson is your champion in the category for 2021. Robinson out of Chilliwack driving that 27 Ford T with Chevy power. Goes 9:19 at 141 miles an hour. John Jenkins in the pickup goes 10:68, 123, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Stephen Veach now and Kelly Voss. Voss in the dragster from Pitt Meadows. Stephen Veach here in the Plymouth, using a little bit of a throttle stop. 8:87 is the time for the dragster, 146 miles an hour. 10:92 at 129 for the Plymouth. John Braining now in the 70 Camaro. TCS lane, great reaction time, 007. Camaro goes 9:01, 150 miles per hour as we're in the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro category. Their first hit on the track. If memory serves, that's Wes Vath here on the tower side. And the Roadster, little Chevy Roadster, pulling the wheels on the start line, Stephen Roberts. Roadster gets there with an 8:43 at 153 miles an hour. Firebird 9:50 at 141 miles an hour. Valhalla Racing now from Seychelles. It's 81 Malibu, Chris Munson. Zach Liston in the other lane, Mount Vernon, Washington. Out of Wallet Racing, he calls it, 55 Chevy. So Zach goes 3,000 red, but that's all right in qualifying. 8:32 is the time he gets on the reader board. 8:32 at 161 miles an hour. 10:35 for Munson. 10:38 rather at 127 miles an hour. Clint Delavecchia, Terrace, BC, 67 Camaro. And Irene Cocatello. We have not seen Irene racing for a good part of the year, so it's great to see Irene back behind the wheel. Irene out of White Rock in that 63 Nova over on the spectator side. She stomps on the gas and heads down track alongside Clint in the Camaro. Camaro runs a 9:19 at 147 miles an hour, and Irene goes 10:58 at 127 miles an hour.
Junior Street Lane.
Junior Street, we need you up in lane number 2. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. Bring him up to lane 1 and 2. Hot Rod, you are on standby. So Wes Hendricks and Martin Rochelle making their way down track. Hendricks in the Falcon goes 10.30, 129 miles an hour. In the other lane, Martin Rochelle, 10.88, 126 miles an hour. Here comes Craig Johnson in the other car, and Vince Smith. So Vince Smith takes the Chevy Camaro. 002 reaction time, 9:05 at 147 miles an hour. And Craig Johnson takes the wagon, the Oldswagon 1097, 118 miles an hour. Jan Christensen stepping out of the Ray Skillman Chevrolet and getting behind the wheel of the 67 Nova that he calls El Gringo. 582 cubic inch Sunset engine underneath the hood. In the other lane, Glenn Kennedy out of Nanaimo. Whistling Fish 68 CUDA. 6.1 liter Hemi. Sure what that is. I have to figure out, go and use my Gazinta machine and figure out what that is in cubic inches. 861, 157 miles an hour for the Nova. Jan Christensen goes 157 miles an hour. 964 for the CUDA. Kennedy goes 142 miles an hour. As Richard Love rolls forward, Maple Ridge is home for Richard. SS Motorsports S10 Chevy pickup. And that is going to take care of the Super Pro category. 1097, 123 miles an hour. So Super Pro is done, and that's going to bring up a little bit of track preparation, and then Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 1. This is a big weekend for them. It's the last points race on the roster for the Winter Harbor Marina sponsored series, and points this year are super tight in the Canada West Doorslammer series. Leading the points charge is Paul Stretch, 397 points. He's followed up by Brian Ritchie at 342 points. Third place is a tie. 1 point behind Brian Ritchie are Peter Lucanis and John DeYoung. Just one measly point behind second place. So there could be lots of action changing places there. Fourth place is also a tie with Derek Shirk and Jason Field sitting at 330 points. Henry Zacharias brings up the top 5 with 302 points. So it's all on the line this weekend. Going to decide who is the 2022 champion. So what's your assessment so far today, Mr. Wong?
Well, you got to be a little more specific than that. Assessment of everything overall?
Yeah, life in general, yeah.
Well, first of all, the good news is, look at the weather.
Yeah, no complaints in that department. We're sitting at about 27 degrees Celsius, and I'm thinking that I'm going to have to make my first venture out into the heat, grab a little bite to eat. So I might be calling upon you. Well, we'll run through the door slammers here, and then
then it's me.
Well, then we'll see.
Because I mean, if you're going to go grab something to eat, I might send you on a mercy mission to give me something too.
Well, that's possible. That's possible.
You know.
I could do a sort of a DoorDash thing.
Yeah, I'd pay you extra for that.
Skip the dishes, you know.
I know there'd be a handling charge, and I'm totally up for paying for that if that's what needs to happen. But the more specific thing that I actually burst onto the scene for is to remind the drivers in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. If you want to sign up for the shootouts in your specific category, please come to the timing tower. I know normally we have people that walk through the staging lanes and collect money that way, but if you intend to be part of the shootout in Super Street, Super Gas, or Super Comp, you have to come upstairs to the penalty box and see Jerry or me or one of the girls, and we need your car number, your name, and either $20 American or 25 Canadian.
No credit cards.
Nope, it's got to be cash.
Yep. Is that because it's going to be distributed at the end of the day?
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't want any credit cards, IOUs.
No. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger
today. Yeah.
Yeah, no, none of that. It's got to be cash, no checks, no credit cards, no
Right.
IOUs. But we've had a few people come up here in the super classes to sign up. But if you are one of those who were a little bit on the fence as to, well, I don't know, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, get off the fence and get up here.
That is one of life's little trade-offs. I mean, if you have fewer people participating, you have a slightly better chance of winning.
The odds are better, yes.
But what you win isn't maybe
less.
as great as you would like.
Which, what I don't want is people, well, they never told us to come upstairs.
No, I heard you say it lots of times.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a Super Street, Super Gas, or Super Comp driver, come on up, say hello, and jump into the shootout. Presented by CNC Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning,
There you go.
a.k.a. the Cannon family. So let me see here. Where'd we leave off since I burst on here?
We're sitting with track preparation, and then we're going to go into Canada West Doorslammer action.
Oh, Canada West Doorslammer, okay. And then Junior Street, then Hot Rod, then Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and then we'll start right back over at the top of the order with Stock Eliminator for their second session of qualifying.
That's right. Not sure who the weekend sponsor is for Canada West Doorslammers. They always have a weekend sponsor, but I have not seen that information as yet. I will go through their list of association sponsors. They have a nice long list of people that, hey, we could not do what we do if it weren't for all of the great sponsors that are out there.
Right, and these are sponsors of people's cars, the businesses that support the racetrack itself here at Mission Raceway, or the series sponsors if you're in a specific category. Like I just mentioned, the Super Shootouts in Division 6 are sponsored by CNC Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning. We couldn't do the shootouts without their support.
That's right. Rad Torque sponsoring Top Dragster, JBS
Exactly.
Top Sportsman. It all is one big wheel of life.
Yeah, and I got to say, Dan came upstairs specifically to give me a hug, so I'm happy. Life is good.
Life is good. While we're talking about sponsors, I always encourage anyone who's at the track to take a look around at all of the signage that you see, the billboards that you see, and if there's products out there that you are in the market for, we always encourage you to support all of these advertisers as they support us. So, again, that big circle of life, it keeps things humming and it keeps things moving along. If you like coming out to Mission Raceway, and we certainly hope that you do and that you continue to come out over the course of the rest of the year, we encourage you to support all of the people who you see sponsored around the property. Always like to give everybody in the stands a heads up. We're just doing a quick spray, and then we will be going into super fast Canada West Doorslammer action. 6-second runs, 200 miles per hour plus. So lots of quick cars just coming your way. So as you can well imagine, part of the job of any racing facility is to make the racing surface as sticky as possible, but also as safe as possible. And in many respects, the stickier it is, the better it is, because the track will have that much more traction. Cars will stay glued to the track as long as they stay in the groove. It's when they slide out of the groove that things get a little bit exciting. Not only just for us, but for the racers themselves. All right, Canada West Doorslammers 2022, presented by Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Two strong runners coming up first. John DeYoung in his 68 Camaro. James Kennedy over here, he calls it the Blueberry. Kennedy in the Grand Am. Tower side. John DeYoung, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. That is the family business. Everything that you need to make the cows the most comfortable cows on the planet, to produce the best milk and dairy products. That's their whole business, based out of Abbotsford. So John DeYoung, he's driving the 68. His son, Adam DeYoung, sitting back in the field in a 67 Camaro. Not quite as swoopy as Dad's. It was great a few weeks ago when son took on father in the final race of the day, and well, the son put the father in his place on that particular day. But John DeYoung, strong runner, in the sixes on a regular basis with that car. Kennedy over here. So John DeYoung charging down track, staying center of the groove, 688, 202 miles an hour, pops the laundry at the top end. 769, 178 miles an hour for James Kennedy. That brings up our next pair. Kerry Young. We don't see Kerry every single race. So he is here this weekend. Hey, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to 3 and 4. Hot Rod, we need you to 3 and 4. Bring him up. Juniors, you're on standby, all right? Junior Dragsters, you're on standby. But Hot Rod, bring him up. 3 and 4. In the other lane, Otto Schulte. Just getting over some surgery, I understand. 2005 Cavalier. Otto Schulte in the Lordco lane. He is going to get to the stripe first. 7:53 at 180 miles an hour. 8:54 for Kerry Young in the S10 pickup at 158 miles an hour. So John DeYoung, the only one so far in the sixes, 688. He is currently in first place on the qualifying sheet. Rolling up, Peter Lucanis and Tom Katnick now. Katnick buying this car from Derek Shirk earlier in the year. That's the Camaro here on the tower side. Peter Lucanis, he's over in that Camaro, and he's one of those ones that's tied for third place with John DeYoung, who we saw run earlier. So Katnick leaves the line ahead of the tree, will not get any incremental times, unfortunately for Tom. 8:60 for Peter Lucanis at 153 miles an hour. Here we go, Greg Field. One of my favorite cars, 69 Opel GT. I was talking to Greg a few weeks ago. I said, what is the wheelbase on that thing? The wheelbase on a 69 Opel GT was about 97 inches. He's stretched that out to about 120 inches, he said. It's a home-built car, steel-bodied, twin-turbo. If the car hooks up, it's a 6-second runner. No questions. It's all about getting that Opel to hook up on the start line. In the other lane, Paul DeBree Jr. from Shawnigan Lake over on the island. Straight line race cars. 66 Valiant with the picnic table rear wing. B&D lift truck sponsorship. 565 cubic inches under the hood of that 66 Valiant. The Opel, 572 big block Chevy with twin turbos. And I stand corrected. 112-inch wheelbase. Not 120, like I said. 112 inches. So still making it a handful when it comes to the handling standpoint. Greg spools up the turbos, bumps in. That looks like it'll be a good run. He'll get there with a 6:42, 224 miles an hour. You know, earlier this year, his goal was to run 200. He's been running over 200 now consistently with that car. So he takes over the number one spot on the qualifying ladder, 6:42, 224 miles an hour. As your points leader, Paul Stretch rolls back to the start line. Paul Stretch and Dave Warren, our next pair. Warren driving the Blue Max out of Mission. 62 Bel Air. And Paul Stretch, Mid-Island engines. 2002 Cavalier. So Paul Stretch in the points position, number one spot with 397 points, about 40-some points ahead of number two, Brian Ritchie, who we have not yet seen run. Paul Stretch making his first qualifying pass here with a 7:24, 189 miles an hour, and Warren goes 9:24 to 127. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Zach Liston, we need you up in the tower as well. Jeremy Soares from Terrace. Jeremy Soares and Zach Liston, we need you up to the tower for some tech card clarification, please. So Grant Howell from Victoria, 37 Chevy. The orange 37 Chevy on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Henry Zacharias, your fifth place in the points. Henry goes 7:57, 179 miles an hour, and Grant goes 7:65, 175 miles an hour. Lordco side, that is Brian Ritchie, your number 2 in the points right now with 342 points. Remember, this is their last race weekend, so points are on the line, and they will be crowning a champion here this weekend. So Brian Ritchie over on the spectator side. So at the stripe, 790, 171 miles an hour for Brian Ritchie. In the other lane, 855 and 154. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters. We need you to bring them to the lanes. Junior Dragsters. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2. Junior Dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please. As we continue in qualifying here in Canada West Doorslammer action, Jason Field and Derek Shirk. So Derek driving the 66 Chevy 2, sponsored by, of course, Titanium Auto Group. And Jason Field from Mission, of course. Lil Overkill, 71 Nova here. Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions. Host of other sponsors on that car for Jason Field. He's out of the gas. Derek Shirk continues on, goes 840. Jason just rolling through the top end. 1173, so not happy with that run. Hey, attention in the pits. We have called Junior Dragsters to 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters, Lightning to... or Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and that means Stock, you are on standby. Stock, you are on standby. Here's Scott Grant and Paul Soares. Paul Soares out of Terrace in the 95 red Pontiac. On the Lordco side. And Scott Grant, here tower side, in the Camaro. So Paul Swords runs 8:01 in the other lane, 8:45 for Scott, 166 for Scott. And that's going to bring up Rod Leclerc, another one of those potentially 6-second running cars at over 200 miles an hour, and Scott Robinson. So I'm guessing that Adam maybe not here this weekend, and Scott Robinson subbing for him. Rod Leclerc over here, Victoria-based, Paradise Homes. So Rod Leclerc, problems for Rod. He is dead in the water, and so not going to be happy with that run. In the meantime, 8:48 for the Camaro, 8:48 at 158 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc will have to go back into the pits and figure out what went wrong there and do the adjustments for the second qualifying session. So it looked like Rod Leclerc was still under power, but as it sits, Greg Field is in the number 1 spot in the Doorslammer category. John DeYoung, number 2, so those are the only two in the 6-second category. We thought Rod Leclerc might get there, but not this time. And it is 8:26 at 165 miles an hour for a racer on the TCS side. So we roll into Junior Street. That is going to do it for Canada West Doorslammers. First qualifying session. They get 3 here today. So next up will be Junior Street. This is one of the more interesting categories for the juniors. Peden Industries presents here at Mission. The junior dragsters and everything else, great way to get youngsters and families involved in racing. Everybody participates. Everybody has a job to do. But there's always a situation where, well, what if I don't want to get a dragster? What if I don't want to make the purchase? So NHRA came up with the Junior Street category. And in Junior Street, you can sit in the comfort of a street vehicle, although you do need somebody, because the Junior Street racers are underage, you do need somebody in the car that has a driver's license and insurance issued by the province of, well, wherever you're racing. So you see 2 people in the vehicle. It's the only racing category that has 2 people inside the driver's compartment. You got the driver with the NHRA competition license, and you've got the owner of the vehicle typically who has the street insurance. So Cade Shirk from Langley is over on the Lordco side, and they race to the 8th mile. Cade goes 9:43 at 71 miles an hour. Over here, Tower side, that was a 10:74. So 3 vehicles in the junior street category as we now roll into category known as Hot Rod. And your 2021 champion in the Hot Rod category is Rob Hodson. The Hot Rod category has its own specific rules. It's a racing category within a category, not an official NHRA class. You have to run 750 and slower, and the vehicle has to be 1969 or older with no electronics. So that qualifies you in the Hot Rod category. Bert Worrell and Ken Christensen, first pair down. We're racing to the quarter mile, 10:46, 129 miles an hour. Ken Christensen, 12:60 at 104 miles per hour. So that's our first pair down track in the Hot Rod category. Andy Antle sitting patiently over here in that Ford F100. In the other lane, little altered, backing up. So we are staged and set for this qualifying session. A little altered, pops the front end, and it's down with an 820. 163 miles an hour, pulls out the laundry and brings that little altered to a stop. 894 is the time for Andy Antle in that pickup. Been getting quicker and faster in that pickup each time we see him. 147 miles an hour at the quarter mile. Looks like John Sayer and Bill Halicki. Bill's driving that Ranchero. Little dust-colored Ranchero with 427 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood. Up against the Dodge Dart of John Sayer, and looks like he let the smoke out at the top end. That's never a good thing. You're not supposed to let the smoke out. It's supposed to stay inside. Mind you, you can see around you, we are suffering the effects of, I guess, forest fires in the neighborhood. A lot of smoke in the air. So Bill Halicki runs 11:13, 11:73 for John Sayer. Dustin Hunter now and Daryl Tippy. Dustin Hunter in his Falcon here tower side. Chilliwack is home, and Daryl Tippy takes the Nova. Down the quarter mile, 897 for the Falcon, 1071 for the Nova. Sylvia Hoogston now rolls into the beams alongside Rob Hodgson, your Hot Rod champion for 2021. Rob Hodgson out of Mission. 67 Plymouth. Up against Sylvia's little blue Mustang from Maple Ridge. So it looks like Rob's going to get there first with a 1091, 122 miles an hour against a 1267 at 106 miles per hour. Here comes Mark Brenzinger now. And the Mooch. Two Chevy Novas heading down track, both of them hitting the wheels pretty hard. And it's a 951 for Brenzinger, 138 miles an hour. The Mooch goes 1026. 128 miles an hour. Jim Benke is in the Rad Torque CUDA. Both drivers turn the red light on, but that's all right for qualifying as they will head down track, still get a time. 10:07 for Benke, 12:97 for the wagon, 104 miles an hour. So Glenn Fillingham on the property in his 68 AMX. So that's the second American Motors product that I have seen here this morning. Glenn Fillingham on the spectator side. Taking on that Chevy in this qualifying session. $11:31 for the Little Nova, 117 miles an hour, and the AMC, or AMX rather, goes 12:18, 110 miles per hour. Here's Larry Rodenizer now and Ron Clark. Ron Clark from Port Alberni in the black Chevelle, and Larry Rodenizer in the Old Yeller. Hard to not notice that Ford. It's fast too. He goes 950, 139 miles an hour, 1262. The Chevelle in the other lane, 104 miles an hour. And Martin Dykstra completes the burnout. In the other lane, John Hurlson. Little 66 Acadian Canso with a big block Chevy under the hood. All of 427 cubic inches. In the Roadster, that 27 4T Roadster's got 357 cubic inches of Chevy power. So Dykstra goes 954 at 136 miles an hour, 11:59 for Hurlson. We're in the hot rod category. Rob Monroe and Jerry Brabander now. Nice wheels-up launch for Rob Monroe Sr. and his 31 Model A. That's a hard-charging little hot rod. And he stops the clocks at 895, 148 miles an hour. Rob Ander in the Chevy 2 goes 1091 at 118 miles an hour. So rolling up, John McCartney and Justin Cooper. Justin in the 67 Chevelle from Medical Lake, Washington. And John McCartney from Abbotsford, right here. Home is just around the corner. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Jeremy Soares to the tower, please. Jeremy Soares, if you could pop into the tower. We need you for some tech card clarification. Jeremy Soares, please come to the tower. So McCartney goes 1093 on that last pair at 121, and Cooper in the Chevelle 114 miles an hour at 1109. Randy Hermson now, running in a couple of classes, Sportsman and Hot Rod. So tower sign was 1217, 108 miles an hour, 1357 at 101 miles an hour for Hermson. So Russell Jeffrey rolls into the beams here on the tower side in his Nova. Big block Chevy up against Rob Monroe Jr. in the Acadian. Dad's driving the Model A, 31 Model A hot rod. And the son is driving the 69 Acadian. So it's go with what you know. 923, 145 miles an hour for Jeffrey, and Monroe goes 1077, 122 miles an hour. And Dennis Winton looks to be the last runner in the hot rod category. Takes his Bel Air wagon, Shaggy, into the stage beams. Hey, attention in the pits. We need stock to lanes 3 and 4, please. Stock. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. Stand by Super Street, but stock, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. So Dennis Winton goes 12 flat, 109 miles an hour to close out the hot rod category, and that's going to roll us into Junior Dragster. Hey, attention in the pits. We're still waiting to hear from Jeremy Soros, please. Jeremy Soros, we need you up in the tower for some tech card clarification. Jeremy Soros, please come to the tower. So the safety crew just up at the top end, surveying things, make sure that everything is good, and they will be out there directing the junior dragsters to the early turnoff. So they are stationed there. Junior dragsters race to the 8th mile, and so they turn off at the first turnoff. So coming up then is the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League. Racers here at Mission Raceway run in 2 categories, and that will be either Thunder or Lightning. Thunder is reserved for racers who are 5 to 12 years of age, and once you're over 12, you move up into the Lightning category. That is the quicker of the 2. You're 13 and older going into the Lightning category. But we start off with the Thunder category for racers who are 5 to 12 years of age. That is, you heard me right. You can be 5 years of age and running a junior dragster. I know what I was like at 5 years of age, And don't put me behind the wheel of anything going that fast, all right? But nonetheless, it is amazing what these young racers learn. This is so much more than just a hobby. This becomes a lifestyle for a lot of these racers and a lot of the families, because it takes a whole family to make these things work through the year. And as a result of that, the young drivers, they learn a lot. They are really growing up fast and learning things that you would never learn just being in school. So it's credit to how much the families are involved in this racing program. On the Lordco side, you see Justin Bond, who is doing the tuning on his son Nicholas Bond. They're based out of Mission. And over here, Tower side, don't have information for this JBS-sponsored junior dragster as yet. But they race to the 8th mile. They race only to the 8th mile, and they get one qualifying hit like everybody in the bracket series, and they go into eliminations later this afternoon. So here's our first pair. So Nick Bond out in front, qualifies at 8:86, 73 miles an hour, 10:61 over here, Tower side, 61 miles an hour. So imagine yourself somewhere between 5 and 12 years of age, getting out to the 8th mile, 73 miles an hour at 3 inches off the ground. You may be like sailing a rocket. Hunter Gallant rolling up here over on the Tower side. Hunter getting a brand new paint job for the year in his junior dragster. Thunder is the category. In the other lane, I cannot make out who that is. Looks like it may be Cadence Rodrigue. If I'm able to read the name on the side of the dragster from 75 feet away, but I'm doing my best, right? Both of them pre-stage. They'll roll forward another 8 inches and break the stage beam, and we'll be set. So Tower side, 12:19 at 51 miles an hour, 12:02 on the spectator side at 52 miles an hour. So here, Tower side, once again, Justin Bond doing the tuning for April Bond. And in the other lane, trying to read whether that is Emily or Abigail. Looks like Emily White. You know, just as I was talking about the names on the side of the cars, boy, that's a nice quick run there on the Lordco side of the racetrack. 894 at 73 miles an hour, 1077 for April Bond. I do encourage you, if you're wandering in the pits, take a close-up look at a lot of these junior dragsters and the attention to detail that is placed on these cars is absolutely amazing. It is something to behold when you get up close and you see the detail of all of the machining and not only the painting, but sometimes the wrapping. They spare no expense on the cars, and it's all with the idea of family involvement. So the younger the participant, the slower the car, so you can tell that these two are somewhat younger, and they will clock through. Brody Brimacombe goes 1468, 42 miles an hour. 1487 here on the tower side at 41 miles an hour. So 9:10 is the time for the junior dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 72 miles an hour, and 13:42 for the TCS lane at 46 miles an hour. As we continue the one and only qualifying session that the junior dragsters will have here. That is one of the Katnick team, looks like Ashton Katnick over on the spectator side. And if you detected a hint of more performance, that's because we've rolled into the Junior Lightning category. As Ashton Katnick from Maple Ridge brings his TK Performance sponsored junior dragster to the line. On the spectator side, Carson Brimacombe from Courtney, sponsored by Lordco, Grandpa's, MasterCard. Yeah, we know how that works. So the Lightning category, a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. .996 at 63 miles an hour. Ashton off the pace, 14:33 at 44 miles an hour. It's a battle of the brothers here, as Alex Green is going to take on Nathan Green. Alex over here, tower side, in the green junior dragster, and Nathan in the white one. Green Brothers Racing. Hey, just want to mention that Connor Jackson is celebrating a birthday in Junior Thunder. Connor Jackson racing car number 671. So happy birthday going out to Connor, who turns 11. So Nathan and Alex Green heading down track now. And it will be Nathan that hits the stripe first with a 12:18 at 53 miles an hour, 14:35 at 44 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Street. We need you to the lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Street, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, you are on standby. So Adam Katnick heads down, goes 895, 72 miles an hour. And now, I may have been premature before, but now I believe that we are in the Lightning category with CL Gagnon. Over on the spectator side, and over here, tower side, that is Colton Morin from Mission. So Colton Morin out of Mission, sponsored by JBS, TDS, BKR, all sorts of three-letter companies. It is a 2022 Mike Boss chassis, brand new for this year. So Colton here, tower side against CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach. That's the Big Kids Racing team. Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group providing sponsorship for CL. So you see how the Lightning cars charge off the line a lot quicker and pick up a lot more speed to the 8th mile. 796 for CL, 80 miles an hour. 804 for Colton at 81 miles an hour. A little faster, but not as quick as CL. Here comes Lincoln Shirk now. Lincoln in the blue Vancouver car wrapped junior dragster here on the tower side. Over in the other lane, Emma Debris Coos, sponsored by BD Lift Trucks and Straight Line Race Cars. Emma's dad driving in the Canada West Doorslammer Series from Shawnigan Lake. Emma in the pink dragster. On the spectator side, Lincoln Shirk rolling forward now to get staged up. This is qualifying, so like the big cars, that red light doesn't matter. Lincoln goes 8:29. Emma goes 7:98. Nice healthy field of junior dragsters. Here's Aiken Katnick and Abby White. So Abigail White, Pioneer Truck and Trailer sponsored. Also Lordco, Walco, and TNT getting shout-outs. Abby from Mission. Aiken Katnick, part of the 3-strong junior dragster contingent. Alongside Dad, racing in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Aiken Katnick from Maple Ridge. All sponsored by TK Performance. He's over here on the tower side. So Abigail goes 8 flat, 81 miles an hour. Aiken 796 at 80 miles an hour. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom. So Lexi Winterbottom heading down to the 8th mile stripe, crosses the line at 8:28, 78 miles an hour, and that is going to do it for the junior dragster category. And so once again, we say happy birthday to Connor Jackson, who's 11 years of age today. Happy birthday, Connor. And we're going to ask for Anthony and your dad, Anthony Katnick. We need you to come to the tower, please, for some clarification on the tech cards. So that's going to take care of the junior dragsters, the all the bracket racers who are racing this weekend in that doubleheader as part of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. So that is done. Their one qualifying session is complete. They're going to come back after some more qualifying for the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, and it will be elimination time for them. So as I head out to grab a bite to eat, I'm going to turn things back over to Steve Wong.
Think that's safe?
I think it's about as safe as it's ever going to be.
Okay. Well, enjoy your lunch, Jerry. Well, so a couple things I want to remind the drivers in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp of. First of all, I'm going to make a final call for anyone that wants to sign up for the shootouts in those classes, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. If that's you and you haven't signed up yet, time grows short. So if you're a Super Street driver, Super Gas, or Super Comp driver, and you haven't signed up for the shootout and you want to, please come to the second floor of the timing tower. Now, it costs $20 American or $25 Canadian. So that's how it works. We'll figure out the math once all that's done. I'm going to leave that to somebody else because, frankly, I'm not good at math. Why I'm a drag racer, I don't know, because it's all about the math. But hey, you know, it's life. You know, in the interest of fair reporting, I'm not sure if I did it or my friend Rick Farmer did it way back when. Jim Mantle's Pacer wagon is affectionately known around here as the fishbowl because there's more glass in that wagon than there is metal. But it's a cool car, straight six Pacer wagon. Now, Mantle qualified 1447, over a second under his index, and he won't get near that the second time around. 1463 for him. Alf Weeb, it's good to talk to him. He came upstairs to say hello this morning. He ran 10:48 this morning and backed it up with a 10:49 right now. So a pretty consistent runs a pair for the number 3 qualifier. That'll bring up Kevin White. He has a 1971 Duster with a factory 340 small block under the hood and a 3-speed torque plate automatic behind that. He's your number 5 qualifier, taking on Clarence Bidniak. One of my favorite cars. He's from Edmonton. It's a 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner, and unfortunately for Clarence, he goes red. During qualifying, it's not a huge thing, but 1065 and 104 for Mr. Bidniak. 1065 run, not as good as his opening run at 1057, obviously, so he'll stay number 6. Meanwhile, Kevin White in the Duster ran 1096, slowed by a full 1/10 of a second from his opening run this morning. So as logic would dictate, the hotter it gets, the more performance you lose. And for the stock drivers, that has proven to be the case so far. Sportsman Motorcycle, lane 1. Sportsman Motorcycle, lane 1. And a standby for the drivers in Super Comp. So here's David Rastad and Brian Thompson. Brian with the drop-top Mustang is a trade school teacher in the automotive field. He goes 005 red and is making what appears to be his opening run of the weekend. He goes 1312 against the 1345 index after a 005 red light start. 1216 for Rastad in the Malibu. He too, not better than his opening run. The Malibu was almost in the 11s this morning. 1205. Here's the Copo Camaro of Ed Hodder. Alongside Jody Lang in the War Wagon. Hodder going 090 red and 1018 on the run. That's an improvement for him, and he's unofficially the first one to improve. He should jump into the top 10 with that improvement. For Jody Lang, 1214, he also improves by almost 0.2 of a second, so he should also be in the top 10. Yeah, no, he jumps up to number 9. Potter didn't make it to the top 10. I thought he would. He ends up number 12. Here's John Bucinski and Bruce Flodine, 2 longtime runners. In Bucinski's case, former president of the British Columbia Custom Car Association. Way back when. That's the club that runs the place. 11:01, 118 on the run for Bucinski. For Flodine in the record-setting pickup truck, 13:13 at 97 miles an hour. No improvement for Brewster. He was 13:08 this morning. So Angela Bushmaker races her dad side by side. How about that? That's pretty cool. In interest of fair reporting, Dad's got the faster car. The Roadrunner goes 11:52. No improvement from the 11:40 this morning for Ange. Well, she went 12:04 this morning and slows by a full 0.2 to 12:24. Yikes.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super comp to lanes 3 and 4. Super comp to lanes 3 and 4. Super stock, you're on standby.
Track looks good. Weather looks good. Hope everybody's having a good time. If you're hungry, food is available from the, let's see if I can get this all correct, Half Track Snack Shack, they call it around here. Good food, too. My personal favorite that I haven't had in 3 years because of COVID and everything else, chicken strips and fries, baby, along with a Diet Coke. Highly recommended.
On the subject of
All right, Brad Vinci and Al Quigley. Trying for that 1090 number? Well, I can tell you this. Brad Vinci was a little fast again. 1087, 146. For Al Quigley, 1094 with the Mustang and 161. And how about Dan Parsons, the Quality Time Racing Duster? This dude has been racing in Super Street since about the category's inception back in the 80s, if you can think back that far. Same thing with Gary Erickson over in the right lane. My old friend in the Ford Pro. Dude has done about everything you can do in Super Street. Win national events, win division titles, been an All-Star multiple times, even won the All-Star Championship in Super Street a couple of times. And he shows you why right here. Right on the index, 10.901 is Erickson at 141. Meanwhile, Dan Parsons, 1097 with the Duster and 129. Here's Steve Lowe and Ray Carlson. No, maybe that is Ray Carlson. That's Ray Carlson? Holy smokes. This is what happens when COVID happens and I don't see my Canadian friends for 3 years. I didn't know Ray Carlson got a new car. That is super cool. Carlson goes 004 in reaction time. And against the 1090 index goes 1093 at 130 miles an hour. And Steve Lowe 1084 and 132. So Warren Jacobson, 1084. That's too fast. He was closer last time. He went 1089. But that's going to put a wrap on Super Street for the moment. Right, so from Super Street, we go to Sportsman Motorcycle. And to lead things off, how about the reigning Division 6 champ, Miles Hauer here, Tower Side. From beautiful Camano Island, Washington, ready to race Shannon Frank from Grand Prairie, Alberta on the drag sled. Both riders go red. But the drag sled gets to the finish line first. 8:54 and 1:49 for Shannon Frank. An 8-second snowmobile. Are you kidding me? Super Gas, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by, Super Stock. I apologize. Super Gas to 1 and 2, or Super Stock to 1 and 2. Super Gas is on standby. Super Stock to 1 and 2. Super Gas is on standby. I apologize for that. So Super Stock, we need you to lanes 1 and 2 for what will be round 2 of qualifying. Super Gas is on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily. All right, Aleman and Billy Aiken. Aleman's a many-time Division 6 Sportsman Motorcycle champ. It was nice to talk with him briefly this morning. He's probably won the track championship here at Michigan Raceway a dozen times or more, too. Pretty good rider and an all-around good guy. To take on Billy Aiken. Well, Aleman goes red on the TCS side of the racetrack here, Tower side. Meanwhile, Billy Aiken is 035 green on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Quicker bike by about 100th is Billy Aiken. He was 9:19, while Aleman was 9:20 in ET. Here's my old friend Tom Misfeld. I feel like he's been following me for the last month. We first met at the beginning of the month in Montana at Yellowstone Drag Strip. Then last weekend, we were in Boise for the ET Finals. Now we're in Canada. So the world traveling Tom Misfeld goes from Montana to Idaho and now to Canada. You know, some guys get a lot of vacation. I don't know what the deal is. Holy smokes, Tom Misfeld. You the man. Perfect light. He'll be the #1 qualifier on that side anyway. I don't know, do they still give out perfect light stuff here? Are they mugs or what are they? Okay, so that tradition has continued for now the better part of 20 years. That's cool. So Tom Misfeld, come on upstairs and get a Perfect Light Club mug. Now what kind of mug they are, I don't know. It could be a coffee mug, could be a beer mug. Of course it's a beer mug. We're in Canada, people. Although, in the interest of fair reporting, I had my first Canadian beer last evening with dinner. Do you guys do warm beer like they do in Europe? Because my beer was warm. That just seems wrong. I'm just saying. I was like, wait, this beer, wait, what? Oh, that's right, I'm in Canada. Maybe they do that up here. But then again, everybody in the tower's like, no, we like our beer cold. Okay. Tom Turand and a rider that I don't know. He's just rider number 6529. He goes 854 and 150, while Tom Turand went 862. And I think that might be the end of the Sportsman Motorcycle qualifying session, which means, according to my run schedule, which we're trying to follow as best we can, Super Comp should be next. And look at that. 2 rolling pipe racks appear just like magic. It's okay. What are they going to do? Come up here and shoot me? All right. It's okay. Oh, I love it. 2 of my favorites, too. Julianne Meloff, who once won a dance-off at the national event in the grandstands. It's kind of weird, but true. And Sandy Bracey. Sandy, of course, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, based out of Aurora, Oregon, while Julianne is from nearby Maple Ridge. All right, Super Gas lanes 3 and 4. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, you are on standby. Sandy Bracey goes 897 and 175, while Julianne's going to have to speed things up a little. 916 at 168 miles an hour. All right, how about... Man, it's been a long time since I've seen Mark Heritage. Good deal. So Mark Heritage versus Mark Hinges. You want to talk about 2 old timers racing in Super Comp? This is a cool matchup. Hinges from Spanaway, or actually Heritage from Spanaway. I believe Mark Hinges is from Federal Way, both in Washington State. How about Mark Hinges, right on the index, 8.908, 174, while Heritage goes 886 and 180. All right, Marion Hurst and Randy Beck. Randy Beck, a multi-time Division 6 champ, 2-time national event winner, an all-around good dude. He drives the black car on the Lordco side of the racetrack in the right lane. Meanwhile, Marion Hurst has the multicolored white, blue, and orange car, for those of you following along on the YouTube channel. Five thousandths difference in reaction time between Hurst and Beck, respectively. And wow, look at Randy Beck, 8.900. Dead on zero is Randy Beck on the Super Comp Index. Nice work. And how about Chris Barton over in the right lane? The B&H Performance Dragster from Spokane, Washington, that is, appears to be the final contestant in this round of Super Comp. Super Stock should be next. Well, Barton looking good. 0-12 reaction time. And 897. 897, 184 for Chris Barton. Final call for Superstock, especially since you are next. Final call Superstock. If you're not there now, you're officially late. You don't want to miss your qualifier, do you? At least let's hope not. So it goes Superstock, Super Gas, and then Top Dragster. Presented by Rad Torque Systems, in fact. And right out of the gate, rolling into the water, here on the TCS side of the racetrack, is the guy who won the national event in Seattle a little over a month ago, Rod Stoltz. And I feel like I should do the British accent for Mike Nottingham. But Jerry's not here, so I'm not going to do it. So Stoltz rolls in, the national event winning guy, here on the TCS side, in the Oldsmobile. He's your number 6 qualifier at the moment. In the morning session ran 11:40. For Mike Nottingham, in that cool Fairlane from New Westminster, he's the number 5 qualifier at 25 under, ran 10:09 this morning. So I don't know. Odds are not a lot of improvement will be had in the warm temperatures of the afternoon as opposed to that early session. But you never know. Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, lanes 5 and 6. Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, lanes 5 and 6. And that, I guess, means Comp Eliminator is on standby. So Comp Eliminator, you are on standby. Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, you should be on your way to lanes 5 and 6. Mike Nottingham gets a 9-second time slip. Will you look at that? 9:98, 1:32 for ET and speed for Mike. 11:45 and no help for Rod Stoltz. Let's see how far Mike Nottingham might have moved up in qualifying. Well, from number 5, 1 spot to number 4. It's progress, you know. Here's the beautiful Nova of Sean Coor. GTP classed car alongside Ricky McKinney. In his new ride, that's a Camaro. But Ricky goes red, 004 red, in fact, trying to better a 1033 from this morning. He will not, 1042. Meanwhile, Sean Coor in that gorgeous Nova, 1064 against the 1130 index. Whoa. Sean Coor moves up to the number 4 spot and brings in David Jung and his new car. This is an 81 Camaro in GTL automatic. Alongside the refrigerator white Pontiac Grand M of Terry Steves. Jung tried to better an 11:04 and maybe get a 10-second timing slip like Mike Nottingham did. Nope. He slows by about 300ths to an 11:07 run. For Terry Steves in the white car, 989 under the 1040 index. Will definitely move him up. And that brings in the multicolored and beautiful car of Chris Coor, multi-time Division 6 champ, multi-time All-Star, and all-around good guy from Brush Prairie, Washington. He's your number 1 qualifier unofficially at the moment, ready to take on Ken Johnston in the right lane. That cool 56 Chevrolet, I think that's actually a 55, now that I see it. I need to take a closer look at the taillights when I see it next time. 11:23 and 1:16 for Kenny. No help there. Slows by almost 0.2 of a second. 9:53. That's some help for Chris. From 9:62 to 9:53, but I don't know how much you can improve on being the number 1 qualifier. I'm just saying. But hey, the object in drag racing and qualifying is to improve, and If that's your standard, good job, Chris Coor. That'll bring up Jody Lang. 1981 Malibu. Jody ran 11:09 with the blue car earlier this morning, and now 11:20. So he slowed a bit, like a lot of people did in this session of Super Stock, and that's not uncommon during the heat of the day. The best session usually for stock and Super Stock qualifying is in the morning when the air is cool. So next we should go to Super Gas. And we will follow that with Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, which will be immediately followed by Competition Eliminator. Well, not immediately, but you know what I mean. Competition Eliminator, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. You're now off standby. Comp Eliminator, head this way. We need you in lanes 3 and 4, please. And I'll make the assumption that Super Shifter will be on standby because you're supposed to follow Comp Eliminator. So BC Super Shifters, presented by Mcleod Clutches, you're on standby. We'll be calling you shortly to the staging lanes. Okay. Well, Super Stock qualifying session number 2 is complete. We go to Super Gas now. Typically one of the more popular categories of NHRA sportsman competition through the years. This category began in the early 80s. First world champion way back then was the Don DeVita. Here's Kirk Lands. Cool 1967 Camaro Roadster. Up and alongside Brent McKinney and his 57 Corvette Roadster. Back in the early days, the only Roadsters that were around in Super Gas were the 27T style. But as of late, there's Roadsters everywhere. Mustang Roadsters, Corvette Roadsters, Camaro Roadsters. I haven't seen anybody make a Barracuda Roadster yet, but I'm sure that's coming. As I mentioned earlier, Super Shifters, presented by Mcleod Clutches. You guys are on standby, but not for long. As we watch McKinney and Kirk Lands duke it out, Lance goes 994, McKinney going too quick. Over on the Lordco side, under the 990 standard with a 988. So the target number in Super Gas here at Mission Raceway is 9.90. During qualifying, you're trying to get as close to that as you can without going too quick. Let's see how Tyler Dalgleish and Dean Peterson do. Dean's got that Mustang, and Tyler has the Corvette. How about this? Tyler lives right here in Mission. Got a racetrack literally in his backyard. I love that. Well, both go too quick. How about 987 for Tyler and 989 for Dean Peterson? Dean's been doing this a long time too. And he was closer to the 990 index, by the way. And how about Kenny Hurd? Speaking of guys who've been around a long time, Kenny Hurd has literally been racing in the super classes since they began. And to a degree, Ed Hutchison could say that as well. Hutchison's a firefighter by trade, hence the name on the car, Flashpoint. You don't know what Flashpoint means? Google is your friend. You can figure it out. 10 flat for Hutchison, 991 for Kenny Hurd. So Hurd looking good. Hutchison needs to speed it up a little, and that'll bring up Terry Langdon Davies, the beautiful 41 Willies, and the Corvette of Josh Meloff, whose dad's real name is Matt, not Joe. Things that make you go, hmm. Well, how about Terry Langdon Davies trying to prove once again he's still got it? This run between him and Meloff, he had the better reaction time. 020 to Josh's 058. 993 for Langdon Davies, 995, for Josh Meloff. So Langdon Davies wins that one on both ends, had the better reaction time and was closer to the index than was his competition. Here's Dave Stoby, the yellow Corvette Roadster, up and alongside Kurt Geisy, who has the Firebird Roadster. Geisy, a much better run this time around, was 022 in reaction time and 998 on the run at 170 miles an hour. Dave Stoby was 054 green in the Corvette, but the car slowed to a 1039. And I think that's going to put a wrap on Super Gas and send us right into Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster, at least according to the run schedule again. Nine cars in Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster. And our first matchup is between Steve Horn and Dan Provos. Provos, of course, in the Rad Torque Systems Dragster on the Lordco side of your racetrack. Meanwhile, Steve Horn is here on the TCS side in the left lane. A matchup between number 8 qualifier in Horn and number 4 qualifier Dan Provos for Rad Torque Systems. Justin Bond's the quickest car on the property in Top Dragster, presented by Rad Torque Systems, but even he has not run in the 6s yet at 7 flat. Supershifters, BC Supershifters, lanes 1 and 2. BC Supershifters, lanes 1 and 2. Jbs Top Sportsman, please stand by. All right, here we go. Can Dan Provos go better than 717? I think so. Let's see. How about that? First 6-second run in Top Dragster. Well done, Dan. 674, and how about this? Our first 200 mile per hour speed in the class as well. So now Dan Provos and Steve Horner have both run in the sixes, but only Dan has broken 200 miles per hour, which unfortunately for Justin Bond, he gets pushed all the way to number 3. He was number 1, but not anymore. See, Justin, I told you wanted to run a 6 in round 1. I told you. All right, here's David Boucher and Clint Geisey. Boucher Tower Side, Team Ace Racing, Spruce Grove, Alberta, versus Clint Geisey from Renton. Sponsored by Rada Paint. Well, Geisey does a 006 red light. That's not the big deal. Now the sixes are, coming out quick. 694 for Geisey. So that means we now have 3 cars in the sixes, where in round 1 we had none. Here's Steve Schlepp's new ride. I think he still has the Firebird. And Dane Liquelt. Some people say Liquelt. I'm not sure, honestly. But he hasn't yelled at me either way, so what do you do? Now, Schlepp ran 769, while Dane had problems on round 1 and ran 818. Both of these can run in the sixes. And just based on sound alone, I can almost guarantee that Dane will be that guy who can run in the sixes and make it so we have 4 cars in the sixes. Let's see if my prediction holds true here. Steve Schlepp's new car I've only seen run a couple of times. I don't think it can run in the sixes, but there's a maybe. I've seen Dane's car run in the sixes, and based on sound alone, with the supercharger and the injection and everything, that thing is cool. I mean, if I was funded well enough, that's what I'd build for a top dragster ride. Blown, injected on racing gas. Super cool, super fast, super loud. That's all me. Looks like a better run for Dane this time. Is it a 6-second run? Bam! 6.20. 224.32 miles an hour. And just like that, Dane Liquelt or Liquelt, whichever you prefer, is your new number 1 qualifier. Well, that lasted for a little while, Dan Provos, didn't it? Not very long, though. I don't know that Dane's, going to stay at number 1 either. Here comes Justin Bond. Remember, he's that dude that was number 1 coming into the session. Now he's like 5th. Yeah, 5th. Come on, Justin, you're going to have to step it up, buddy. I know you can. I know you got the best parts money can buy. Can you run quicker than 6.20 is my question. I'm hoping the answer is yes, because I'd like to see you get the number 1 spot back. In the case of Jenna Mcleod, I don't think, well, maybe she can run in the sixes. I've seen her run low 7s, so it's possible. And that was in Montana, of all places. A little bit of tire spin and tire shake for Jenna. And 662 for Jenna and Justin Bond. I know you like hockey, so I'll give you the I don't do a very good buzzer, do I? I'll admit. How about Jenna moving up to the number 2 spot behind Dane Liquelt or Liquelt, whichever you like. Nice work. Here brings up Andy Morris and Paul Nero. Paul Nero is a multi-time Division 6 champ and a former national champ. World champ, I like to say. For Rad Torque Systems. Andy Morris, give him some credit. He is a multi-time Division 6 champ in his own right and a former All-Star. So 2 good drivers right here going side by side and head to head. Nero's got the quicker car though, if you're just looking for ET. In fact, he should be able to run in the 6s on this run. Wow, good one. 0.11 reaction time for Nero, 0.19 for Morris. No 6-second run for Nero. Bummer. 703 and 191. Andy Morris, 755 on the run. He'll stay number 9 qualifier in the 10-car field. And I think, well, I guess I know. That's it for Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster for the moment. Coming up next is the humble yet wonderful, wonderful category that we know as Competition Eliminator.
Top Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Stand by Sportsman for the first round.
All right. JBS Top Sportsman, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. JBS Top Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman ET, guess what? You're on standby. All right, into Complicated Eliminator. So Ryan Warder. In what may be the flashiest car the joint venture team has ever fielded, takes on local hitter Kevin Perkin. Bruce and the boys and the Perkin family alongside Ryan Warder. Warder traveled all the way back to Indy this year to compete at the U.S. Nationals and represent Division 6 in the All-Star Championships, presented by Jags. I know I don't do it as good as they do on TV. Sorry. So for Ryan Warder, the question is, how far under the 904 index in D Super Modified can he run? For Kevin Perkin, he's registered as in Henry Super Modified. You're saying to yourself, what's the difference between a D and an H Super Modified? Well, quite simply, D is the 4th letter in the alphabet. H is farther down the alphabet. There's 26 letters, remember? So basically, Ryan Warder's got the quicker car of the pair, at least on paper. And he has the better run as well. He may get under the index this time around. He will. Under the 904 index with an 865 run and an 035 reaction time for Ryan Warder. Another tough run for Kevin Perkin and the gang. Not what they were hoping, that's for sure. We'll do a little looky-loo at the racetrack, make sure there's no stuff, parts, liquid, or anything else before we continue with Comp Eliminator. Up next will be Terry Spargo in the full-bodied machine and Ralph Van Pappenham in the A Econo Altered, who at the moment is your number 1 qualifier. This is going to be a cool matchup between number 1 and number 4 qualifiers. After one shot down this racetrack, Van Pappenham goes 663 under and 727 in ET. And for Terry Spargo, in the Cavalier, well, he has yet to run under his index, which in A Altered Planetary, that's the category name, is 7.23. That's the number he's trying to go faster than. At this point, the car has run 890, so he's not close, but he had a lot of problems in that opening run, so hopefully he's got it straightened around. 6860 Super Comp. We need you in the tower, please. 6860 Super Comp. Please come to the timing tower. I know no one by car number. I apologize. Well, Spargo didn't have the best reaction time, but this is his best run of the weekend so far. 671, that's more like it. Way to go, Terry Spargo. much better run for him. That'll set up Brandon Hatala. Last time that I hung out with Brandon and his wife, Con, we were at a swap meet at Pacific Raceways. We were walking through the swap meet area, and I spied a little tricycle. At the same time, his wife spied the little tricycle. We didn't think much of it when we walked by, but then 100 feet later, we both looked at each other, and because she's not very tall either, I'm like, dude, one of us should buy that tricycle. She did. I don't know if it got painted and fixed up or not. So, Con, I need to report on the tricycle. What's the story? Well, after this run, of course. Here's Brandon. Ran 8:27, not yet under his index of 792 in C altered. Hoping for better. Now on the TCS side of the racetrack. Let's see. Well, sounds better. So far, so good. Is it better than 8:27? You bet. How about it? 7:19 at 190 miles an hour. Now, unofficially, that's the record in C altered, 7:19. So, bam. How about that for Brandon Hatala? Yeah, he'll have to go through fuel check and scale it to check weight, and they'll have to do all the math down by the scales to verify all that. But nice work. Cool. Equal to the national record with a 002 reaction time. Cool. Was that it for comp? I thought I was just getting started. All right. Fine then. We'll go to BC Supershifters, presented by Mcleod Clutches next. Hey, Con, don't forget I need the tricycle update. What's the story? Come see me, please.
All righty then. Steve, I brought you back some chicken strips and fries. Didn't know what kind of dip you liked, so I got you honey mustard and barbecue. Probably neither. Don't tell me that you wanted the sweet and sour, because I didn't grab one of those. But he's been so studious in announcing this race information, it has grown stone cold. So I'm going to relieve him now and let him go and have his chicken strips and some French fries and a Diet Pepsi. Got to have a Diet Pepsi with all of that. So we've got Mcleod Clutches Super Shifter sitting around the corner under the bridge, and they are going to be coming out after we do a quick eyeball of the racetrack just to make sure that everything is clear and clean. Attention in the pits, Sportsman. We're calling Sportsman to the lanes for round one of eliminations. Sportsman, bring him up to the lanes, and that means Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. But Sportsman, first round of eliminations, bring him up. So I was at the Half-Track Snack Shack, and yeah, they're doing a good, steady business there. The lineups were not too long, which was nice, and everything was flowing really, really smoothly. So I encourage you to head over there, grab a bite to eat, and by all means, stay hydrated. Would you please? Hydration super important on a weekend like this where we're sitting at already 30 degrees outside here at Mission Raceway. That's about 88 in the Fahrenheit scale. So, yeah, you wanna make sure that you're on top of that, right? So the Mcleod Clutches Supershifters Series, they have 2 races left this season, and both of them happened this weekend. That's what I read anyway. So the current first place contender is Jamie Roth, and in second place is Scott Winterbottom. So that championship is hotly contested, and we'll see what happens. So Dave McCritchie from Port Moody rolling up in the 92 Lumina here tower side, and Dale Posnick from Maple Ridge in the Mustang. Dale is staged, as is Dave, and we're green lights and heading down track. 9:49 is the time for McCritchie. 114 miles an hour, 10:26 for Dale Posnick. I always like to think of this category as one of the busiest racing vehicles out there, because you're using both feet, using a clutch the whole quarter mile, using both hands, one on the steering wheel, one on the shifter. So all 4 appendages in use the whole quarter mile. So it's a workout, no question. Will Friesen in the Warbird, the old T-Bird with the short wheelbase on the Lordco lane, goes 10:47. 10:47 at 109 miles an hour, 11:26 over here tower side, 119 miles an hour. Keith Winterbottom now in the 66 copper-colored Nova, rolling up onto the tower side, and he's up against our points leader, Jamie Roth. Roth has been a champion in the past. Langley is home base for that 64 Comet, and Jamie Roth going 10:27, 130 miles an hour. 8:71, the time for Keith Winterbottom at 156 miles an hour. In the other lane, spectator side, that is Scott Winterbottom. Currently looking to make inroads and gain some points and finish the season well. 9:37, 139 miles an hour, 10:11 for the car on the spectator, on the easy for me to say, on the tower side, 130 miles an hour. So that is going to take care of super shifter action as we get set to do a little bit more track prep, and then we will have the JBS Top Sportsman come through for their second qualifying session. We have called Sportsman to the staging lanes for round 1 of elimination with Pro Bracket on standby. So we're kind of for second qualifying session for Jbs Top Sportsman, and much like the Top Dragster category, Top Sportsman is a relatively recent addition to the NHRA program. It has many similarities to both Pro Stock and ET bracket racing. They use the same format as bracket racing, where each competitor chooses his or her dial-in, and then a breakout rule is enforced. The Top Sportsman is reserved for full-bodied cars, unlike Top Dragster, which are capable of running in the 7-second zone. Now, in most Top Sportsman events, only the quickest 32 drivers will qualify, but in this case, where we have a smaller field, all racers will race. Mechanically, there are very few limitations on Top Sportsman cars. Engine size is unlimited, and superchargers, nitrous oxide, turbochargers, prochargers, that's all permitted. The competitors can choose between gas or racing alcohol for fuel, but of course nitromethane is prohibited. There we'll see both automatic and planetary type transmissions used, and much like the cars that compete in Super Comp or Super Gas and even ET racing, Top Sportsman cars feature a variety of electronics such as delay boxes and air shifters, all which help them stay consistent from run to run. Many of the cars that are currently competing in Top Sportsman were formerly in categories like Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and even competition Eliminator cars. So that's the world of Top Sportsman, presented here this weekend at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series by JBS. All right, here we go. JBS Top Sportsman underway. Qualifying session number 2. So that is Jan Christensen driving his second car. You see Jan, he won an award, was it for best appearing at last week's big summit race? So this category, he is running his Ray Skillman sponsored car in the Top Sportsman category, and he tells me that he's not going to change that. He's going to leave it just that way without his name, because when it comes time to sell, it'll be worth a little bit more. Attention in the pits. Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes for round 1. And Super Pro, you're on standby. All right, so Mike Lucas is over here in the 68 black Camaro on the tower side. And as I said, Jan Christensen from Langley is over on the spectator side. Lucas currently qualified number 4. Christensen, number 2. So both cars off and running, and it's going to be a 7:12 for Jan Christensen. Not quicker than the 7:08 of the first round. 7:32 is good for Mike Lucas. He slots in again at the number 4 spot, 186 miles an hour, as Joe Meloff and Chris Galitti get set. Now, Joe from Maple Ridge had a much easier tow than Chris. Chris has home as Houston, Texas. So that 68 red Camaro is a long way from home. He is your current number 1 qualifier at 688, 199 miles an hour. Joe Meloff, number 3 at 713. So once again, the category is JBS Top Sportsman. So they're both pre-staged, getting set, roll forward just another 8 inches. And then the starter flips the switch. Both cars staying pretty much in the groove, although Chris using up a little bit more real estate, still runs a 695. So roving around a little bit in the first 8th didn't help him at all over his 688, but Joe Meloff runs a 683 at 200, and that puts him up in the number 1 spot. So I talked about the 2 drivers that were just staging up the other day. The whole Christmas tree issue. I say issue because it was something that was instituted way back in 1964, and it drew a lot of dissent. A lot of racers had gotten used to flag starters. They could read the flag starter a little bit better, and it was a whole lot easier for them to get jump starts, what we would today see as red lights, but they would get to know all of the little ticks and flinches of the flag starters. And so when NHRA, in an effort to remove all of that, introduced the Christmas tree, well, there was a hue and outcry about how this was going to ruin drag racing and everything else. And lo and behold, decades later, we are still using the Christmas tree to great effect. It allows us to have all kinds of incremental numbers on the race car's performance that we never had before. However, there is still always some controversy, because the way the Christmas tree works is that you roll forward, you break the first infrared beam, and that sets the pre-stage lights up. If you roll forward another 8 inches, you break the second infrared beam for the stage beam, which then means technically you are staged and ready to go. There is still a little bit of room after that where in the professional categories you can do what's called deep stage. You roll forward a little bit too much. But then once both cars are staged and ready to go, the timer or the starter at the top of the strip area flips a switch, and then there is a built-in randomizer in the Christmas tree. And so you'll hear drivers talk about a quick tree or a slow tree, which for them is a matter of hundredths or thousandths of a second. They are so attuned to the reaction of the yellow and green. They can detect a quick tree or a slow tree. And so even to this day, with all the elements sort of incrementally taken out of the picture, and it still sometimes a built-in controversy over whether that tree was quick and it caused me to red light, or whether it was slow and it caused me to red light. Sometimes with racers, you just can never tell. All right. First round, eliminations. Sportsman is the category. Randy Hermsen is over on the spectator side. First one there gets the green light, and Randy Hermsen picks up that win light. You can see it on the scoreboard at the top end. Randy goes 13.68, 96 miles per hour. Keep in mind that everybody racing today is racing for a special Wally. That's right. They're all racing for a special edition Wally commemorating 30 years of bracket racing here at Mission Raceway Park. So it's a special Wally that'll look just absolutely spectacular in your trophy case, and they all want it. So unfortunately, they can all try for it, but half of them are going to be going back on the trailer at the end of this first round. And that red light is one of the ways that happens. That's Carson Barlow. So Carson ran a 13.82 to no avail, as he did turn on the red bulb. And 12.73 at 99 is the winning time for the Sportsman racer here on the tower side. So win light comes on again on the tower side, 12.65 at 102 miles an hour. We'll wait for the top end to clear before we send the next pair. Bill Wells not able to get around the other competitor. Actually breaks out in an effort to do so. So next two, handicap start, going to the dart over on the Lordco side. Dial in a 13.25 against a 12, so basically a second and a half handicap start. And manages to stay out in front, wins with a 13.21, 99 miles an hour. So pulls out a nice win on that one. It's always great when you have the handicap start, you cut a good tree, and then you stay under your dial. I mean, those are all the three things that you need to do in order to win rounds. And when I say that it's not the fastest car but the most consistent, those are the three things that you need to consider. How close you are to the shoe polish on your window, that's a factor. If you put on there that you're dialed in at 1653, you want to be as close to that 1653 as possible without going under. So the handicap going to the tower side here, and goes quick, goes too quick, in fact. goes 16:47 on a 16:53 against a winning 14:39 over on the Lordco side. So here comes Sylvia Hoogson in her blue Mustang up against Ken Christensen in his 67 Chevy pickup. Christensen from Salmon Arm, the old car center. 6.2 SL3 motor under the hood of that pickup. Sylvia Hoogson, consistent runner here in the hot rod and sportsman categories. And today, she's the winner in this round. Sylvia runs a 12:72 at 96 miles an hour to advance into round number 2 of Sportsman. Sydney Jung now. Sydney Jung here on the tower side with her new car, just getting used to it. She was running the 96 Camaro for a while, but Dad said, here's your car. Here's your race car. So she's all excited about that and still getting used to the intricacies and the unique characteristics that any car, any race car is going to have. And she's doing a great job. Lil Falcon leaves the line. Don Garlitz once said that 90-some% of the races are won on the start line. And in this particular case, 071 beats a reaction time that starts with a 2 any day of the week. So Sydney Jung goes 12:10 at 102 miles an hour to advance into the next round. Hey, attention in the pits. Randy Curick, could you come to the tower, please? Second floor of the tower. Randy Curick, we need some information from you. Randy Curick, please report to the tower. Old school wagon heading down on the Lordco side up against a fox-bodied Mustang here, tower side. It will be the old school wagon. Al Learmont, 62 Nova, 1349, 97 miles per hour. Good to go for round number 2. As Archie Limpright rolls up to the stage beams now, and he's going to be facing off against that purple Dodge Dart on the spectator side. The Darts dial in 12:11. Archie 1360. So we'll see the black Chevy leave the start line first and then attempt to stay out in front. Both cars leave clean and green. Now the real question is, will Archie stay out in front without breaking out? That is the part of the dynamics of sportsman racing, and he does. Runs a 13.70 on a 13.60 dial, 94 miles an hour, and so Archie's good to go into the next round. So at the stripe, it is a 1350 on the Lordco side, but the winning side, the TCS lane, runs a 1350, 100 miles an hour to advance into round number 2. And that brings up Kai Jessamine from Surrey, a fabrication worker there, 78 Monte Carlo. So 12:15 at 109 miles an hour for Jessamine in his Monte Carlo, and that is going to bring us to the close of first round Sportsman. Next up is going to be Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We'll go a little bit quicker and a little bit faster. You would think that if you're watching all of the track preparation, the different things that go on at different times, that, well, you ask yourself the question, how hard could it be to make the track sticky? I mean, that's all we're trying to do, right? But the reality is a whole lot more tricky than that, because it has to do with the particular surface, it has to do with the air temperature, it has to do with the altitude even to some degree, and it also has to do with the right mixture for the race cars that are going down there. There's a number of different ways of getting the stickiness onto the track, and so it's also a matter of knowing what the ratio is for the different types of VHT traction compound that we use. You can see Justin Bond applying just some spot stickiness. And then we use the tractor to drag those old race car slicks over the track to, in some cases, build up a little bit of heat on the surface, although that's not what's required today. Instead, what it's trying to do is level out the various patches of rubber and also traction compound so that it's more consistently spread over an even area. So the dragging of the slicks is a way of actually putting down additional real racing rubber, and so that aids in transferring that stickiness into something that's usable for the race cars that come up on the racing track after that. So there's a fair bit of art and science going into preparing a racetrack so that it is sticky for everybody, but not too sticky. Some years back, there was a little bit of a concern on the part of certain classes where they needed it to be sticky in certain areas and not as much in other areas. And so when we get cars running as fast as 200 miles per hour, you want to make sure that they have all the grip in the world that they can and are allowed, a nice safe passage down the quarter mile. So we spend a lot of time reviewing track preparation, and there's a good reason for that. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the lane. Super Pro, bring them up, Super Pro. And Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, you are now on standby. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. First round of eliminations. As we begin round one of eliminations here for this doubleheader in the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. Stu Funk and Christian Thorntonstein. Wind light comes on for Stu Funk, 70 Chevelle. Christian goes 12:10 at 114. The Chevelle over on the TCS side, 11:15 at 99 miles an hour. Got Dustin Hunter rolling up into stage beams over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Richard Love over here. He has the handicap start. Here comes Dustin Hunter in hot pursuit. Will Hunter get around him? He does indeed. He runs a 9:03 on a 9 flat dial, not breaking out. Margin of victory is 51 ten-thousandths of a second, so it was a squeaker. He needed that extra couple of feet. Dustin Hunter got it, 9:03 on a 9 flat dial. So Dustin Hunter moving on to the next round is Chris Held and Brian Heffel. Roll up. Heffel in the Vega from Abbotsford, 9:81. It's a 5/10 of a second handicap start, but it was to no avail as the car stopped just about 60 feet out. 71 yellow Chevy runs a 9:37 at 141 miles an hour. So there you go. Chris Held moving on to the next round. Nicholas Rebello. He's over here tower side. Nicholas making his way up from the junior street category a couple of years ago. Craig Johnson in the 84 Cutlass. Well, Craig Johnson, just the nemesis of so many other racers here at Mission Raceway. He is always there and always consistent, as much as one can always be. But it does push people into red lights, and that's what happened to Nicholas Rebello. He turns on the red bulb, so Craig Johnson gets the win almost through intimidation. 11:73 at 112 miles an hour. So the 84 Silver Cutlass moving on to the next round. So Jim Benke. Everybody getting the word from the starter. Just hang on a second while we go and check something out on the racetrack. I mentioned earlier about how start line crew has this thankless job of having eyes out everywhere, looking for any little thing that is not right on the racing surface. Did a car go and leave some liquid? Did a car go and leave some parts? Any number of things like that that they have to be keeping an eye out for, just in case the cars that are following, you don't want them hitting any of that. So great job anytime we spy something and have to do a little bit of a pickup. I know it's a little bit of a delay, but hey, safe racetrack is a great racetrack. So we're set here now with the next pair, and that's Russell Jeffrey and Jim Benke. Benke in the Rad Torque Plymouth Barracuda. He's been having some absolutely spectacular reaction times. I said to Jim earlier this year, I said, so what's going on? How come that's happening? And he said, hey, man, I had COVID over the winter, and I survived, and I am reborn, and I'm alive. So he was really fired up, and you could tell in his driving that he was set to really get that Barracuda into the final rounds. So he takes it one more round here, running at 10:22 at 121 miles an hour. Reaction time was not that great that time, but he was racing somebody whose reaction time was, shall we say, even tardier. So there you go. Steve Lowe now, and Lance DeSillets. Lance in the 81 Malibu, dialed in at 10:27. That's the quicker of the two cars on the start line. Steve Lowe in the Skylark, dialed in at 11:69, and he is going to be leaving the start line first. So Steve Lowe gets the handicap start here. So they're off and charging to the 1320 stripe. Will the handicap hold? It does. It does. Steve Lowe manages to hang on out front, 11:82 at 103 miles per hour. So Steve Lowe moving on to the next round of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. James Dobson and Brian Vader now. Brian Vader from Barhead, Alberta in the Dart. And Dobson in the, light green Camaro. There was a time where you'd never see much green on a race car. And that certainly hasn't been the case over the last few decades. They have adopted the color and made it their own in many respects. A lot of race teams using it. 1066, good for Dobson and the Camaro to advance into the next round with a 123 mile per hour run. Brian Vader, 1012, 132, and he's on the trailer. Brad Litzenberger now, tower side, up against Mark Brenzinger. If you get a chance, take a look at the quarter panel on that Out of Time Nova. Has a sponsor of Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. I think that might be a booming business. Not sure. Does love the Back to the Future theme, though, and he's going to be moving on to the next round. That's his way of moving into the future. Rennie winning the round, 964. 127 miles an hour, so Mark Brenzinger advancing to round 2 in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Terry Raitt now and Jordan S. Dragster's dialed in at 1250, and Terry in the pickup 1225. So the Dragster actually got a handicap start, but was not able to really capitalize on that on the start line. Will it come through at the top end? No, it does not. Pickup moves on, 1245 at 106. So Terry Raitt takes the GMC into round number 2. And here comes Veronica Hodgson and Dave Shirk now. Dave Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group sponsored 1986 Blazer, also sponsored by Bubba's and Rad Torque. 1169, so it'll be Veronica Hodgson over in the Lordco lane getting the handicap start. Red light for Dave Shirk, goes red big time. Veronica, though, was going to be tough to beat with a 007 reaction time. So she runs through with a 1264, but her reaction time, 007, that was going to be tough to get around at the top end, no question about it. She runs 1264 on a 1258 dial, so she had some room. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Doorslammers, 2 lanes 5 and 6, please. Doorslammers, lanes 5 and 6. Overflow in 3 and 4 as usual. And Junior Street, you're on standby.
So is this now the correct one?
So Bill Mitchell is in the Javelin. He's over on the Lordco side. Tell me when the last time was you saw a Javelin at the racetrack. Yeah, never, right? It's been a long time, and unfortunately, Winlight comes on for Dell Northgraves. It's not unfortunately for him. It's unfortunate for the Javelin. We wanted to see him go rounds, but we like to see Dell going rounds too. 10-7-0, we're not picking favorites. 117 miles an hour. Kim Cornish and John Vandevan. Kim Cornish is in the Mustang. Red light start. Vandevan gets the win in his Firebird. So the orange Firebird goes on to the next round. Runs a 10:38 at 129 miles an hour. And here comes Walter Johnson and Ross Walker. Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. And Johnson in the 72 Chevelle. So win light comes on for Ross Walker. The Chevy 2 runs a 10:17 at 129 miles an hour. So he takes out Walter Johnson. Walker had a reaction time of 0:02. So going to be tough to beat at the top end. Dialed in at 10:12, runs a 10:17 with an 0:02. So 5 thou pack. Nice. Loren Schwartz and Brian Prescott. With Prescott getting the handicap start. And Schwartz in hot pursuit. 10:29 for Schwartz to advance into the next round. Runs 122 miles an hour. 83 Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop. And we'll see him in about an hour and a half's time for round number 2. As Chris Stone and Mike Hutmaker come to the line. Mike's in the Ford over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Handicap going to Chris Stone and the dart here. Both cars leave clean and green, so it will be decided at the stripe. Who gets there closest? It will be Chris Stone, 10:42 with a 113 miles an hour. So Chris Stone moving on into the next round. And here comes Rich Dyes and Dennis Winton. Winton driving the grocery getter over on the Lordco side, the spectator side. He calls it Shaggy, 66 Bel Air wagon. Consistent runner, dialed in at 11:97. He gets the handicap start over Rich Dyes in the 73 Nova. Now, will Winton stay out in front without going under the dial? That is the question, and he does not. Fact is, he doesn't break out, but Rich Dyes gets there first. 11:45, closer to his 11:41 dial. Had the better reaction time was Dennis Winton. So, all in all, Rich Dyes managed to parlay a few of those components into a win to advance into the next round. So here is Cassie Tippy now. Cassie driving the Nova wagon, and Steve Scheffer. Steve in the 69 Firebird. Win light comes on for Cassie, goes 12:33. 12:33 at 91 miles an hour. Something obviously distracted Steve. He had a reaction time that started with a 5, and I think by the time Cassie got out to the top end, she was wondering, like, where is he? He should be a lot closer than that. You know, why is he not there? You can see her slowing down a little bit, but she runs a 12:33 on 11:65 to advance into the next round. And if I'm not mistaken, that might be it for Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We'll now move into the Vancouver. Yeah, you want to?
Wait, what?
You don't know of our sponsorship program?
You have a category sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop?
Not only that, but we've got.
Come on, dude. This is. You know what this is?
What is this?
You're going back to the vending machine full of beer type thing.
Oh, well, okay.
No one has. That's really cool. Bubba's Speed Shop. Come on.
It's like I told you. A lot of changes since you've been here last, right?
Right.
So
The walls are now green.
Yeah.
There's a sponsor named Bubba.
Yep.
Life is good.
Life is A-OK. Now we're moving into the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro.
Oh, so not Bubba's Speed Shop.
No, the Vancouver Car Wraps. They've been wrapping cars for 25 years. They got tons of experience, and a lot of their work is out in the pits.
Think of this. They were wrapping cars before wrapping cars was cool.
Well, hey, on my old PT Cruiser on the island, I had flames on that one. And so, yeah, they've been wrapping cars for a while. It wasn't a good wrap that I had back then. But
just so you know, you had me at Bubba's Speed Shop.
yeah, there you go. Hey, so Jan Christensen leaves the Ray Skillman car in the pits. Comes up here in his El Gringo 67 Nova. And he's dialed in at 868. Tower side. In the other lane, Martin Rochelle. Now there is a consistent runner. Martin Rochelle started his racing way back when, actually in around Bremerton, I believe, and moved up here and has been racing regularly. That car has been tuned to the point of where it can actually run way quicker than that 1090 that he likes to run.
Martin Rochelle's been doing this a long time. Former world champ Martin Rochelle.
You know, quiet demeanor. He's unassuming
you'd
guy.
never know.
No. You're a racer? Yeah, well, and he did it again. Here he goes, 1091 with a 7 at 126 miles an hour. He loves that 1090 number.
Yeah, he does. Really good racer, too, Martin Rochelle.
Yep.
Like, really good.
All ends at reaction time, 019. So he's got both ends of that covered.
Speaking of reaction time, I'm really happy that another thing has not changed. If you cut a perfect light here at Mission Raceway,
you still
get a beer mug.
You get you get a beverage mug.
Oh, God, here we go.
A sophisticated adult beverage mug.
All right. We can't say beer anymore?
Yeah,
That's not on our list.
We can say beer. Yes, we can.
Thank God.
Win light comes on for the Malibu. Nick Angelucci goes 1095 on a 1094 dial, 121
That's how you say that?
miles per hour.
Angelucci?
That's how I say it.
Angelucci.
Yeah.
Nick Angelucci in the Malibu.
There you go. I don't say it quite that way, but
Well,
but
you should.
You do bring a certain flair to the party, don't you?
On occasion, just like Kramer, I'll burst onto the PA and then I'll be gone again.
Here's Stefan Veach now and Irene Cocatello. Irene has not been out racing very regularly this year, so it's great to see Irene and Bob come to the racetrack with the little Nova all the way in from White Rock. Irene goes on the trailer, unfortunately. 1093 is good for the win. Irene went red, left a little too soon, and so that's a tough deal. But Stefan Veach will advance into the next round with that 1093 at 129 miles an hour. Curtis Munson and Wes Vath. Our next two. Wes Vath in the Pontiac Firebird 951 dial-in, so handicap went to the Malibu from Seashell. So win light comes on for Curtis, goes 1051 at 123 miles per hour. So it's interesting when you talk about Dane Liquelt, that is actually Seashell. So we'll have to have a discussion and see if Dane Liquelt's name is actually Dane Liquelt or Dane.
Well, and we'll actually come down to the fact of knowing what's right.
Okay.
Because Dane must be related to Neil.
Okay.
In some fashion, whether that's his dad, same, their family. I probably have been messing up his last name for decades. We need to get to the bottom of that.
We'll send out an investigative team into the pits.
An investigative team?
Yeah, we have
All right.
that. We have that.
You do?
I think so. Wes Hendricks picks up the win. 1036, 128 miles an hour. Heffley Creek, BC is home for that Falcon, so Wes Hendricks going into round number 2 as Mike Robinson, your 2021 track champion for the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro category, takes on Kelly Voss, a hardtail dragster that he picked up earlier this year or late last year. On it out of Idaho, but it's a California car.
The car that Robinson is driving looks suspiciously like Bruce Flodine's old 27 Roadster.
Well, it could be. He's been running that car for as long as I can remember. So Kelly Voss picking up the win, going 890 at 143 miles an hour. So the Pitt Meadows runner had the slightly better reaction time. It's pretty tough when the slowest reaction time was an 010. and your competition runs an 09, right? So Kelly Voss moving on. And that brings up Vince Smith. John Brenning goes red by a lot. And win light comes on, of course, for 9:11. That is Vince Smith, 147 miles an hour. In the black pickup, Richard Love, the S10 from Maple Ridge. Over here, Tower Side, Glenn Kennedy in the Barracuda. Well, that's going to be a tough one. Glenn Kennedy having problems right on the start line, not able to, and yet, he wins it. 10:46 with a 9, 142, because Richard Love didn't turn around to see where the competition was.
Oh, man, that is brutal.
That's a tough way to lose.
Never looked back.
Is there a good way to lose, though?
No, not really.
Not really, no.
I mean,
no.
Someone should write a book on the ways to lose in drag racing. It'd take you about a lifetime to write them all down or something.
Yeah.
But that happens to the best of them. I was in Brainerd, Minnesota, doing a national event one time. Shelley Gecker, the old King Kong Super Gas guy, former world champ, he rolled up to the starting line, just like this, and staged his car up. It was broken, so he thought he was going to lose first round.
Yep.
The guy, they both take the light. Shelley's car is 3 feet off the starting line. The other guy goes down, never looked back, and went under 990. Shelley comes up to me and he goes, "Dude, I need your help." I'm like, "Okay." We had to figure out a wiring problem. So it happens to the best of them.
It does indeed. So Ron Clark and Craig Johnson now. Craig in the wagon this time, 11:05. He gets the handicap start here, Tower Side. Rad Torque sponsorship on that Johnson's Custom Exhaust Oldsmobile. And here comes Ron Clark. Not a whole lot in it on the start line, but at the finish line, well, there you go. 11:06 on an 11:05 dial. He knew what the shoe polish said and was pretty close to it, too. Craig Johnson picking up the win, 113 miles an hour, as Ron Clark goes too quick, trying to get ahead of Craig Johnson. So there we go. That is it for the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Coming up next is going to be Canada West Doorslammers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you to the staging lanes. Junior Street, Hot Rod, we need you as well. We're going to put you in 3 and 4, and that means Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. So Junior Street to the lanes, Hot Rod. Your call is now 3 and 4. So bring them up, and we're going to put Junior Dragster on standby. I'll take the opportunity right now to talk about all of the association sponsors for the Canada West Doorslammers, and that includes their title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. They have a host of other sponsors that keep these wheels rolling. Artex Barn Solutions in Abbotsford, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field out of Mission. Paradise Homes out of Victoria. Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing out of Campbell River. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating out of Courtney. TCS Performance Products out of Langley, and Travelland RV located in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. So big thank you to all of the sponsors who participate in making the Canada West Doorslammers Association Race Series such a success that it is. And this is a big weekend for them because this is the last points race on the roster. And the points are tight. They're really tight. Got in the number one spot, Paul Stretch, sitting with 397 points. And he is followed by Brian Ritchie at 342 points. And then in third place, just 1 point behind Brian Ritchie, is a tie with Peter Lucanis and John DeYoung at 341 points. And then there's another tie right after that with Derek Shirk and Jason Field at 330 points. And in fifth, Henry Zacharias with 302 points. So it's kind of all on the line this weekend for these racers in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. And the big question everybody's asking is who will be the 2022 champion? Well, it's all going to be decided on Sunday. If memory serves, the 2021 champion is Paul Debris Jr. All right. Here we go. Canada West Doorslammer action. Qualifying session number 3. This will be the final session for them today. They'll be back tomorrow in the morning with a qualifying session before they go into eliminations tomorrow. And that's that big race where all the points start to fall into shape, right? So Dave Warren and James Kennedy. First pair, Kennedy, he calls that Blueberry. Grand Am. 600 cubic inches over there on the spectator side. The Blue Max, Dave Warren, out of Mission. Took a couple of years off and is back with the old Bel Air. Got to run 870 or better to be in the program for Canada West Doorslammers. 870 or better, both cars well in. 773 for James Kennedy, not better than before. But he'll stay where he is, as Otto Schulte and Greg Field will be the next pair. Now, Greg Field, we talked about how when that car hooks up, it can be a very, very strong runner. He had a goal this year of running over 220, and at that time, the best that he had done was 219. Well, he's been doing nothing but running over 220 since then. So the Active Care 69 Opel GT is tuned up and ready to go. In the other lane, Otto Schulte, he's had some great years, sponsored by Associated Tire, Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, Lordco, and Quality Signs, the 2005 Cavalier. Over here on the Tower side. Right amount of ghost flames coming out of the side of that exhaust. Greg Field, 112-inch wheelbase on that wild and woolly 69 Opel GT twin turbo. So he'll roll up, pre-stage it, start spinning up the turbos, bump himself in. Here we go. A little bit of spinning at the start, but it goes straight and true and runs through with a 640, 223 miles an hour. So he picks up a couple hun. His best from before, 642. And we just wait for the top end to settle down. Greg Field goes 640 with a 2 at 223 miles an hour, so good run for his part. On the line right now, Paul DeBree Jr., he is your 2021 Canada West Doorslammer champion. Over here, Tower side in the 66 Valiant. In the other lane, that Camaro from Tom Katnick. He bought that from Derek Shirk earlier this year. Derek bought himself a brand new 1955 Chevy. Has been working on getting that new transmission into it. And this weekend, we don't see the 55 out here. But I'm sure it will be out before year end. .758's the time for Tom Katnick, 181 miles an hour. 8:45 for Paul DeBree Jr. 8:45 at 158 miles an hour. So those of you keeping score, in fifth place, Henry Zacharias with 302 points. That is Henry's car, the 52 Corvette. Over on the spectator side, that is Henry Zacharias. Over here, Tower side, tied for third place with 341 points. That's Peter Lucanis in the Corvette. So best time so far for Peter Lucanis, 8:60. And best time for Henry Zacharias, 7:57. .760 at 178 miles an hour is the time for Henry Zacharias. Peter Lucanis goes 8:62, so neither improves here in this second qualifying session. They'll stay in their positions from their earlier runs as Grant Howell and Kerry Young are next up. Grant Howell from Victoria, driving the 37 orange and purple Chevy. And Kerry Young from Port Alberni, Young's Mechanical S10. So far, in that first session, Howell ran a 7:65. And Kerry Young in the pickup, 8:54. Both drivers looking to make some improvement, but the racetrack is hotter. Wheel spin for the pickup. Kerry Young just stays in place. Hill motor on through. Grant Howell goes 768, so not an improvement there, just maybe about another 300 slower than from his first run. But as I say, the track is hotter, so you're going to try and take that into account, obviously. So currently, Grant Howell is in the number 7 spot and Kerry Young 17th. Here comes Brian Ritchie now. Brian Ritchie is your number 2 points contender with 342 points, driving that black Chevelle. He is roughly 30-some points behind Paul Stretch, who is in the other lane. So Paul Stretch, your number 1 points leader right now from Duncan in that 2002 Red Cavalier. So even though this is not an elimination round, you kind of know that Brian Ritchie and Paul Stretch are going to try to egg each other on. If they were racing in the next round, well, you never know. But 729 is good for Paul Stretch. Stay where he is. And 792 is going to be, again, 200ths off of Brian Ritchie's 790. So Derek Shirk running the 66 Chevy 2 427 Turbo. Sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Shirk out of Langley. He is up against Jason Field in the other lane. 71 Nova, Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Hutch's Transmission, and Mencher Motorsports. So Derek Shirk having a little bit of a staging problem there, but it was all right. Worked out in the end. 834 for Jason Field. 834, much better than the 1173 that he ran before, so slots him better up in the field. And John DeYoung getting set to make his second run of the day. John DeYoung over here is currently one of 2 6-second runners. 688 with a 1 at 202 miles an hour. In the number 2 spot right now is Scott Grant. He's in that 2001 Camaro in the number 16 spot. So John DeYoung, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. That is the family business, all about making cows as comfortable as possible to deliver the finest product available. So if you have cows, give John a call. And he is heading straight down the track, straight and true. 694. 694. At 200 miles an hour, so not better than his 688. 844 for Scott Grant. So 844 puts Scott in the number 16 spot. John stays in the number 2 spot. So Scott Robinson sitting in the car for Adam DeYoung this weekend, taking the 67 Camaro to an 848. Actually, he ran an 844 this run. 165 miles an hour, 694 in the other lane. So that's going to do it for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 2. We'll roll into Junior Street now. So Junior Street category, 8th mile is the target for Cade Shirk and Taryn Monroe. I wonder if that's Katie. Katie Shirk, I wonder. Nobody tells me anything. I have to sort of figure it out on my own. Taryn Monroe in the other lane in the Tahoe. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters. We need Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, and Stock. You are on standby for qualifying session number 3. Stock, you are on standby as we are calling Junior Thunder to 1 and Lightning to 2. So 3 vehicles in the junior street category. Tyler Smith, the third of the 3. $11:22 is the time at the 8th mile for Tyler Smith. 97 Chevy pickup, 62 miles an hour. And that takes care of junior street. Next up will be the hot rod category, where body style has to be 69 or older. That's almost you and me, Martin. We could almost be walking the hot rod category. 68. I was at the drag strip. Yep. It's come a long way. I never thought in my wildest dreams that. Oh, by the way, I'm sitting here talking with Martin Schultz, RFC chaplain, and I never thought that in 1968, when I'm huddled in the stands with my brother and cold winds blowing away at us, that in 2022, I'd still be at the drag races.
Right. That's just it. Now, I said I was in '69. I was hanging out at the drag strips, but it was long before that. I used to there again too. I used to go with my brother to the drag strips. He used to take me to Lions.
Oh,
drag strip.
nice.
So I got to go to Lions drag strip, and then when I grew up, then Orange County International Raceway was the place where I went to go racing, and it was kind of a dating time for me. Some of my let's see here. I don't know if my wife was there with me, but we used to go race at Orange County International Raceway and Carlsbad Raceway. I don't think that's there anymore either.
No, it's not, but that was a great one.
Oh, yeah, we had a blast. Even went to Ontario Motor Speedway, which is no longer there. Oh, we went there for one of the IndyCar races and the 1975 World Finals that was held there.
I was there.
Oh,
for that race. I know. I was looking all over, but that was quite an event, quite a facility. It was. I had just never seen anything like that.
It's beautiful.
So it's unfortunate how if it's a battle between racing and real estate,
right?
Racing loses every time.
Every time.
It's
such a sad fact. I've seen it so much.
Yeah.
Puyallup Raceway that used to be just down the street from my house. Hey, now it's all apartments and businesses.
When you talk about Puyallup, when I was a kid and just starting to get all of the racing material in various magazines and newspapers and everything else, and my brother and I were quite voracious, me more than him perhaps, and I'm looking at this lineup and I'm thinking, that's a strange name to have for a racetrack, Pile Up. It's like, why would you call your racetrack Pile Up?
Pull all up. It's Puyallup.
It's Puyallup. I learned years later that, I was saying it all wrong. Yeah. So, but it's interesting. We're watching the hot rod category here, where all the racers have to have vehicles that are 1969 or older, and they did talk about upping the age to 1970 or older, and there was
that's
just
making me old.
But there was a bit of resistance. There's something special about that 6 number.
Right.
69, 68, 67. Anything after that, well, that's a whole different era.
It is totally different. It's good. I mean, it's good in their own rights. Like that truck right there, that Chevy truck. That thing is gorgeous.
Yeah.
What is that? That's a 67.
Yep.
So why can't that be in it too? That is a gorgeous truck, but it's not the old stuff, and that's what they're looking for.
Yep.
Is the old stuff.
We had a couple of weeks ago. This facility was host to a historic hot rod reunion of the 4 oldest hot rod clubs in Canada, and there were between 700 and 800 hot rods and show cars on the property.
Wow!
It was absolutely overwhelming. I mean, you just go look at this car or this row, and there'd be more rows and more rows and more rows, it was quite something, and really well attended. It was free to come and watch, but it was like the Hot Rod Reunion. This was an opportunity for, the BC Custom Car Association that runs Mission, oldest car club in Canada, 70-some years old.
Wow.
And so the
That's
other
older
two,
than me.
Yeah. Well, the other two clubs were at least 65 years. So as I think what's his name, Steve, who started the Hot Rod Reunion.
Evans?
Not Steve Evans. No. Anyway, the idea behind the Hot Rod Reunion was let's get together before we can't.
Right.
And so
And
I think
that's
some
so
of that,
true.
yeah, some of that was in play there. That I mean, when was the last time you met, or you reconnected, or you reconnected? I
Right.
mean, so this was a great opportunity. It was really a lot of fun.
That's what's so neat. Now down in the Southland, I'm talking about Arizona. It seems like everybody who's getting older than us has moved to Arizona, Canadians included.
Yes.
They moved down there because it's such a temperate area. It's good if you like heat.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like
it's
it all.
it's a dry heat though.
It's yes, my brother keeps saying because he lives in Arizona. He lives in Havasu, and talking with him, it's like, well, every time we go to visit him, there's always a cruise of cars that are going on when we're down there. And he's, oh, come on, we're gonna hang out at this place tonight. And I
Yeah.
go, all right. And it's like so many just gorgeous cars and a lot of really old guys. Okay, if they're older than us, they're really old guys.
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
That's the way I always tell my brother. I said, I'm never going to be as old as you because he's older than me. But there is so much knowledge down there, and when you talk to those guys, they're talking about, oh yeah, I grew up with so and so, and I know so and so. It's just history.
I'm sure you've heard that adage about 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah.
That if you plot out 6 points of contact, we can almost connect ourselves to everybody else in some way. It's quite amazing. And so when you have an event like that, any kind of event that allows for that to happen in real time,
Right.
That's precious.
It is. It's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
And that's just it. And hopefully, a lot of these guys are jotting down their history.
Yes.
What happened during these time frames, because I have a vague memory of some of the stuff, starting, I want to say maybe the early 60s, when my brother started dragging me around.
Yep.
But there was more history before the 60s. There was awesome history.
There was a I'm not sure what their role was, but I was listening to a talk show when we lived on the island back in the late 80s, and the guest on the show really encouraged all fathers to write a history of their family.
Right. Oh,
And that sort of haunted me for a while, and I started to do that, and it worked out to about 80 pages that I wrote that talks about everything that I could remember about not only me, but the family name, any particular family history as relevant to getting to when I was born, and then everything that happened afterwards. And they said that you should do this because nobody else is writing this down.
Right.
And give it to your children. They won't read it right now.
Right.
But they will relish the opportunity to read it later.
If my dad had only done that too. I mean,
Yep.
one of the things that I sorely regret was when I was in the military, we were transferred to Germany for 3 years. And my dad suggested, he goes, you need to look up some of our family that's over in Germany.
Yeah.
It's like, Dad, I don't speak any German. What am I going to do? Well, I ended up learning German. But while we're over there, I didn't have the address, so I never looked them up, and I just sorely regret that. And one of the other things is while we were traveling throughout the country, we went through Belgium.
Oh,
and I
okay.
saw all these army tanks still alongside the road from World War II, and I go, wow, it must have been a big battle here.
Yeah.
And then I came out to the town, Bastogne,
Oh,
the
yes.
Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then after that, when I got home, I found out my dad fought at the Battle of the Bulge, and he was wounded there in Bastogne.
Wow.
And I did not know that.
That was a brutal battle.
It was an ugly battle, but
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it's like all that history. I would have spent time there,
Sure.
and looking at it all, but he never talked about that.
Hey, listen, you should fill us in on chapel service tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, we're going to have a non-denominational chapel service. That means everybody is welcome, whatever your walk of life is. Come on out, check us out. It'll be on the 3rd floor of the tower. There'll be 2 chapel services. They're short. One will be at 7 a.m. 700. So that means you got to get up early. But if you're in the first round, the first pair of cars, you want to be at that service. And there'll be another one following right away at 8 o'clock. So you can see if I'm doing from 7:30 and then 8 o'clock, it's only going to be 30 minutes total.
Yep.
No longer than that, because after that 8 o'clock one, I've got to be right over up here in the tower.
Yeah, we've got, invocation and opening ceremony is going to be about 8:45.
Right.
Right.
8:45
So
tomorrow morning. Wow.
8:45. There you go. So that's good. Well, I thank you for dropping by.
Thank you,
It's
Jerry.
always a good chat.
It's been a blast. It has been a blast, and we have been missing Canada for the last 3 years.
I tell you, that is
I
so
love this
true.
place.
That's so true. And you only had to get a Rive can to get up here.
Yeah, okay. Thanks again, Jerry.
Enough said. All right, that's Martin Schultz from Racers for Christ. And we're happy to see that he, along with all of the racers, have made it up here for this Lucas Oil Racing Series race, Division 6 event. So we are winding down in the hot rod category as Dennis Winton and Glenn Fillingham. Wind light comes on for the grocery getter. 12:10, 109 miles an hour. Glenn Fillingham, unfortunately, with the AMX, going too quick. I always find myself cheering for the AMXs. They're so in such scarcity. You can never see them. I think the most we've seen, there's 3 of them here today. There's an AMX, there's a Javelin, and then there's the Pacer.
So here's the thing.
What?
You don't know this because you don't really travel much to other tracks.
Okay.
But I will tell you, there are more AMC products racing here than anywhere else in this division.
Here at Mission.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's
More than at Seattle, more than at Portland, more than at Woodburn.
I wonder why that is. I mean,
I'm not sure why. I'm just telling you there are more here than anywhere else.
that's I'm looking for trivia questions, So, hey, I had it all set. I went and did a whole bunch of trivia questions, and I thought, and I know.
These are cool.
Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need stock. 3 and 4. Bring them up. Stock, we need you. 3 and 4 for your 3rd qualifying session. Super Street, 5 and 6. Super Street, bring them up. 5 and 6. And Motorcycle, you are now on standby. All right, but stock, we need you to the lanes. And Super Street, bring them up. So here we go with the Junior Dragster program. Thunder and Lightning. Emily White and Hunter Thompson. Win light comes on for Hunter Thompson, 13:52, 13:52. Emily White goes too quick. Dialed in at 890, runs 884. So Connor Jackson. Hey, happy birthday, Connor. Connor Jackson, 11 years of age in Junior Thunder. It's his birthday. Hey, we'd sing happy birthday if we could. So he is smoking hot, and he's up against Cadence Rodrigue. So Cadence dialed in at 1199, and Connor 910. So Cadence gets the big handicap start here. Cadence will leave the start line a couple seconds, 3 seconds ahead of Connor Jackson. Cadence taking her time, staging ever so carefully. You know, depending on how you stage the car, you do give yourself a little bit of leeway on the light. So a lot of drivers like to shallow stage, just tickle the beams a little bit. And that paid off for Cadence. She, on a double breakout, was closer to the 1199 dial. Runs 1197.9 at 53 miles an hour. So Cadence, with that shallow stage, I think that really helped her. Nicholas Bond and Nathan Green now. Remember, this is eliminations. 2 come to the line. 1 goes on the trailer. And so Nathan Green from Mission, part of the Green Brothers Racing Team, JBS, Titanium Auto Group, Papa Roach, dialed in at 12:15. That's the white dragster on the Lordco side. Nicholas Bond over here from Mission, dialed in at 891. And so Justin Bond, or as he's known around the home, Dad, doing the fine-tuning on the Junior Dragster. And it's all up to Nicholas now to roll into the beams and get ready to charge down to the 8th mile stripe. Both of them pre-staged and set. There's the handicap for Nathan, and Nicholas goes red. Goes 22 red. So win light, Nathan Green. Goes 12:18 on a 12:15 dial. Had a reaction time of 009. So great reaction time. So Carson Brimacombe and McKenna Thompson. And it's a win light for McKenna. Goes 1064 on a 1063 dial, 61 miles an hour. So McKenna Thompson advancing into the next round. So April Bond and Adam Katnick. April Bond dialed into 1079. That's what it says on the reader board, all right? 894 for Adam. So Adam, the quicker of the two cars, has to be patient on the start line. April in the pink car is going to be leaving first with the handicap start. Getting a little pep talk from Justin, or again, Dad, whichever you prefer. Everybody has to race their race, not think about what the other person is doing. Look at your side of the tree and race accordingly. So both drivers leave with green lights. Win light comes on for Adam Katnick, who goes 896 on an 894 dial. Reaction time of 011. April just went too quick. Went 1070 on a 1079 dial. Hunter Gallant and Ashton Katnick now. Hunter picking up his, new to him, junior dragster this spring. Was having some tune-up work done on it. Showed up at the Rodrigues, and lo and behold, they had a fresh paint job for him that was a complete and total surprise. So he's got that great-looking black dragster with the green flames and all sorts of other touches to it. Got to head into the pits and take a close look at the detail that is applied to these junior dragsters. In the other lane, Ashton has some great ghost flames on that junior dragster as well. Win light comes on here for Ashton Katnick. Dialed in at 1420. Runs a 1430 for the win at 44 miles an hour. As Alex Green and Alana Everett roll forward. Young Alana, she pestered her dad forever that she wanted to race. And he did the wise thing, as all dads do, and said, well, let's wait and see if this is something that's going to persist. And it did persist, and so they managed to round up a bunch of money and buy her own junior dragster. So when I talk about how this is a family affair, it really and truly is. In the other lane, Alex Green, he was upset with me last year because I kept talking about how his car wasn't green, and yet his name was Alex Green. So he pestered his mom and dad and said, I need to paint it green. He picked out the green, and they did. Great looking car for Alex. He red lit. So unfortunately, not going to move on. Alana Everett, though, 1479, 42 miles an hour. She is going to be a happy camper moving on to the next round in Junior Thunder. Here comes Wesley Armstrong and Brody Brimacombe. Now, Wesley Armstrong, over here tower side, sponsored by BD Power. And Brody over on the other side. Out of Courtney, 1465 is the dial in for Brody and 1407 for Wesley. Everybody's going to be keenly looking at the Christmas tree, anticipating that green light, not leaving too soon, not leaving too late. Oh, and it's a problem for Wesley. Looks like it was a staging issue. Wesley not able to hold the car in the beams. It's a learning process for a lot of these racers, so there you go. So by run here for Abby White from Mission. 7 cars in the category. And Abigail, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco, Walco, TNT. Lightning category, a little bit louder, a little bit quicker. Still race to the 8th mile. Comes up 81 miles an hour at 792. 792. So in this particular case, on a by run, she went red and broke out. But since no one was in the other lane, those two things are absolutely fine. Not a problem. She will advance into the next round. So Lincoln Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, featuring one of those pretty wicked wraps from Vancouver Car Wraps. You had that done earlier this year. And just another one of those junior dragsters that has so much going for it on appearance as well as performance. He's dialed in at 828. Now, Aiden Katnick over here, taking a slightly different approach, painting the junior dragster, dialed in a little bit quicker at 796. So as we are in the Lightning category, we're going quicker, faster, and a little bit louder. So handicap start will be going to the blue junior dragster over on the Lordco lane. Win light comes on for Aiden, goes 797 as Lincoln goes too fast and breaks out. He goes 825 on an 828 dial, so Aiden goes on to the next round, 80 miles an hour at 797. Colton Morin and Emma Debris-Coos coming out of the water box. Colton from Mission, part of the Morin Motorsports team. Emma, well, her dad races in the Canada West Doorslammers. That 66 Valiant, that's Emma's dad, Paul Debris Jr., the 2021 Canada West Doorslammer champion. So Emma's got a pretty fast car here in the Lightning category, dialed in at 793. Colton got a brand new 2022 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster, and he's dialed in at 799. So it's tight any way that you want to cut it. But the handicap is going to go to Colton here on the tower side, and that handicap is only going to be about 0.06 of a second. So everybody leaves clean and green. Win light comes on for Colton, goes 805. 805 at 80 miles an hour. And that's because his reaction time was 039. Emma, a little bit tardy. Reaction time starting with a 2, and that makes the world of difference how quick you get to the finish line. So even though 805 was some distance away from 799, still gave Colton enough room to pick up the win. Here comes our 2021 champion, Ciel Gagnon. Over here, tower side, Big Kids Racing. Qualicum Beach and Lexi Hey, attention to the pits. Motorcycle. We need motorcycle. Lane 1. Motorcycle, lane 1. And stand by. Comp. Motorcycle, lane 1. So win light comes on for CL, runs an 8:01. Lexi goes red, 007 red. So 80 miles an hour, good for the win. CL Gagnon taking the Big Kids Racing Junior Dragster to the next round. All right. Stock. Qualifying session. Number 3. On the line, Jody Lang, Clarence Bidniak. Bidniak from Edmonton and the 1970 Roadrunner. Spectator side. And Jody here on this side in the wagon. Puyallup, Washington, home base for this longtime Division 6 runner. In the record books over and over and over again. Jody Lang. Clarence runs a 10:46, 123 miles an hour at 12:54 for Jody Lang in the wagon. And now, to hand it over to somebody who really knows what they're talking about, Steve Wong.
There, buddy.
I go through life being careful.
You make it sound like I'm smart.
Hey, there's that pacer.
Hey, the fishbowl, baby. Jim Mantle, the record-setting V-Stock automatic pacer wagon. 258 cubic inches of not high-revving straight six. It's a torque motor. He goes 1465 at 89 miles an hour. He's the number 1 qualifier, though, so it's all good. For Bruce Flodine, the former Super Gas standout and former national record holder in the Dodge Dakota truck, how about 13:15 on this run? His best run of the weekend so far, though, is that 13:08 from this morning. So that sets the stage for Angela Bushmaker, the Little Red Plymouth Valiant from Buckley, Washington. Former national championship cheerleader, Angela Bushmaker. And my pal Alf Weave. Maybe we'll talk to him. He came to visit this morning. It was nice to catch up with some of my Canadian friends after a 3+ year absence. You know, thanks to COVID and everything that's gone on. Alf Weave goes 1063 and 127, 1226 for Miss Angela Bushmaker. If you see a pattern developing where a lot of drivers are not improving in this session, don't be surprised. In the heat of the day, it's hard. As Jerry points out, it's 31C, whatever that means in Fahrenheit. I'm not sure. Jerry's going to consult his list. As Bill Bushmaker, Angela's dad, takes on John Bucinski. Bushmaker is a TV camera dude for Channel 13 News in Seattle. John Bucinski is the former British Columbia Custom Car Association president. Bucinski goes 11:01.9 after going 11:01.2 and 11:14. So back-to-back 11:01 runs for Bucinski in the heat of the day. Something tells me you should dial 11:01 for first round if it was later on tonight, but that's not till tomorrow for stock. Here comes what they call a late a late comer as far as stock eliminator qualifying runs today are concerned. Brian Thompson here, tower side. I think we might have a wrong car number. Shelby? I think we have a wrong car number. There it is. Now it's Brian Thompson and Ed Hodder Jr. I didn't know he was a junior till now. That's all right. Somebody's got to be a junior. Ed Hodder. So Hodder with the Copo Camaro is probably hoping for a 9-second run, but in the heat of the day, that would be surprising. He's gone 10:18. That's his best run. He also ran 10:40. For Thompson, second run of the day. Sounds like the Copo had trouble keeping traction about half track. And he goes 10:53 because of it at 131 miles an hour, 13:33 for Brian Thompson. So 13 cars in stock eliminator. And here comes, let me see. That is David Rastad. I just wanted to make sure it was the right guy, right car. And Kevin White in the right lane on the Lordco side of your racetrack, for those of you following along online. Kevin White's got that, I'm going to call it yellow 340 Duster. Oh, this is not chartreuse, Jerry. For the love of Pete. Chartreuse. Here, I got it. Avocado. Super Comp, we need you to 5 and 6. Super Stock to 3 and 4. Super Stockers, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, 5 and 6, please, and thank you. Well, Kevin White goes 016 red during qualifying, no big deal. Can the Duster run quicker than 1086? Nope. 1098 on this run, 117. Meanwhile, 1220 shows up on the TCS scoreboard here in the Tower Lane. And that's no quicker for David either. The Malibu had already run 12:16 and a quick run of 12:05 in the earlier sessions of stock. We're going to do a little work on the racetrack, which will allow me to remind you that the half-track snack shack is open, and if you're hungry or you're thirsty, they can help you, and they'd like to. Now, I might be speaking out of turn here. 3 or 4 years ago, the pro shop here had a cooler full of ice cream. And they still do. Very good. It's 31C around here, which equates to what temperature in Fahrenheit, Jerry? 88 degrees outside. If you waited until now to have your first ice cream of the summer, you're a little late. But they do have ice cream down at the sports shop for your eating pleasure. I'm kind of partial to ice cream sandwiches. I'm not sure why. I've always liked them since I was a wee young man. Now I'm just a wee old man and kind of chubby, according to Willie anyway. But what does Willie know? That's my question. He knows how to be a pretty good starter. There is that.
You know, the whole ice cream thing is an interesting conundrum for me.
Oh, God, here he is with the ice cream and conundrum in the same sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an ice cream conundrum.
When I was a wee lad, and we would visit my grandparents who ran a little confectionery restaurant kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was, they still did not have running water, drinking water, in the village.
Therein lies the conundrum.
So
go ahead.
My brother and I would have to take the wagon and go get 2 pails at the town pump, which seemed like a long ways away, but it turns out it was a block and a half.
So what you're saying is, during the winter, you walked uphill and downhill through 2 feet of snow.
Now you're making me up.
Well,
so we would come back, and my grandmother would always say, "What treat would you like?" And so we had she could have made us a banana split. She would have made us this or that, and we always just sort of picked something ordinary ice cream. But I always think of that in terms of how we could have had something really special.
Jerry,
but,
you could be the poster child for coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't.
I have no regrets.
Yes, you do.
I
You
have no
just
regrets.
said you could have.
It's a fascinating anecdote in my mind.
You wouldn't bring the story up if you didn't regret.
Oh, no.
Deep inside, I feel as though there's ice cream regret.
Well, Steve, the therapist, has brought up something that needs addressing, I guess.
Dude, you start the thing out with ice cream conundrum.
True. It is. It is to me. So we're looking at some track prep here. Oh, we're looking at some. We got an infrared beam that's acting up.
Yeah, it's being naughty down there. The 1,000-foot ET.
You probably hear the beeping. This is when you're on an airplane. This is not what you want to hear.
No, that means
on.
it's diving. The plane is literally falling from the sky. So you do not want to hear that.
Yeah. So, but that's not what's happening here. Just so everybody knows. All of the incremental timers have an infrared beam that bounces out from the strip wall, and there is a reflector on each of those orange blocks. And so as the cars go down the quarter mile, they break that infrared beam, and that allows us to measure their activity down the quarter mile at various stable increments.
And the beeping you hear in the background is because one of those is not in alignment.
There you go. It lets us know that, hey, fix me.
Hey, stupid, hear the beeping?
Yeah. It's one of those, like in your car, when something lights up, it is one of those attention-getting beeps that you cannot ignore.
It is louder than when your smoke alarm needs a new battery.
Yeah.
But it's the same kind of annoying beeping. Am I the only one? So, let's just say your smoke alarm is doing the beeping thing, right? First, you got to figure out which smoke alarm is doing the beeping. Then you go up there and you investigate and pull the smoke alarm down. The next thing you have to do is find the 9-volt batteries, which are never where you thought you put them.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I'm the only one. I'm from America, and we do things different down there. Maybe I'm the only one, and you guys in Canada are much more organized than us Americans, and you know right where your 9-volt batteries
Well,
are.
I actually do know where they are. We went through. I can tell you where the light bulbs are now, and where the batteries are, and the flashlight. Although we're seems to be the only continent that calls it a flashlight.
What does everybody else call it?
It's a torch. When you watch
torch.
When you watch the videos on your Samsung phones from around the world, it talks about how, and here's how you light the torch. That's called a torch.
All right.
So
because you've now made me segue to the subject that we seem to talk about every time I come here. Now, bear in mind, we haven't done it in 3 years.
That's true.
We're going to the Z versus Z thing.
I have my research paper with me.
I have to say that I have actually failed.
Uh-oh.
I've come to realize that Z versus Z, apparently most of Europe follows along with Canada on the Z versus Z, yet everyone calls the animal with the stripes a zebra, not a zebra.
I know.
I don't get it.
Yep. Well, what did I tell you before?
What?
When it comes to names, all bets are off.
Right? I'm just saying. I'm still trying to figure out if it's
not
Liquelt
only-
or Lichelt.
Not only most of Europe, most of the world, I found out. There's only about 3 countries that do it like the U.S. does it, and I can't recall why, but there were a few that did do the Z, but it's like 3 or 4.
So, speaking of things international, you guys probably know by now that the Queen of England has passed.
I had heard that.
And it's interesting to me.
Long live the king.
Well, yes, that there is that, but what's interesting is the custom of the transfer of power. That's very interesting.
How so?
Well, they have a certain step-by-step procedure.
Yeah.
They don't just hand the guy the keys, hey, you're the king. Even though everyone knows he's going to be the king, there's a specific procedure they have to do.
Yeah, the process is quite seamless. Like,
wait, is it a process or a process?
I say
I'm
process.
Okay. I'm asking for a friend.
I have no idea. I'd need to call a friend.
Well, that's what, it's like zebra and zebra. Is it process or process? I mean, in America, it's process. Up here, normally it's process, except for Jerry doesn't say it that way.
I make no bones about the fact that I am not always right. But
Oh, come on. You're one of the best arguing people I have. I rely on you for these arguments.
life's little achievements.
Because no one argues with me like you do, Jerry.
So it's interesting, though, when you bring up the transfer of power. What I was fascinated with is that, yes, he has to go through sitting on the official chair, which has the Stone of Scone from Scotland underneath
Yep.
it, and every British ruler has been coronated on this chair since 1066.
Right.
So it is
Well, and
quite
he-
a process.
So I
But you
saw
know
this
what?
on the news last night. The new king, everyone knows Charles is the king now.
Yep.
Right? He has to sign an official document that says he's the king.
No.
Why?
What it says is it's good to be the king.
Well, of course it is. Anybody that goes to Burger King knows that too. But you guys
Yeah.
don't have Burger Kings up here either, do you?
Oh, we do. We got
Do you?
lots. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which
We're-
brings to mind, somebody reminded me of this. And I'm going to take credit. So years ago, when the Eagle Motorplex used to be around, that's quite a while ago.
Up in Ashcroft.
Yeah, up in Ashcroft. Wyatt McMurray, who actually ran the track at the time, has an A&W in town,
Okay.
like the A&W restaurant. Well, in America, A&W is famous for root beer floats. Okay?
That's
Okay.
without question.
So years ago in Ashcroft, Wyatt and I are standing in the tower. I go, Wyatt, does this mean we get to go to A&W tonight and have root beer floats? He buckwheated slightly, looked at me like my German Shepherd does when she doesn't understand, and goes, "What's a root beer float?"
I mean,
I'm like,
come
what?
on.
You haven't lived till you've had an A&W root beer float. So the entire certification team goes to the A&W, and we make our own root beer floats. So I feel as though I may be responsible for Canada having root beer floats.
It's entirely possible. You know, I do recall being at the Hot Rod reunion in California a few times, and A&W brings out their trailer.
Yep.
And that's all they serve.
That's right.
It's just the floats.
That is right.
You know,
that is
so,
absolutely accurate.
So here's a trivia question for you.
Okay.
When I was a kid, we used to go to a drive-in restaurant that was based on that whole A&W
Yep.
car hop thing.
Yep.
Dog and Suds.
Yep.
Ever been?
No.
Ever heard of it?
No.
It was a small chain that grew very fast in the 60s called Dog and Suds. Started, of course, selling hot dogs, and then
Right.
they branched out and did everything else. But it was one of those forgotten, drive-in things
Yeah,
that
I'm sure up in Canada, it's much like the U.S., where certain parts of the country have things that other parts don't have.
Well, and what was weird about this is that I lived in the middle of the country, Saskatchewan, which is sort of the last place that you would expect any kind of a franchise to. I mean, it was a big deal when some of the first McDonald's franchise came to town. The mayor was out celebrating and cutting the ribbon on that one. So
That's serious. The mayor comes out when McDonald's arrives in town.
oh yeah. So we're still not sure if everybody gets to hear that beep as much as we do, but
There's a button you can turn. Thank
yeah,
you, Shelby.
and yeah,
Thank you. Well, we'll check it.
yeah.
Man, finally no beeping. My head.
Oh yeah. There was one time we had a fire alarm test in our condo. There were 36 units, so it's not a big condo. And I thought, there's no smoke, there's no fire. I'm just going to wait it out. You cannot withstand that alarm bell going in your suite along with
can't.
it. You just after a few minutes, you just go insane.
Well, it's kind of like the seatbelt alert in your car.
Yeah.
You think, I'm just going to move around and go 300 feet.
Yeah.
By the time you get to where you're parked,
Ding, ding,
yeah,
ding,
you're
ding,
just,
ding.
yeah. Maybe I'm the only one. I'm just saying.
So there we go. They're still working to line up the beams.
Shelby, check it. Is it still on? Okay. We're still working on it, folks. We apologize for the delay.
But it's important.
Oh, yeah, we got to have the incrementals.
Yep.
You know, and it's been kind of weird because we could go a couple hours and the alarm wouldn't sound, and then you go a couple more and here it is again.
It's funny how at some races, what was the race recently? I don't think it was the Indy race, but the one before that.
Brainerd? Might have been
Brainerd, where they went through, I don't know, a lot of blocks.
Yeah, that might have been Brainerd.
Yeah, there was, when you're taking them out 2 at a time, and then having to glue them back on and align them all and everything.
Yeah, it's a kind of an intricate procedure down there to get it lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
Not as easy as, oh, yeah, it's just a reflector. We'll just, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't have the whole side of the thing reflecting because then it's too open to error. It has to be a very isolated little circle.
It's a beam.
Yep.
Just like you would think.
Yeah. How was your chicken strips?
Dude.
That was quite a platter.
There's like, when it comes to food at Mission Raceway, like there's only a couple things I look forward to. Well, actually, there may be 3, because 2 of them come from Shelley's, the coffee stand. The mini donuts. The cappuccino, and chicken strips from the Half Track Snack Shack.
Yep. BS espresso.
I mean, dude, I live for those things. Now, I've already accomplished the chicken strips.
Yep.
But I've been shut out on the cappuccino and the mini donuts because apparently they're not coming till tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that they should be here tomorrow. Yep. Yeah, when I ordered those chicken strips, I thought just an order, not a platter. And
well, there were only 3.
I know, but they stacked a whole bunch of French fries on there for you too.
I didn't even say
it was for you, but they stacked it up there just because they're psychic, I think.
What do you think they do? They probably put something not good in there if you told them what's for me. Jeez. Even though the chicken strips here at the Mission are really good.
Oh, there
I
goes.
feature myself as like a chicken strip at the racetrack connoisseur for those tracks that have chicken strips. And these are serious.
Need a signature
element.
Dining
not
element.
A word of a lie. Hey. So last summer, not this summer, but last summer, I'm at Firebird Raceway. They have some of the best track food in the history of ever. They do not offer any chicken strips.
What's the matter?
So I said to...
Is there no chicken around there?
No, well, so I talked to John, one of the new brothers that runs the concession stand. I said, John, what's it going to take to get some chicken strips for the love of God? And he goes, well, I need a special fryer and blah, blah, blah. John, trust me when I tell you, every racetrack that has chicken strips, it's what most people eat.
Yeah.
You know, am I wrong? I mean... I saw like 6 orders up here. Everybody was having chicken strips at different intervals.
Yep. Hey.
So this year, I walk up to John, kind of secret. Hey, John, what about the chicken strips? He's like, be very, very quiet. I have enough for like 6 orders, so don't tell anybody.
6 orders.
So word gets out. Not by me, but somebody saw somebody carrying our chicken strip orders up to the tower. Uh-oh. You guys have chicken strips? Go talk to John.
There's you lit the fire.
And so, new menu item. My fault.
There you go. Hey,
All
speaking of new menu items, ever been to a tiki restaurant?
No.
We went for the first time. My daughter knew of this place. It's something called the Secret something Tiki Shack, and trust me, it is so dark in there. You just fall the minute you walk in, and it's like you go into the door, and then you're in this little antechamber, and then you go through this curtain, and it's so dark in there because you're bright light, and there's smoke and steam, and
I'm old and I'm clumsy, so dark is never good.
So how does stairs fare with you in that regard?
Well, depends. Like the stairs here,
they're good.
They're good. Yeah.
Oh. Hey, well, this tiki restaurant though was really quite good. They.
So what kind of food is that?
It's
like Tahitian food of some kind, or
it's sort of Polynesian, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And so we got the poo-poo platter.
Oh, what?
And
you got? There's a thing called the poo-poo platter?
Yeah.
How can that be good?
It comes with a little bowl of rice in the middle, and there's some poo-poo, some ribs. got some ribs there.
Okay.
And then there's a couple of pulled pork sliders, and there's a couple of this, and then
And it
everybody.
says it right on the menu.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Poo-poo platter.
Yeah. I felt like
Sweet.
when we walked in, I should have just said, "We'll have the number 2 platter, please."
It's not kind of the same thing. You know, when you take your dog outside,
Yeah. There you
you know,
go.
number 1 or number 2. Well, number 2's the poo-poo platter,
Minimum options.
right?
So it was a lot of fun. Interestingly, their drinks menu, they have little barrels with X's beside the how alcohol laden they are,
Yeah.
and the Zombie has the most at 4 of these things, and you can only order 2.
So you're right away, straight away. Let's go 2 zombies.
That's bring them at the same time, and we're going home after that.
Yeah, your wife's driving home.
Yeah, but she absolutely is. I had the designated driver drink.
What, water?
No, it was juices and fruits and things like that. So, anyway,
The poo-poo platter. Good Lord.
it was delicious. We've got the timer all set up. Everything seems to be no beeping, no red
Thank
lights.
God, the beeping.
Yeah, that was a bit, damaging to my neural.
Yeah, so that means you're leaving.
Yeah, that's it.
You've had enough.
I've gonna blow this popsicle stand until tomorrow morning.
Who's your agent, Jerry?
Yeah, I don't have an agent. My wife. Let me. Yeah, is my wife.
Okay,
This allows me to go home and spend time with her.
I got you.
But I'm gonna leave you in.
You're going to leave me in my greatest time of need, Jerry.
in the capable hands of Nolan. Nolan, the other announcer here at Mission Raceway, he is quite capable of filling in.
Well, so now Nolan will follow in my footsteps because he'll have to multitask as well.
Yes.
Because not only is he not now in control of the microphone, he was in control of the Super Shootout
Well, he'll
payout
be
structure.
while you're talking on the microphone. He'll still be in control of that.
I know, that's why I said that.
And sorry, I just want to.
No, you're fine.
Anna just wants to confirm one more time that we'll do.
On the, so we have a 9-car Super Street Shootout field now.
All right, while things change in the Twitterverse, we will quickly go to Super Street. Two guys that have been doing this a long time in this class. Jerry Epp and Al Quigley. A pair of Mustangs, incidentally. In the case of Al Quigley, the Rad Torque Systems red car is based out of Aldergrove, British Columbia, while Jerry Epp is also from British Columbia, but Abbotsford. So Aldergrove and Abbotsford, two towns near this racetrack. I'll be honest with you, I know they're close to the racetrack, but first off, I'm from America, and I can't read a map very well. It's Quigley and it's Jerry Epp. The pair of Mustangs both leave clean and green, with Quigley slightly better. 0.26 in reaction time. The Red Rocket trying to go as close to 1090 as he can. That's a 1093 for Quigley and an 1103 for Jerry Epp. Quigley was 0.26 in reaction time, while Jerry was 0.93. Brings up Warren Jacobson and Gary Erickson. In the case of Gary Erickson, this dude has been doing it since the class began in the early 80s. And he's done just about everything you can do in Super Street, from winning division titles to winning national events to being a former all-star champion a couple of different times. I mean, if it's Super Street, it's got Gary Erickson's name in the record book somewhere. He will take on one of the hard hitters from up here in British Columbia in the form of Warren Jacobson in his Nova. Now, the object in Super Street is to try and get as close to 1090 as you can. How about this? Both are clean, both are green. And for Gary Erickson, he's a little bit fast. 1086 and 143 on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Warren Jacobson, dead on 6 on the index. Well done, buddy. 1090 with a 6, 136 miles an hour. Brings up the quality time racing car of Dan Parsons. That's a 1970 Duster with a 451 cubic inch big block for power. Super Gas, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Gas, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And for Top Dragster, you're on standby. That would be Rad Torque Systems, Top Dragster. You're on standby. So, Nolan, you got on briefly to make a quick announcement earlier, but I've never actually worked with you.
No, we haven't had the pleasure just yet, but we're going to get that pleasure tonight.
Yes, we are. Here's Brad Vinci and Steve Lowe. No. So Ray Carlson's got a new car in the last couple of years, apparently. I never thought he was a Mopar guy. But then again, looking at the combination, it's Mopar bodied, it's a Barracuda, but allegedly it has a Chevrolet big block under the hood. So it's all good. 1094 and 130 for Ray. And that's going to put a wrap on Super Street and send us right into Sportsman Motorcycle.
How fast is the scooter gone today?
Billy Aiken and Aleman. Billy is nice. 014 reaction time, goes with a 941 ET, 131 miles an hour for Aleman, who is, I'd have to ask, and he's been here 3 times in the tower today, how many times he's won the track championship here at Mission Raceway. It's more than a dozen, I know that. Yes. Shelby says 14, and I'd have to agree it's probably at least that.
Tracks with my notes of what I've been using so far all season long in the ET series.
It's crazy, man. He loves racing his bike. Rumor has it he's going to jump back into Sportsman Motorcycle and do some division racing next year. At least that's what he told me earlier. Here's Shannon Frank. Cool. Skidoo. Drag sled. And Miles Howard, the reigning Division 6 champ. Miles Hauer, 038 red and 832 on the run, 153 for speed for Miles. For Shannon Frank and that drag sled, incredibly, 891 at 146 miles an hour. Not for the faint of heart. I'm guaranteeing you I don't want to go 8s at 150 miles an hour on a drag sled. Fun to watch, though. Here's good old Tom Misfelt. He's followed me through 2 states in the U.S. and 1 country the last 3 weeks. We met in Montana 3 weeks ago, discussed a few things, including him having 5 back surgeries. Still racing his bike and doing well. The only full tree rider in Sportsman Motorcycle. As he goes 870 and 148, 029 in reaction time. So it goes Montana, back home to Washington, back to Boise, back home to Washington, then up to here the last 3 weeks. Crazy. That's a lot of miles. Think about that. From Washington to Montana and back. From Washington to Idaho and back. And then from Washington to Mission and eventually back tomorrow. Wow.
Turan's going to be up next, racing Daryl Storzuk for the ET Series. I do believe this will be for. Turan on that 17 GSXR. Very fondly calls that motorcycle the Kraken. Has been a frequent runner in Friday Night Street Legals and the 604 Street Legit category. 001 of the tree, though, for Storzuk as he hightails it past the 8th mile. Turan not far off, 016. That's a close race, but 14 hundredths of a second gives it to Storzuk. 8:47 with a 9, 152 miles an hour. Turan, an 8:61 with a 2 at 155 miles per hour, which I believe will wrap it up then for ET Motorcycles.
Yeah, for Tom Turan, he's like, what do I got to do? An 016 normally is a pretty good light until the guy next to you, Daryl Storzuk, goes 001 and says, here, take that. Well, so from the motorcycle class, we jump into Super Comp. Based on an 890 index, which you can plainly see on both the TCS and Lordco scoreboards here at Mission Raceway. That's kind of like the bullseye, the 890 index number. You try to get as close to that as you can. If you're a qualifier in the Super Shootouts, if you go 890 with a 0, you'd be the #1 qualifier. If there was an odd number field, you get the single first round of the shootout. That's if you paid the money. Just saying. No money, no deal. For Randy Beck, good news, he's in. So is Marion Hurst, in fact. In fact, everybody that's here in Super Comp is racing in the shootout, which I think is kind of cool. The water's fine, everybody in. We're all in the shootout together. For Marion Hurst, a 005 reaction time, that's good. He goes 891 after the 005 and 179 for speed. Meanwhile, former multi-time division champ and national event winner Randy Beck goes 893 and 168. That'll set up Sandy Bracey from Aurora, Oregon, one of the Rad Torque Systems cars, to race Chris Barton, Spokane, Washington. Barton, in his own right, is a multi-time divisional event winner. And he's right now the #6 qualifier against the index. He'd like to get closer than that, I'm guaranteeing you. I mean, 890 is the target, and 897 normally wouldn't be good enough. And Chris Barton goes red promptly, 002 red. The good news is he got it out of his system during a time trial. You don't want to do that in first round of the shootout, which will come up a little later this afternoon. 891 for Barton after the red light, and 184. For Sandy Bracey, kind of a different concern. She was a little fast at the other end, but not by much. 889.6, just 4 thousandths too quick. All right, the lovely and talented Julianne Meloff. Going to school in the States, she told me. She goes 899 and 167. For Mark Heritage, good to see him back racing again. 887 and 180 for Mr. Mark. Interestingly, in that previous pair between Meloff and Heritage, they both had identical 013 reaction times. Weird, but true. Here's Mark Henges, kind of making a return to sportsman racing after a little bit of a hiatus from the sport. He's a driver that has finished twice in the top 10 in Super Comp in the country, and is a former top alcohol dragster divisional event winner. is also licensed to drive an injected nitro car, funny car, nostalgia style car. One time drove Bucky's nostalgia nitro car, Bucky Austin, for those of you who don't know. Looks like Mark will get a single run here. He's 067 green, and he's 890 with a 5. Dead on 5 against the 890 index. Well done, especially on a single. Nice work. Apparently that's going to do it for Super Comp. And roll us right into Super Stock. And as we begin, how about Ricky McKinney? The new car for him is the red Camaro, excuse me. And since Jerry's not here, I can do it. In the right-hand lane, Mr. Mike Nottingham from New Westminster, British Columbia, I might add. Because all that's kind of Britishy, you know? I know that's a new word, too. Look for it in the dictionary next edition. Britishy. Britishy. Everybody in the tires. Oh, my God, he's not going to do it. Too late.
He's racing Rick McKinney, who in that New Magoo Cutlass has been a very frequent runner of the Summit ET Series in the Super Pro categories, but taking a run here this time around in the Super Stock category.
All right, Junior Thunder, we need you now in lane 1, and Junior Lightning lane 2. All right, and also Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster lanes 5 and 6. So Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster lanes 5 and 6, Junior Thunder lane 1, Junior Lightning lane 2. All right, so Ken Johnston and Chris Coor starting to cool off a bit. I'm not sure if Chris Coor can run quicker than 9:53. Well, not far off, 9:54 and 139. 11:19, and Ken Johnston's big 56 Chevrolet slows a bit, but not really surprised in the heat of the day, not unusual. All right, Terry Steves, Ferndale, Washington. Pontiac Grand Am, wheels up. After a 108 red light start. Can he run better than 989 on a single run? How about, yes he can, 982, nice. So he was number 5 qualifier before that run. Probably moved up about approximately 1 spot, would be my guess. So Terry Steves, as I predicted, was 5th coming into this round, moved up 1 spot with that run in that movement to number 4. That'll bring up Rod Stoltz, the national event winner in the Northwest Nationals down in Seattle this year. He drives the Oldsmobile Sierra tower side against the stunningly beautiful 67 Nova of Sean Coor. You get a chance when you're back in the pits, go take a look at this thing. It's a thing of beauty. So I'm not sure if Sean can go quicker than 1064. He's already 40 under his index. To be matched quite equally by Rod Stoltz, who is about 41 under his index. This is a matchup between the number 8 qualifier against index in Rod Stoltz and the number 6 qualifier against his index in Sean Coor. Now this is not eliminations, it's just qualifying. The object for these guys is to go quicker than what they qualified in the previous round, if at all possible. So both drivers go red, which during qualifying is not a big deal. For Rod Stoltz, another improvement from 1140 to 1074. And 1045, an improvement for Sean Coor as well. So things are going nicely, with the exception of the red lights back here at the starting line for both Rod Stoltz and Sean Coor. Even in the heat of the day, a little bit of an improvement if you call 2/10 a little bit.
So would that then mean that Sean just set a new record? He was 1045. He just said like the dash record was 1055.
If he decides to claim the record, he not only has to run under the existing record, then he has to back it up within 2% on the next on a successive run.
So fluke run's not allowed.
Well, no. Basically, there's no more qualifying runs for him to back it up. So yes, he did run into the record, but he can't back it up. So
It's not going to count.
not going to count
I got
for
you.
the record.
Okay. Sidney Jung has graduated to racing on a car very similar to
All right, so Jody Lang, who finished number 8 in the world last year in this class, rolls the blue Malibu to the ready line. In GTO as an Oscar automatic, which is indexed at 1145, as you can see on the Lordco scoreboard. For David Jung, his Camaro in GTL automatic is indexed at 1105. David better in reaction time than Jody Lang. And he runs 1086, which is his quickest run of the weekend. Same thing for Jody Lang. 1085, the quickest run of his weekend so far. Jody ran 1120, 1109, and finally this run at 1085, which is his fastest run. That's going to put a wrap on Super Stock and send us into Super Gas next. This category is based on a 990 standard, and that is the target number that you see on both the scoreboards down track. The object is to try and get as close to 990 as you can without going too quick. They use throttle stops and all kinds of electronic wizardry to try and achieve that goal. So Dean Peterson, the Boss Haas Mustang with a 600 cubic inch motor, races Brent McKinney, who nicknamed his car the Money Pit. If you're a drag racer, you know about that, because it's expensive to do this racing thing. I don't care what category you're racing in. The faster your car, the more expensive it gets. And for Brent McKinney, look at that, 005 reaction time. Dean Peterson's 077. Both drivers are under the 890 standard. In the interest of fair reporting, Brent McKinney was closer, 989, closer to 990 than was 986. And then you've got Terry Langdon Davies, the stunningly beautiful 41 Willys from Yarrow, BC, the concrete expert against the firefighter in Ed Hutchison. Man, it's got to be expensive for Ed to come racing on the mainland. He has to take his truck and his trailer on a ferry to get here. And at least in the States, they charge you by the axle. I don't know what they do up here in Canada as far as that goes. 996 for Hutchison, 159 in speed to a 999 for Terry Langdon Davies. how about Kenny Hurd? The Rip City 2 Mustang. Wonder where the name Rip City comes from? Or if you're into sports like the NBA, Rip City is what Portland, Oregon is for like a team name, for no better way of saying it. You know what I mean? The Portland Trailblazers hail from Portland, Oregon, a.k.a. Rip City. So Kenny liked it enough that he named his original Mustang that. This is the Rip City 2 because it's the second Mustang. So there you have it. Story of Kenny Hurd and how Rip City came to be on his race car. For Kenny Hurd, look at that. 009 reaction time versus Kirkland's and the 029 reaction time for him. Kirk slows to a 10:07 number at 163 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Kenny Hurd is a little bit fast on the 990 index at 988. Hey, if you're into vintage Corvettes, you're going to love this matchup. Josh Meloff in the Corvette Tower side. Looks like about a 62 Corvette from here. Versus Tyler Dalgleish, 57 Corvette. Wow. Tyler Dalgleish goes 005 red. So the last run he made doesn't count. The last run he made. Make sure, yeah. Make sure.
I'll keep his other runs, but I'll make say it that you didn't have it done. Yeah, okay.
So Kurt Geisy and Dave Stoby are next. Dave says this car's for sale in a conversation up here in the tower about a half an hour ago. Oh no, and Dave continues to struggle with I'm not sure what, as Kurt Geisy just heads down the racetrack solo style. 995 and 170.
He didn't even manage to get to the launch before that car stalled out on him.
Yeah, you know, Dave has a very unique time slip coming his way. His reaction time is almost 16 seconds. I mean, it's not like a perfect run type time slip to save, but it might qualify for oddest time slip in your collection.
It's a time slip.
It's not like you have 16-second reaction times every day, or let's hope not. All right, Comp Eliminator. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Comp Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6. And BC Supershifters, presented by Mcleod Clutches. You're on standby. I think that's what I heard anyway.
It's easy to get hard of hearing when you work at a racetrack for a living.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I don't work at a racetrack for a living. I really do have a day job.
Oh, that's one of us then.
Oh, you work here full time?
Well, whenever I can, yeah. It's either that or
Wow.
online.
Lucky you.
He does circuit.
Yeah, I'm like a
Oh, so you work from the road course stuff too. I got you.
I work where we make turns. Just
Yeah,
any
yeah.
turns. Left, right,
Right.
some
Yeah.
slow, some
road
fast.
course stuff.
Cars are usually slower.
Okay, so here's a question since I haven't been here in 3 years. Is the motocross track still going?
Yes, it's still on. Right.
On occasion, yeah. Can't say it's very active, but it is on occasion going.
So you've got, last I knew, 3-4 years ago, there's road course stuff. Do the go-karts still come out here?
Not that I know of. We
Okay.
got drifting at autocross now, though.
Okay. One of the true multi-purpose facilities here in Division 6, along with places like what used to be Seattle International Raceway, is now Pacific Raceway. They've got road course and go-karts and a driving school and, you know, much the same that they do here at Mission Raceway. So it's always cool to come to a racetrack that is multi-purpose because you get to talk about their schedules and other forms of motorsports versus what's just happening here on the drag strip. So, does the road course, does that run in the winter?
I believe that's going to be the effort to, provided that we can get the people that want to race in the wintertime. But I know we at least got events booked into the fall, so hopefully we'll be finding ourselves busy throughout the off season.
So when the drag strip's closed, the road course could be open if you had a date for something.
We are not hampered by such things as rain.
Don't say that word. I don't even know. We need another sticky note to paste on the window here. Apparently, no one informed you that when you use the R word, it costs you $5
Oh, really?
every time you say it.
Well, would you accept a couple of loonies and a toonie?
I would. I would. And Shelby's heard me say that before. It's true. Heard me say you can't use the R word in the tower.
No way, Jose.
What? Shelby's for the first time today not agreeing with me. I'm stunned. Wow, Shelby. Just, oh, you do? Okay. Whew. Wow, holy smokes. For a minute I was scared.
You've awakened a beast.
Right? I do not want to be on Shelby's bad side. Let's just say. Yeah, right? Don't poke the Shelby.
That's right.
Jesus. Wow. Crisis averted.
I'll stop yelling.
No, remain calm, Shelby. Calm down. 2 deep breaths right in a row. Okay, that's one. One more. Okay, I know you feel better. I know I do.
Kind of an off-topic story, but on a few of the off. Right, so we get set to roll into Top Dragster for their third and final round of qualifying tonight. It's going to be Jenna Michaud to the Twister, Piling TNT, Dragster for GTO Ventures, Fratwind, and Altivac, and as well as Steve Horn out of Burnaby in the JS Power Sports TNT machine. Burnout's complete. Michaud currently sits number 2 in the TCS lane with a 6.62 with a 0 at 207 miles an hour. Steve Horn trying to best that and get up into the top 3 with the number 4 spot at a 6.788 at 196. Top Dragster has commonly been referred to as the fastest bracket racing class in the world. And consider these cars are capable of hitting well over 200 miles an hour. I would say that is a sentiment that very much rings true. Michaud goes red and lights up the tires by 15th thou. Will stall the car. Steve Horn clocks in a 6.774 at 192 miles an hour. Off the throttle a bit at the top end, but Horn will improve on his qualifying time by about 14 thousandths of a second. Improves on the time, will not improve on the positioning. As Michaud tried to drive through some serious tire shake, it did not end up going the way for the driver out of Edmonton, Alberta, so they'll have to push that dragster back. And while we wait for that, we'll bring up Clinton Sace in the Spitster dragster out of Renton, Washington. We'll race Jeremy Soares in the Cameron. Jeremy Soares currently waiting in the Lordco lane, is in the number 10 spot with a 7.699 at 173 miles an hour. Currently the bottom driver on the qualifying sheets. His opponent TCS sign here, number 5 with a 694 with a 9 at 191. Clinton Size turns on the red bulbs by just 3 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Soares at 24 green. Size gets there first. 694 with a 7, just 2 thousandths of a second under his fastest time at 192 miles an hour. Improves on the time, not on the positioning. Second verse, same as the first there for Jeremy Soares, except he was about a 10th slower than his current fastest run. Bring up Dan Provo, the number 3 qualifier, 6.745 at 201 miles an hour. The Rad Torque Systems M&M Dragster. Semi-local, racing out of Abbotsford, compared to David Boucher out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, and the teammates racing Harman Red Dragster from 1996, sponsored by Boucher Motorsports. Both drivers go red, double away into an 011. Boucher will not improve on his time, goes 7:09.7 at 187 miles an hour. And Dan Provo, also 0.03 of a second slower than his fastest time, ran a 6.775 at 199 miles an hour. Bring up Paul Nero out of Aurora, number 7 spot, currently 7.018 at 191. Going to be due battle against Andy Morris out of Olympia, Washington. Sponsored by 20 Construction and his own Hammond Dragster from 2003, sitting number 9 with a 7.55 and a 9 at 158. Two green lights, double away Lordco side. TCS side says 017, and it's Nero to get there first. 7:052, 191 miles an hour, not an improvement on the time. Not the same story, though, for Andy Morris, who puts down a 7.471 at 180 miles an hour. Over a tenth better than his current fastest time, but still almost half a second off of David Boucher in the number 8 spot. He'll have to settle for 9th on the qualifying sheets. So that's going to wrap up then Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster. We will move over into Comp Eliminator. And we'll kick it off with Kevin Perkin in the 1992 Camaro going up against Ryan Warder in the 2009 Frameworks Sunfire out of Alula, Washington. Ryan Warder, a 2-times Division 6 champion and winner over in Chicago in 2016. Ryan Warder currently sits 4th place on the qualifying boards with an 8.653. On the ET, Kevin Perkin, a 27-second time, so that Camaro really needing some better runs, playing a 17.443 that last time by. So Perkin looking to do better to move himself up the qualifying boards in Comp Eliminator. Both drivers pre-stage, just waiting on the fully stage. Wheels up high and wide, and once again, problem set in for Kevin Perkin. 030 red on the tree. Ryan Warder, 8.425, improves by, looks to be about 4, or make that 0.2 of a second. Will not be improving, though, on his overall time. And with Kevin Perkins stopped on the racetrack, now moving again, that will be another boarded run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call Supershifters to lanes 1 and 2. Supershifters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. And that means Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Next pairing up, going to start it off with Brandon Hotala out of Lake Tops, Washington, and the 2010 machine, sponsored by Auto Body Repair. Runner-up in all of the 2003 Winter Nationals, Vegas in 2013, as well as 2012 in Seattle, trying to pick up a win here in Comp Eliminator this weekend. He'll race Ralph Van Pagen in the Altered Roadster. Hotala here over here, TCS side, trying to assist the #1 spot by 1.3 seconds. Ran a 7.197 to Ryan Warder's 8.42 with 5, and make that actually Ralph Van Pagen currently sitting #2 as he sits with a 7.273 on the ET boards. Let the revs fly as Van Pagen will get there first. 7.323, 180 miles an hour. Hotala a 7.285 at 188. So that wraps up Comp Eliminator for their third and final qualifying hit of the evening. We'll be moving on over into Peden Industries Junior Thunder for their next round of eliminations. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Top Sportsman, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Sportsman, please report to the rear of staging to be laddered. So as we roll into Junior Thunder, Brody Brimacombe out of Courtney, BC, and the Dwight back in a Dominion half-scale Junior Dragster will go up against Nathan Green for JBS Equipment, Titanium Auto Group, as well as Papa Roach. Brimacombe dialed in at a 1465. We'll have about a 2.5-second head start over that of Nate Green. Brimacombe off and away, and Nathan Green could not be patient enough. He's going to turn on the red bow by 0.07 of a second. And Brody's going to see that wind light turn on TCS side, and we'll have an easy trip up there to the 8th mile, even lifting out of the throttle, not even wanting to take any risks. That'll bring this next pairing here of Alana Everett over here. Dialed in at 14:19. We'll race McKenna Thompson. Alana Everett entered the Summit ET Series this year and spent all of the first race weekend just spending the time licensing. Finally got licensed in the second ET race of the season and licensed in time to make one qualifying hit and then go into eliminations. And so far, she has turned up to every single NHRA Summit ET Series race since throughout all of this year, making no exceptions on the divisional race this weekend. Nate Green on this last pass had about a 2.5-second wait over Brody Brimacombe. Alana Everett, it's going to be a similar story, except this time make it 3.5 seconds. So McKenna Thompson's going to have to be even more patient than Green had to be. 14:19 to a 10:63. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack, and one of these racers has quite the advantage in their back pocket. McKenna Thompson got away by 1/10 of a second better, and that's going to pay off as it's a 1/4 of a second victory for McKenna Thompson up at the 8th mile, running an 11:10 with an 8 at 50 miles an hour for the win. And we'll move on into the semifinals. That brings up Hunter Thompson down at 13:48. We'll race Cadence Rodrigue at 11:95. Both juniors taking their time and getting themselves staged up. Cadence Rodrigue already pre-staged. Now so is Hunter Thompson. While Thompson was the first or the second to pre-stage, he's the first to fully stage, waiting on Rodrigue. Two more green lights. And Cadence Rodrigue pulls around to make the pass as Hunter Thompson goes under the dial-in. Ran a 13:43 with a 7 on the 14:48 dial. Under by almost 0.05 of a second. So Hunter Thompson got there first. Cadence Rodrigo will pick up that win light. Good old Katnick sibling rivalry. Wouldn't have it any other way. Both of these races out of Maple Ridge. Both racers for TK Performance. One of these drivers, Adam Katnick, dialed in at 14:20. His sibling, Ashton Katnick, 8:95. I'll make that the other way around. Ashton Katnick with a 14:20 and Adam Katnick with the 8:95. And Ashton Katnick goes red. 9/100ths of a second. Adam Katnick will get a free pass into the semifinals and will be racing Brody Brimacombe in the semis. It's going to wrap it up for Peated Industries Junior Thunder. We're going to continue on through and make our way down into Junior Lightning. The speeds get a bit higher, the noise a bit louder, the time's a bit shorter. It's a pretty close pairing here, though. Colton Morin for JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, PK Racing, and Tires Plus, and the Mike Boss Dragster racing Abigail White for Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, and TNT. 798 to a 791, 7/100ths of a second separate these two junior dragsters. Colton Morin's machine over there, TCSI, brand new to this year, showed up for race number 1 of the season, didn't even have that beautiful wrap on it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, you have been called to the staging lane some time ago. We are still missing a few of you. Sportsmen, you have been called to the stage lanes to be laddered. This is your last call. We will run without you if you don't get down there quickly. Colton Morin turns on the red light, just 12 stinking thousandths of a second. Abigail White gets a free pass as Morin, by the slimmest of margins, red light. It's a very, very rare mistake. You thought the 798 to a 791 was close. How about a 796 to a 790? Aiken Katnick for TK Performance Racing, Ciel Gagnon for Big Kids Racing, Rad Torque Systems, and Titanium Auto Group from Qualicum Beach. Ciel Gagnon was the 2021 Peated Industries Junior Lightning Champion, with Lexi Winterbottom runner-up. Abigail White is already in the final. Will it be Katnick or Gagnon to join her? And Aiken Katnick goes even further red, 6 thousandths of a second. Ciel Gagnon will move on to the Lightning final to race against Abigail White. Is out of the way. We're going to move on to BC Supershifters. All 4 appendages being used. 1 on the clutch, 1 on the gas, 1 on the wheel, 1 on the shifter. Got Dale Posnick for Riff Raff Racing in the Mustang with a Ford 390 engine underneath him, dialed at 1026. We'll be racing Alan Lougheed's Falcon out of 1963. Both drivers fully staged. And Alan Lougheed goes red by over a tenth. Posnick gets a freebie. Once again, Lordco lane turning on the red ball. Will Friesen and the Warbird will not be able to move on. Keith Winterbottom and the Nova will move on. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on a short standby call. Competition single here for Jamie Roth, and the combo is due to be racing Dan Maddaloni's Falcon. But Maddaloni not able to make it to the call, so Jamie Roth also gets a free pass to round 2. Bring up Will Zorick to race Dave McRitchie in the McRitchie Automotive Lumina. 11:26 over here, TCS side will be racing McRitchie, Lordco side. As Will Zorick goes red by 44 thousandths of a second, Dave McRitchie will be moving on, which will wrap up BC Supershifters. Move us over into Sportsman Bikes. Make that the ET motorcycle category. So it's our first round of eliminations in the Summit ET series for motorcycles, and it will also be the final round. So our first final of the day, you're going to have Tom Tarand of the Kraken, a 2017 GSXR over there on the Lordco side out of the 860. Only 0.13 of a second away from Daryl Storzuk, dialed in at 8:47 over here TCS side. So some odd readings on the tree on that final round there between Storzuk and Tarand. Tarand is being scored as the winner so far. We'll get back to though if that's going to be official or not in just a little while. We're going to roll into Top Sportsman for their third and final qualifying hit of the day. Top Dragster is the fastest bracket class. Top Sportsman is the fastest door car class the NHRA sanctions. And it will be Chris Goulidian, the Camaro out of Houston, Texas, to race Mike Lucas out of Fort St. John and a Mike and Jackie Lucas 1968 Camaro. Number 2 qualifier sitting at a 688 with a 3 at 199 miles an hour over here at TCS side. Marco Lane says number 4. 7.323 at 186. How about that for a 002 reaction time? Galidi all over the groove, though, pedaling that thing up to the quarter mile. 698 with an 8, 197 miles an hour. Would have been a good run had it not been for getting out of shape over here at the start line. Mike Lucas will not be improving on his time. From Joe Meloff in the 2012 GXP. Jen Christensen, nowhere in sight.
Miss it. It's Matt Meloff. I know it says Joe. A couple of divisional races ago, it said Matt Meloff. And I'm like, wait, isn't that Joe Sharkman Miloff? Well, the true story is Matt is his real first name. But he goes by Joe. Who knew? Good news for Matt or Joe, whichever he prefers. He's the #1 qualifier. Sweet.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We need you in the staging lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We need you in the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. Super Pro, you're on standby. We move on over into Sportsman. Randy Hermson down at the 13:55. We'll go up against Aaron Hansen in the Plymouth. Down at 13:20. About a quarter of a second separating these two drivers. And a pair of green lights. Randy Hermson still out in front at that 8th mile, trying to stay out in front by the quarter. Breaks out, though, at the top end. Runs a 13:49 with a 2 on the 13:55 dial. Hansen moves on to round number 3. Ty Jessamine, the 1978 Monte Carlo, turns on the red ball by 26,000. Sylvia Hookstons in the Mustang will get the free pass to round 3. That brings up Carson Barlow in the C10, down to 13:79. We'll be racing Sidney Jung in the 1981 Malibu. Sidney Jung used to run a 1986 Chevy Camaro like her dad does over in Super Stock, but decided to change on over and race their dad's Malibu instead these last few events. Both drivers away on green balls, and I'll say it right now, I think some of that good old dad's luck in that Malibu might be wearing off. And sure enough, Carson Barlow had such a disadvantage on the tree that he went a 13:78 with a 6 on the 13:79 dial, going under by 4 thousandths, and still got there second. Bring up Archie Limpride in the Ebony Monte Carlo, down at 13:60, racing Al Learmonth out of Kelowna in the Nova wagon. Both drivers with virtually the same reaction time, just 2 thou apart. Archie Limpride stays out in front, getting there first by 13 hundredths of a second, which will bring up Joseph Lowen in the Fox Body Mustang down at 13:50. We'll be leaving about 3/4 of a second after Joanna Robello in a Corvette from 1986. Rebello still out in front with the 8th mile. This is actually going to end up being a bit of a close one, and Joanna Rebello stays in front by 4/10 of a second. Looks like Joseph Lowen had trouble finding a gear between the 60 and the 330 foot. That cost him some severe time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you in 5 and 6 for next round of qualifying. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Sportsman is all wrapped up. I can see Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket just around the corner as we get set to roll into their next round of random eliminations, with still over 16 cars left to eliminate. First pairing up, Veronica Hodgson with a Dodge Dart. Over here in the TCS lane. Down at 12:57. Racing Del Northgraves in the Nova Rally out of Pitt Meadows from 1977 down at 10:63. Northgraves goes red by 1/10 of a second. Veronica Hodgson with the free pass went 009 on the tree, so a good run for Veronica Hodgson. It's just unfortunate she wasn't able to actually put that into use against somebody in competition. Bring up Jim Benke at a 10-10 for Rad Torque Systems of the Plymouth Barracuda. The wheel standing Barracuda racing James Dobson in the Ron's Engine Machine 1970 Camaro out of Abbotsford. Oh, and Jim Benke gets the red bulb, and so does James Dobson. A double red gives it to Benke. Bram Stu Funk down to 1072 in the Stu's Plumbing Chevelle will race Cassie Tippy in the Nova. 1072 to an 1161. Head start goes to Tippy. And Cassie Tippy goes red by 5 thousandths of a second, and Stu Funk lucks his way into the next round. Funk was caught napping on the start line, had an over half a second reaction time, but the 5 thou red for Tippy gives him that free pass. Bring up Rich Dyes out of Port Coquitlam in the Nova down to the 1140 against Steve Lowe in the Skylark down to the 1168.
up to those in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. The revised ladder has been posted downstairs on the information board. So once again, I would recommend you look at your category on that information board and verify you're all set up. Because if you don't, we may be in trouble. Just saying.
Steve Logo's red by 0.06 of a second. Rich Dyes will get that free pass. We'll move on to Anthony Catton for TK Performance in his GT 500 out of 2020, racing Chris Held in the Chevy. And Anthony Kanek will get there ahead of Chris Held. The TK Performance GT 500 Mustang out-dragging Chris Held up at the quarter mile. Dustin Hunter bringing up the Falcon Fast Ford Falcon at a 901. Racing Chris Stone's Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. For Willowbrook Chrysler, Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Titanium Auto Group, and BG Fuel Products. And Chris Stone does not stay out in front of Dustin Hunter. That was the race one of the starting tree, as it was an 028 to an 097, giving Hunter in the Falcon a free pass on to the next round. Bring up the out-of-time Nova, driven by Mark Bresinger at a 952. Racing Ross Walker's Chevy 2. And as Terry Ray takes off, Lorenz Schwartz of the Titanium Auto Group above a speed shop. Monte Carlo trying to chase him down in hot pursuit. The Gulf Excavating and Western Driveline GMC, though, breaks out. 12:32 with a 1 on the 12:35. Lorenz Schwartz moves on. Move up, John Vanderven in the Murphy's Law Firebird at a 10:21, getting the handicap against Craig Johnson's 1984 Cutlass as he races out of Langley, dialed at 11:73. Second and a half advantage over Vanderven. .017 to an 036. And give it to Craig Johnson, staying out in front of John Vanderven by 32 thousandths of a second. And that gives the bye run to one Kevin McCulley in the Old School Cutlass. into Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammer is this weekend sponsored by Associated Tire and Auto. They have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable services since 2011. They're dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships that you can trust with experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. Also sponsored today by TCS, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes, Alpine Backhoe, Traveland RV, and Comox Valley Bobcat. First pairing up, Paul Soares in the 1995 Pontiac and John DeYoung in the Artex Racing 1968 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we need Junior Dragsters in the staging lanes. We need Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior Thunder, we need you in lane 1, Junior Lightning in lane 2. Stand by, motorcycles. As well as Junior Street, we're also putting you on standby. DeYoung pre-stage, waiting on Soares. Both drivers away on green lights. 056 for DeYoung, 155 for Soares. John DeYoung does not improve. 4 tenths of a second slower than his number 2 qualifying spot of a 688 with a 1. Paul Soares, same story. Rim Greg Field in the Active Care Auto 1969 Opel GT with that good old 112-inch wheelbase, all sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco Auto Parts. Currently sits number 1 with a 640 with a 2 at 223 miles an hour. Racing Paul Debris Jr. in his straight line race cars and B&D lift trucks Valiant. Both drivers with burnouts complete, moving their way forward towards the stage beams. There's that turbo spooling up. Both drivers away on green lines. Greg Field pedaling left, right, front, and center. Gets that thing back in the groove. Pops the chutes with the 652 and a 2 at 211 miles an hour. Debris Jr. 844 the 7. 4,000 a second off. With one burnout. Make 2 burnouts complete. Want to just remind everybody out there on the property that there is a noise curfew at 11:30 tonight. That is when generators must be off. You're still allowed to mingle amongst yourselves, but we're hoping not for any rowdy parties or generators or anything of that nature being on, making a lot of noise at 11:30. Please be courteous to our neighbors. James Kennedy and Langley in the Pontiac Grand Am will race Scott Robinson in the Beretta out of Chilliwack. James Kennedy runs a 770 with a 6. Will not improve on the number 8 spot. Neither will Scott Robinson improve on the number 17 spot. He'll stay with his 848 with the 6. Ran an 8:57 this last time by. Bring up Kerry Young out of Port Alberni in the Young's Mechanical S10. Currently sitting 18th with an 8:54 and a 3 at 158 miles an hour. Otto Schulte racing in the still cruising Cavalier for Associated Tire. Georgia Straight Line Collision. Rondex Next Gen Hearing. Odlum Brown, Lordco Auto Parts, and Quality Signs. He sits 4th. 7:53 with a 6 at 180 miles an hour for the driver out of Black Creek. .037 to an .058 on the tree, and make that quarter mile. No time improved once again with the other drivers. Well, I say that, Kerry Young actually does go about a 10th and a half faster. And that's actually going to bump Kerry Young all the way up to 14th with an 8:39 with a 5 at 158 miles an hour. Besting Derek Shirk's time of an 8:4.00 by 0.05 of a second. Jason Field and Little Overkill Nova for Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Hutch's Transmissions, Menstruer Motorsports. Sits 13th on the boards against Derek Shirk, who just got bumped down to 15th for Rad Torque Systems, JS Power Sports, Bubba Speed Shop, and National Tire in the Titanium Auto Group Chevy 2. Oh, and Derek Shirk. Both drivers leave before the tree was ready. So neither driver will get a time on their run there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder, Repeated Industries Junior Thunder, you have been called to the staging lanes. This is your second call, Junior Thunder. We're still waiting on you. Bring up Paul Stretch out of Duncan in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier, number 3 qualifier thus far. Will race Grant Howell out of Victoria for the Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Willys. Really long reaction time from Paul Stretch. Might be trying to set himself up for an actual heads-up race here against Grant Howell. And loses out by 74th thou with Grant Howell not improving. He goes almost a full second slower. Paul Stretch stays 3rd. Bring up Henry Zacharias in Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette, racing Mark Schuppener in the Corvette. Both drivers launch well. Zacharias will not improve, slower by over a 10th. Mark Schuppener only off by about 14 thousandths of a second, but it is still not enough to improve on his qualifying time. They will remain number 5 and number 12. Bring up the last of the Katnick family this afternoon with TK Performance in the Camaro over their TCS side. Racing Brian Ritchie in a tight points battle at the moment as they enter their final race of the season. Out of Port Coquitlam in the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales 1968 Chevelle. Tom Katnick goes faster by just over 1/100th of a second. Brian Ritchie, though, not so lucky. So while Tom Katnick improves on his time, as have been the case with so many before, does not improve in his position, only 0.02 of a second off of Henry Zacharias in the number 5 spot. Which will bring up Scott Grant's Camaro to race Peter Lacanis in the Corvette. Lacanis has been a very frequent runner in Super Pro over the years here at the Titanium Strip, but recently this year decided to make that jump over into the Canada West Doorslammers category and has been having some relative success. Currently runs in the top 5 in the point standings as we run through the season finale here this weekend. Despite being one of the slower cars, he is proof of the pudding that speed isn't everything. Once again, neither driver improving on their overall time. Nothing on file just yet for this driver over here on the TCS side, but I definitely am familiar with the blue Max Bel Air driven by Dave Warren. Currently sitting on our number 9 spot with a 786 with a 7 at 171 miles an hour. .041 on the tree for the driver here TCS side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street to 1 and 2. Hot Rod, we also need you in the staging lanes. So as Devin Jansen runs down as the last Doorslammer car, this weekend's race is sponsored by Associated Tire and Auto. They are able to help you out and can recommend the best tires recommended depending on your needs. They carry Toyo and Kumo tires. You can call them or come to their workshop for a free consultation and a free cup of coffee. They're also able to help with computerized wheel balancing, tire repair, tire rotation, wheel alignments, brake inspection, electrical systems, fuel injection, transmission services, and more. You can go visit them at 1710 Island Highway in Campbell River, BC. Visit Associated Tire and Auto at 1710 Island Highway in Campbell River, BC. They are sponsoring this weekend's race of the Canada West Doorslammers category for Winter Harbor Marina and RV. We move into Vancouver Car Raft Super Pro. Bring on Wes Hendricks out of Heffley Creek in the Falcon, dialed at 1032. Racing Martin Rochelle at a mission in the Malibu. Martin Rochelle, a frequent runner in the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo Series, and honestly expected him to be racing in Super Street for the divisional race here today, but he is in with some serious points so far in Super Pro, and he wants to make sure he capitalizes that here today.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootouts only to the staging lanes. Only those drivers that are involved in the Super Shootouts, please. Presented by CNC Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning. So Super Street Shootout, Super Gas Shootout, and Super Comp Shootout drivers, we need you in the staging lanes, please. For round one, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp Shootout drivers only to the staging lanes. If you're regular Super Comp, Super Gas, or Super Street, I don't need you. Shootout drivers only, please, to the staging lanes now.
Goes red by 0.04 of a second, allowing Glenn Kennedy a free pass into the next round of Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. We'll carry on with Stefan Robin and Stefan Vich. The Bucket Chevy versus the Plymouth for Pitbull Mechanical. Craig Johnson bringing up the money. Cuddy Wagon down at 11:01. Racing Kelly Voss on the hardtail Dragster out of Pitt Meadows. Peregrine Balls, a bit of oscillations on Voss's car in the back end, but powering through him towards the quarter mile. Can't get around Craig Johnson, who bests her by 0.08 of a second. That'll wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Next one up will be Peden Industries Junior Dragsters.
All right, we're going to go into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. And to lead the way in the first pair, Cadence Rodrigue versus McKenna Thompson. Rodrigue dials 1198. She will have the head start over McKenna, who dials 1061. So a pretty sizable lead over here on the tower side in the TCS lane. Lordco side is McKenna Thompson, and she's going to have to be a patient young lady, as the head start amounts to a little over a full second. So both youngsters roll in carefully as our first pair in Pedon Industries Junior Thunder. This would be the semifinals, so one of these youngsters is going to the final round. Both are pre-staged. And finally, Cadence Rodriguez will stage her car here in the tower lane. 3 counts down, and both are clean and green. No red lights involved. Again, we're looking for Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootout drivers only for the staging lanes. As how about McKenna Thompson, able to get a come-from-behind win, 1066 on her 1061 dial. She also has a commanding reaction time advantage over on the Lordco side of the racetrack in the right lane, which will set up your next pair featuring Brody Brimacombe from Courtney, BC, and Adam Katnick? Okay, I knew that. So Adam Katnick, who dials 895 on the Lordco side, faces Brody, who dials 1465 over here at Tower Lane. If patience is a virtue, let's hope that Adam has some, because Brody's going to have what is approximately a 6-second lead. What? Wow. Who's going to the final? Brody with the big lead? Or will Adam Katnick get him from behind? Brody trying to hold him off, but here comes Adam Katnick. Top End says at the 8th mile, it is Adam who gets him. 9:10 on the 895, good for the win. So Adam Katnick goes to the final round. Wow. All right, into Junior Lightning now. And this is the final round, so you should probably do this. These are your kids, man.
More than happy to do so. Abigail White versus Ciel Gagnon, defending Junior Lightning champion. Sitting over here, TCS side. Dialed in a 793, going up against Abigail White. Dialed at 796. Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing versus the local racer out of Mission for Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Two green lights. Only 0.05 of a second separated them on the dial-ins. And a breakout for Ciel Gagnon will give it to Abby White. Abigail White will win Pedon Industries Junior Lightning for race number 12 of the NHRA Summit ET Series. Gagnon ran a 786 with a 1 on the 793 dial, breaking out by 0.07 of a second. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we need you in the staging lanes. We're missing 2 of you. Hot Rod, your class is right after Junior Street. We're missing 2 of you. Where are you? Come on down and race with us. We move into Pedon Industries Junior Street for their first round, doubling as the semi-final.
Dog owners will understand this. So you know how your dog thinks they own the place? They all do this. They think they own the place. You know what your dog is doing right now?
It's still in your seat.
Yeah. And he's so cute, and he's so sleepy, and he's not moving. So who am I to take his seat? I'm not doing it.
That's like the cardinal rule of owning a pet. If
No, I
it's
know.
comfortable, you don't move it no matter what.
I felt bad when I didn't look down first, and I just put my arm on the chair. He looked up at me like, dude, what are you doing? No, I'm all good. I'm all good. I just think it's odd that all dogs inherently have that thing. Well, cats do it too. Like I have a 30-pound cat, and he's literally immovable. Once he decides that's where he's at, he's parked.
Kate Shurkin, Junior Street turns on the red bulb in the 1986 GMC wagon, giving Tyler Smith a free pass. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, dogs just have a tendency to do that. And our self-appointed track mascot here is doing that as well. I still need to get him a shirt. Terry Monroe bringing up the Chevy Tahoe from 2000 down to 1076. He's got the bye run. And we'll be racing Smith in the final. Aiken Industries Junior Street semifinals are in the books. We'll move on to Hot Rod for their second round of eliminations. And how about we kick things off with a bye run? Burt Worrell bringing the 69 Dart out to play. Labor Road and Eyes are taking the Lordco Auto Parts Old Yeller Ford machine down at 948. We'll be racing an altered over in the Lordco lane. Huge wheels up bonds for Rodenizer, but the Alter goes red by almost 0.6 of a second. So something seriously going wrong on the Altered's launch. Rodenizer moves on. Bring up Jim Benke down to 1011 for Rad Torque Systems in the Barracuda, racing Rob Monroe's White Knuckle Racing Model A. Also want to thank B&N Hot Rods, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and SD Performance. Both these cars will love to launch up on the back wheels. And it is no different The Model A chasing down the wheel stand in Barracuda. Jim Benke breaks out, trying to stay in front. 10:07.9 on the 10:11 dial. Very rare mistake from Benke. Give it to Rob Monroe. Charles Siddon in the Topps Auto Repair Kelowna will be taking the Dodge Dart out of 12 seconds against Dustin Hunter in the It's Falcon Fast Falcon. Hunter will have almost a 3-second delay on when he can leave. Two green lights. Here comes Hunter. Closing on Siddon. Closing. Got him. Dustin Hunter makes the pass as Charles Siddon goes under. 11:87 with a 2 on the 12-second number. Now it's time for the out-of-time Nova. Will race Steve Wilson. Almost 2 seconds separate this pairing, with Wilson an 11:36 and Bresinger a 9:50. Both drivers away on green lights. Bresinger closing up to the back of Wilson. Breakout for Steve Wilson. Bresinger takes it home. 11:32 on the 11:36 for the 9:44. And the out-of-time Nova moves on to the quarterfinals. Bring on Martin Jackman in the Chevelle, racing John Hurlson in the 1966 Acadian Canso, dialed at 11:50, leaving almost a second and a half later. Well, I have a feeling who's going to win this race. John Hurlson was over a half-second delayed compared to Martin Jackman, and sure enough, Jackman has more than enough time to stay out in front, not having to worry in the slightest. Dennis Wendy going to turn on the red bulb, and the Shaggy Bel Air out of Abbotsford goes 27 thousandths red. Ron Clark will get the free pass in the Chevelle from Port Alberni. And it's looking like that's going to wrap it up for Hot Rod. And that means it's time for our Super Street Shootout. Well, after some track prep, at least. Jumping the gun a little bit.
All right, round one of the shootout in Super Street. The Herminator, Herman Chan, Jerry F. Chevrolet versus Ford, Camaro versus Mustang. Both out of the gate clean and green, separated by a mere 0.08 of a second in reaction time. And hello, Jerry F. 10.903 beats a 1091. Margin of victory, Herman tightened it up. 53 10,000ths at the stripe is nothing to scoff at, but it is Jerry, don't call me Gerald, Epp, headed to round number 2. Well, here comes Brad Vinci. It's good to see them here at the racetrack. They were like the 4th person I saw yesterday when I arrived. And they will take on Dan Parsons, who has done this since the beginning of Super Street time. He was there when the class was called Junior Gas back in the day. 13,000's difference between them in reaction time. Everybody green. Let's see. Oh, man. 1090 with a 6. 129 for speed. Margin of victory not as tight as the first pair, but hey, a good drag race nonetheless. It is Dan Parsons moving on, and former division champ and world bracket champ Brad Vinci is out of here. All right, Al Quigley for Rad Torque Systems in the Mustang races the Gary Erickson. I believe that Gary Erickson owes me an adult beverage tonight. Maybe more than one. I'd explain it to you, but we don't have that kind of time. Is Quigley going to gun down Erickson, who has literally done it all in Super Street in his lifetime? Is it the Probe or the Mustang? How about that Gary Erickson? Well, I guess the adult beverages will have to wait, because Gary's still in play. 1094 beats a 1097 almost every time. Erickson had the reaction time advantage by more than 200ths of a second. That'll bring up the new car of Ray Carlson. Now, I had no idea in the past 3 years that Ray Carlson would get rid of his old super gas car and buy this swoopy-looking Barracuda. When I first saw it and I said, that's Ray Carlson, the first thought was, I don't think he's a Mopar guy, but the car looks good. Then I realized it's got a Chevy motor under the hood, and all was well with the world. But now it's bad again, because Ray Carlson just went red by 11,000ths, and Steve Lowe's like, yep, got you, buddy, got you. 009 in reaction time. And it'll be Steve Lowe headed to the semifinals. Next is the Nova of Warren Jacobson. 9 cars in the class for round 1. He was the number 1 qualifier. He gets the single. So 1090 is the magic number. On a single, let's see how close Warren Jacobson can get. Not saying it's going to be easy. I'm just saying. Well, Warren on the single is 023 green. That's off to a good start. And 1093 on the single at 136 miles an hour. With the Super Street Shootout opening round complete, we'll go to the 8-car Super Comp Shootout. The Shootout Series in Division 6 at all the Lucas races is presented by C&C Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning, a.k.a. the Cannon family. I spoke with Chris Cannon Thursday before heading this way. He wanted to wish everybody good luck, and they wish they were here. Here's your number 1 qualifier, Mark Hinges. How about it? First round single, baby. Hinges has been doing this an awfully long time. When he was a bracket guy way back in the beginning, he had a really cool front engine, small block Chevy powered dragster. In his career, he's finished in the top 10 in the world twice in Super Comp. Finished 2nd in the world in top alcohol dragster. And still, I do believe, is currently licensed to also drive a Nostalgia Nitro funny car. And on a single, how about Mark Hinges? 012 reaction time. How close to 890 will he be? Timers say 892 and 170. So Henges advances to round number 2, or as some like to say, round number next. And that sets up a pretty cool matchup between multi-time national event winner Randy Beck in the black car on the TCS side of your racetrack versus Mark Heritage. Now, it's been about 3 years since I've seen Mark Heritage race at a Lucas Divisional. It's a cool thing that he came from Spanaway, Washington, up here to Mission. 890 is the category standard. You can't go quicker than that. If you do, you're going to break out and lose. And no one wants that. Both roll in very, very carefully. Once again, how about this? How'd you like to be 006 in reaction time and get beat off the starting line in regards to that? Well, it pays off well for Mark Heritage. He's 893 against the 890 standard to an 893 at the other end for Randy Beck as well. How about it? Mark Heritage wins by 59 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line stripe. Whoa. All right, Julianne Meloff is next here in the tower lane. Or, as we know it here, the TCS side of your racetrack. She will race Marion Hurst. Over in the right lane. 890 the index, remember. Go quicker than that? You're out. Well, this is kind of cool. Both Julianne Meloff and Marion Hurst cut identical reaction times as they cross the finish line. How about that Marion Hurst? 895 beats an 898. Marion Hurst is on his way to round number 2. And not Julianne Meloff. Next is Sandy Bracey and Chris Barton. Barton in the B&H Performance Dragster. And Sandy Bracey for our friends at Rad Torque Systems. Good to see Dan Provost up here in the tower earlier today. I missed that dude. We all love Dan Provost. I mean, it's all, with Dan and I, it's almost a bromance. I'm not even kidding you. No, a bromance. You know. Can I say that on the PA? Is that on the window? Too late. Already said it twice. Oh, double breakout. How about Chris Barton? 885 to an 884 for Sandy Bracey. Wow. Close one. Barton won it. Margin of victory, 71 ten-thousandths. The dog here on my seat is now under a blanket and is basically immovable. Dude, you like alive down there?
He has a name.
Dude. Yeah, I don't think are you breathing? The blanket's not moving.
He's me on Monday morning. He's pulling off a perfect
copy that.
reenactment.
You sure he's good?
Yeah, we take off after.
He's your dog. All right, we're going to Super Gas next. How about that? And we have Kenny Hurd and Ed Hutchison to thank for it. Kenny Hurd is the president of the Short Guys Are People 2 fan club. You cannot be over 5'5" to be a member of the Short Guys Are People 2 club. And Kenny's going to race Ed Hutchison, the firefighter. That's a pretty car in the right lane. It is a former best appearing car winner at the Northwest National, in case you didn't know. Whoa, good drag race. 3,000's difference between them. And how about Ed Hutchison? 991 beats a 992. It wasn't like Kenny Hurd wasn't trying. The margin of victory, 25 ten-thousandths of a second at the stripe. Whoa. So you gotta love a guy whose first name is Dean, In parentheses on his Facebook page, it says Pigpen, and his last name is Peterson. Sportsman, Junior Street, and Junior Thunder to the lanes, please. Sportsman, Junior Street, and Junior Thunder to the lanes. Peterson and Terry Langdon Davies. How'd you like to be Dean Peterson right now? Run dead on the index, 990 with a 2, and he lost to Terry Langdon Davies because literally Terry Langdon Davies wins it on a super hole shot. Holy smokes, bad man. How about Kirk Lands? That is a cool Camaro tower side. If you like Camaro Roadsters anyway. Tyler Dalgleish has a Roadster as well, but it's a yellow and white 57 style Corvette Roadster. So the two vintage Roadsters do battle in Lockhorns and Supergas. Lands from right here in Mission. In fact, they both live right here in Mission. These guys literally are neighbors. I mean, Mission's not a thriving metropolis or anything, but it does have a racetrack, which is cool. No, that's not the only thing they have. They have the Mission Chamber of Commerce, the Mission City Lodge.
Great fast food restaurants that you can also find in every city ever. And an occasional fair that pops up across the road.
Top End says, how about Tyler Dalgleish defeating Kirk Lands? All right, Brent McKinney and Josh Meloff. Brent's got his Corvette Roadster. In fact, they're two Corvette Roadsters, to be perfectly honest. Josh Meloff in the two-tone silver car in the right lane. Either one of these cars could park in my garage, and I'd be proud. Those are nice-looking rides. Except I get paid $1.98 an hour, so it'll take 2 lifetimes for me to afford something that nice. Wow, good drag race. Top End says, how about that? Both drivers go under the 990 standard, and because 989 is closer to 990 than 987 was for Josh Meloff comes up short, even though he had the reaction time advantage in the matchup. So basically, he gave it back and broke out. Ouch. Well, I think that's going to do it for the shootouts in round 1. Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Street. So just like that, they are complete, and we are now down to the semifinals in those 3 shootout classes. And guess what? He moves. The dog has once again moved slightly to readjust the blanket. Hey, it's the dog play-by-play from the tower. Brought to you by
some random
the Mission
guy.
Chamber of Commerce.
And with that, we'll make another call for Sportsman up to the staging lanes. Sportsman, this is your second call to the stage lanes for the next round of eliminations. And Pro Bracket, we're going to have you to the back of staging as well to be laddered. Attention in the pits, Junior Street finalists. You have once again been called to the staging lanes. Junior Street finalists. You have once again been called to the staging lanes. And Junior Thunder. We are still waiting for you guys in the staging lanes as well. Junior Thunder, you've also been called to the staging lanes. So realistically, all junior cars, you should be in the staging lanes if you're still competing. Junior Street final is fully staged. Tyler Smith leaving ahead in the Chevy pickup against Tara Monroe in the Tahoe. Both drivers away on green lights. This is a race for the 8th mile. And Taryn Monroe gets it on a breakout. Smith ran 11:09.9 on the 11:11 dial. And Tara Monroe, I believe, has just won himself another Wally. Make that the second one in his career. Moving on out of Peden Industries Junior Street into the Sportsman final. Sylvia Hookstins dialed at 12:53 in the Ford Mustang, racing Eric Hansen in the Plymouth, dialed at 13:20. Whoever wins this one gets a free pass into the final, as they'll have the bye in the semis for the next round. And Aaron Hansen turns on the red bulbs. Sylvia Hookstins will race in the final. Bram Sidney Jung in the Malibu, racing Joanna Robello in the Corvette. These two often raced against each other back in their junior street days. Now they face off in Sportsman. Pair of Chevys, one a Malibu, one a Vet. Two green lights. Quarter mile says Sidney Jung moves on to the semis. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mr. Hunter in pro bracket, card number 6831. Mr. Hunter in pro bracket. We need you in the stage lanes. You're the only one we're waiting for. If you're broke, please let us know. D. Hunter, car 6831 in Bubba Speed Shop pro bracket. Your presence is awaited in the staging lanes. Archie Limpright, down to 1360, dialed in against Ron Clark's 1253 Chevelle. And Ron Clark will move on against Archie Limpright, winning that race by 41 thousandths.
So we're looking now for round 2 of the Super Shootouts in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. So once again, round 2, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp Shootouts. We need you in the staging lanes, please.
And while we're at it, we'll call Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro to the staging lanes as well. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. We need you back there as well in the staging lanes.
One thing I forgot, when you arrive in the lanes, if you're a shootout driver, we'd like you in lanes 5 and 6, please. So once again, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootout drivers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 specifically in the staging lanes. Again, the shootouts are presented by CNC Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning, aka the Cannon family.
Last final for the junior classes. Adam Katnick for TK Performance Racing McKenna Thompson, dialed into the 1060. Last minute adjustments being completed on both cars as McKenna Thompson starts to slowly roll forward to the staging beams. McKenna Thompson will lead first by about a second, just over a second and a half over Adam Katnick. Katnick is fully staged, waiting on Thompson. Also fully staged. McKenna Thompson is away. Adam Katnick's away, both on green lights. But Thompson's got over a tenth to work with in the back pocket, but breaks out at the top end by 13th thou. McKenna Thompson had over a tenth of a second to work with, and if she had not broken out by the 13th thou, would still have easily gotten there first. Adam Katnick wins the Wally. Impedance Industries Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Rafts, Super Pro, and Hot Rod. You've both been called to the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Rafts, Super Pro, and Hot Rod. We need you both to the back of staging to be laddered. Up a Speed Shop Pro bracket. Bring on Kevin McCauley in the Old School Cutlass against Veronica Hodgson in the Dart. Craig Johnson will race Anthony Katnick in the Cutlass. Katnick bringing up the TK Performance 2020 Ford GT500 Mustang. Katnick running down Johnson, Lordco's side. Doesn't make the pass. Craig Johnson stays out in front, and Anthony Katnick will be sent packing. Wheels up, wheels down for Jim Banky as he hightails after Lorenz Schwartz and gets out in front at the quarter mile, winning that one 10 thousandths of a second over Lorenz Schwartz in the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo. Rich Dyes in the Nova, dialed at 1140, going up against Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Oh, and Ross Walker, problem set in. He's going to abort the run. All Rich Dyes has to do is just get on the brakes. And in fact, he does, and he's going to get there miles in front. Ross Walker's car stalled, it looked like, as it got off the line, and he will forfeit Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket this time around. Bring up Stu Funk, dialed on 1085 for the Stu's Plumbing Chevelle out of Lake Country, racing Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon out of Chilliwack. Two green lights for both drivers in this field. Here comes Hunter running down Stu Funk. And Funk breaks out. 1078 on the 1085. Dustin Hunter will move on. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket with that one then. And next grouping up, looks like we'll be rolling back into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. Miscommunications. We are going to still get trophies for all the Summit ET drivers, but they're not Wallies. You know, they're the regular trophies. Not too special for some people that might already have how many dozens? Looking at a few of our certain pro bracket drivers. But there will be Wallies tomorrow. So no Wallies tonight, but we will have plenty of those being handed out tomorrow.
Once again, we're looking for Mark Henges in Super Comp Shootout. We need you to the staging lanes immediately. Mark Henges, we're waiting on you. Please report to staging. Thank you.
semifinals in the Super Street Shootout. And we started it off with Jerry Epp, who won his last race by just 9 thousandths of a second. This time racing Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. These two have frequently raced together in the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo Series. Now going up against each other in the Shootout. Oh, that's going to be a couple of great lights, but one of them just cannot be beat. Jerry Epp with the trip zip. Oh, but he breaks out of the top end, and Dan Parsons will get there first. Double breakout, but Dan Parsons was the lesser offender. 23 thou under for Dan Parsons. Jerry Epp was a bit further. At least, though, he's going to get himself a consolation mug for that trip zip light. Warren Jacobson up next in the Chevy 2 will race Gary Erickson. Problem set in for Gary Erickson, the driver out of Vancouver, Washington, on the line. So Warren Jacobson will essentially get himself a free pass there to race Dan Parsons in the Super Street Final. Make that going to be going up against one of those drivers over in the semifinals, as Parsons will actually have himself the bye into the final. Steve Lowe gets himself a bye here in round 2, and he will be racing in the semis. Attention the pits, attention the pits. For the Shootout competitors, you are running right now. So we need all Shootout competitors into the staging lanes pronto. Steve Lowe goes under the dial at 1087 with a 9 on the 1090. Doesn't matter, though, when you've got yourself a bye run. That'll wrap up the Super Street Shootout for their second round. We will roll into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. 5 cars still remain in competition. We'll kick it off with Nick Angelucci. The 1978 Malibu will be racing Stephen Robert in the Bucket Roadster. And Stephen Robert going to get a very free pass as Angelucci dies on the starting line. Problem setting in. The driver out of Courtney, BC in the Pitbull Mechanical Chevy Roadster will get the free pass. Martin Rochelle with the bye run. We'll move on over into the semifinals in Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Attention, Super Gas and Super Comp drivers. Super Gas, Super Comp Shootout drivers, I should say. We are still awaiting your presence. Super Gas and Super Comp Shootout drivers, you are almost up. If you're not here by the time they start running, they will run without you. We have Craig Johnson in the Money Cutty Cutlass Wagon racing Glenn Kennedy in the Whistling Fish Barracuda. Whoa, Glenn Kennedy way out of the groove, trying to pedal it, launched all the way over to the left, got close to the center line, gets it back in it though, but aborts the run. Craig Johnson gets a free pass into the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Shifters, we need you in the staging lanes. Super Shifters, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. With Super Pro in the books, we'll move on over into Hot Rod, where Burt Worrell is going to be having the handicap start with Martin Jackman in the Chevelle. Leaving first out at 12.97, Worrell at a 10.30 in the Dodge Dart. Two red lights. Martin Jackman, the lesser offender, will get the free passes at 0.40 to an 0.14 right on the tree. Bring up Larry Rodenizer in the Lordco Auto Parts Old Yeller Ford machine, racing Rob Monroe in the White Knuckle Racing Model A for B&N Hot Rods, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and SD Performance. And Rob Monroe way red on the tree by 3/4 of a second, giving Larry Rodenizer a more than easy time of getting in. Mark Bresinger up next. In the out-of-time Nova down at 950. Bill Halicki will leave first in the Ron Engine Machine Ranchero. And Mark Bresinger gets there first over Bill Halicki, making the pass between the 1,000-foot and that quarter mile. Bring up Ron Clark in the 1969 Chevelle at the 12.55, leaving, count it, 2.5 seconds sooner than Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. 2 green lights. The Ford being as Falcon fast as it can be, trying to out-drag Clark. Double breakout, Dustin Hunter moves on. Hunter breaking out by just 1,000th of a second. Total margin to victory, just 6 thousandths of a second, as Clark was 6 thou under. That's going to wrap up Hot Rod. We will move into the Super Comp second round of their shootout. And we'll kick it off with Chris Borton out of Spokane Valley, Washington, and his BH Performance Race Tech Dragster, dialed at 890 on that index, with Marion Hurst with the 2008 Mullis Dragster out of Tacoma. Just want to see which one of them will race in the final of the Super Comp Shootout. And Marion Hurst turns on the red light by 7 thousandths of a second. Chris Borton will be in the final. But who will Borton face? Will it be Mark Heritage out of Washington in his own dragster? Or will it be Mark Henges? Henges fully staged, waiting on Heritage. And Heritage goes 1 thou red. It'll be Henges versus Borton in the Super Comp Shootout final. And now bring up Super Gas for their second round in the shootout. We kick it off with Brent McKinney in the Money Pit Corvette out of Wilsonville. The driver out of Oregon will be racing Ed Hutchinson out of Victoria, BC, a retired firefighter in his own Corvette. Has seen some fairly big successes in the Division 6 Super Gas category, being a champion in 2005. Two green bulbs. Drivers separated by just 3 thou on the tree. And give it to Ed Hutchinson. 991 with the 4 to Brent McKinney's 994 with a 6. Hutchinson will move on into the Super Gas Shootout final. Now to see if he'll be facing off against Tyler DeGleesh in the Corvette for heavy duty for his own machine out of Mission, or will he be facing Terry Langdon Davies out of Yarrow in the Willies? Now, good old TLD typically races that car in the Canada West Doorslammers category. Must admit, caught me off guard to find him racing Super Gas this weekend. But hey, I think everyone likes it when someone shakes it up. Two green lights. Terry Langdon Davies trying to stay out in front as Tyler DeGleesh starts to run him down. And Davies goes 8 thou under the dial. 989 with a 2 on the 990 index. Tyler DeGleesh moves on to the final. Be down for a little bit to work on that track just a bit more, touch things up. We'll be back up and running those shortly from the titanium strip. In the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Sportsman to the staging lanes. Sportsman, we need you back in the stage lanes for our next round of eliminations.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and call the semifinals of the Super Street Shootout and the finals of Super Gas and Super Comp Shootout, please. Again, looking for the semifinals in the Super Street Shootout and the finals in Super Gas and Super Comp Shootout. Again, the Super Shootouts are presented by CNC Olympic Heating and Air Conditioning, a.k.a. the Cannon family. So we want to thank them for their support of the shootout system. But we are looking for the semifinals in Super Street and the finals in Super Comp and Super Gas in the shootouts. So the staging lanes, please.
Into the next round of Super Shifters. And their second round of the night. 5 cars still remain in the competition.
Finally down to the point where I get to say my favorite thing. You guys ready? All winners, all classes can now report to staging. All winners, all classes can now report to staging. If you're still in competition tonight, just report to staging when you're able to do so. Do not wait for your class call. All winners, all classes, please report to staging.
Dave McRitchie out of Port Moody in the McRitchie Automotive Lumina, down to 10 seconds flat, racing Keith Winterbottom in the Nova. Major red light start by Dave McRitchie. Quarter second red, problem set in for Keith Winterbottom meanwhile, as he doesn't launch well, but might just be trying to take it easy and not break the car. Bring up champion defending and runner-up Scott Winterbottom's Chevy 2 racing Jamie Roth's Comet, 935 to a 1024. Both drivers away on green lights. Here comes Winterbottom chasing down Jamie Roth, and he doesn't make the pass. Jamie Roth stays out in front. And then Dale Posnick, obviously that one there with the bye. We roll into Sportsman semifinals. Kicking it off with Sidney Jung in the 81 Malibu over there, Lordco side. Facing off Ron Clark in the Chevelle TCS side. These drivers figuring out who will race Sylvia Hoogstens in the final. Ron Clark rolls right in. Sylvia Hookston's doing the traditional bump. And both drivers are away on green lights. Clark trying to stay out in front, but Sydney Jung's got the advantage by over a tenth on the tree. And she will get there, making the pass. Sydney Jung versus Sylvia Hookstons in the Sportsman Final. Gas Shootout finalists. We still need you in the staging lanes. Super Gas Shootout finalists. We need you in the staging lanes. In for Jim Benke right away as he pulls into the Waterhawks and shuts the car off. Rich dies out of Port Coquitlam in the Nova. Down to 11:39. Benke in that wheel standing Rad Torque Systems Barracuda. Down to 10:10 as we roll into our semifinals in Hot Rod. Car has been refired. And of course, Benke's going to be the first one to do and finish a burnout. Oh, this is going to be a close race. Both drivers barely separated by anything down on the tree. 5 thou in Rich Dies' pocket, but Bank is going to still make the most of it. Gets there by 11 thousandths of a second. Jim Benke is into the Hot Rod final. Now will he face off against Dustin Hunter or Veronica Hodgson? My mistake, we're in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. So he's still in the semifinals. And we'll see if Dustin Hunter and Veronica Hodgson can get the bye to get themselves a freebie into the final. Still powering down with 2 green lights. And Hunter gets there first. Dustin Hunter will be in the final. Craig Johnson, meanwhile, will have to fight Jim Benke to be able to race in that final round. Super Street Shootout for the semifinals. Dan Parsons already has that free pass in with the Quality Racing Duster out of Powell River. So who will face off against Dan Parsons in this shootout final? Will it be Warren Jacobson with the 1967 Chevy 2? Or will it be Steve Lowe with the 1968 Camaro? Both drivers away on green lights, powering out towards that top end. Give it up. Warren Jacobson moves on. He'll face off against Dan Parsons in the Super Street Shootout final. Call for all drivers still in competition to come on down to the staging lanes to wrap this night up. Any drivers still in competition, we've made the call for you all to come back to the staging lanes. Shootout final for all the marbles. Mark Henches out of Washington trying to race Chris Borton out of Spokane Valley in the BH Performance Race Tech machine. Two green lights. It's going to be a close race. 0-13 to a trip zip, but the trip zip can't get it done. Chris Borton will lose out in the shootout. Mark Henches wins the Super Comp Shootout. Bring up Super Gas. Tyler DeGleesh in the Corvette, racing Ed Hutchinson. Two Corvettes, both at a 990 index. Racing for the marbles in Super Gas. Both drivers inching their way closer and closer to the stage beams. Both pre-staged. Fully staged. Throttle stops engaged. And released. Out in front of the 8th mile, Tyler DeGleesh. 4th out, separate them on the tree. DeGleesh hangs on for the win. Tyler DeGleesh will win the Super Gas Shootout. Make a reminder with the all finalists award drivers still in competition at the staging lanes. We do have issues with the tower lane scoreboard. That's the left lane scoreboard. We do have bulbs burned out. Rest be assured, though, our start line crew and our tower crew are in constant communication, double checking every single dial-in that comes on up. So you should be able to have the correct dial-in number when you come on up, despite those bulbs being burned out. No need to be stressed about it. We roll now into Hot Rod. Mark Bresinger down at 9:52, racing Martin Jackman at 13:03. Semifinals. Both drivers away on green lights. On the brakes at the top end, double breakout. Mark Bresinger moves on into the final. The lesser offender. Next pairing, Dustin Hunter, Larry Rodenizer. This one to see who will race the out-of-time Nova. Will it be the Ford Falcon Fast, or will it be the Lordco Auto Parts Old Yeller? At the quarter, Dustin Hunter will face off Mark Bresinger in the Hot Rod Final. Robert gets the free run in the buy in Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. That will leave Martin Rochelle to face off Craig Johnson. The Malibu versus the Cutlass to see who will race in the final against Robert. fully into the beams and then immediately backed out, waiting for Martin Rochelle to work his way in first. Two green lights. This one to see who will race Robert come the final round. Johnson still out in front. Double breakout. Martin Rochelle will race Stefan Robert in the final. And we have called all drivers still in competition to the staging lanes. If you're still in competition, we need you back into the staging lanes. Final in Sportsman. Sidney Jung, 12:05 in the 1981 Chevy Malibu. Sylvia Hookstons, 12:51, 1966 Ford Mustang. 46 hundredths of a second advantage to Hookstons, just over 1 bulb's worth. Two green lights. Sidney Jung's out in front of the 8th mile. Advantage on the starting tree, but Sylvia Hookstons outdrags her at the top end. How in the world does that happen? 279 was Hookstons light to Jung's 098. Sidney Jung was out in front of the 8th mile, but was a little bit too conservative on the brakes. Sylvia Hookstons will win Sportsman of the NHRA Summit ET Series for round number 12. So just a quick notice out there for all of the shootout winners, including Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. You will have your payouts being given out tomorrow morning. So for the winners of the Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootouts, your payouts will be tomorrow morning. Dustin Hunter as the bye run here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Gonna get that stage result and back out of the beams, not wanting to take any risks. So this is going to be a bit of an interesting situation. Scott Winterbottom already has the bye. But as well as that, so does Jamie Roth. Because Dale Posnick broke. So the way they're going to run this is Keith Winterbottom here is going to break the beams. Immediately after this, Jamie Roth is going to break the beams. And then we're going to run the Supershifters final. Saves us all about 20 minutes worth of hassle. May as well. They're both here. The quote-unquote semifinals are finished. Gonna make sure our ladder is fully updated, then we'll run this Supershifters final. Both drivers with burnouts complete. 870 to a 1023. This for the Supershifters final. Nova versus Comet. Two green lights, Winterbottom all over the shot though, and he backs out. Jamie Roth will win Supershifters on this Saturday night. Keith Winterbottom had a decent-ish launch, and that lasted for all of about 100th of a second before that car took a hard right towards the center line. Start things off then here with the Pro Bracket final. Jim Benke for Rad Torque Systems in the wheel standing Barracuda. Dial to 1010 racing Craig Johnson in the 1984 Cutlass. Two green bulbs. This is a race for the quarter mile. Jim Benke closing in on Craig Johnson. Still closing. Not closing enough. Craig Johnson wins Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket for round number 12 of the NHRA Summit ET Series. So that was the semifinal, as it turns out, not quite the final. We'll move into the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro Final. Rochelle and Robert. Malibu versus Roadster. Stefan Robert closing in. Doesn't get there. Martin Rochelle hangs on for the win by 200th of a second. Chalk up another one on the Rochelle resume. So in a stroke of inadvertentness on my end, that was not the pro bracket final. It was a semifinal. Johnson still got one more car to get through if he wants to be racing that final round. The Hot Rod Final. Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova racing Dustin Hunter's Falcon Fast Ford out of Chilliwack. Both drivers, pre-staged, fully staged. And two green lights. Bresinger trying to stay out in front of Dustin Hunter. But that race won on the starting line as Dustin Hunter was almost 9/10 of a second, 900th of a second faster than Bresinger on the tree. Hunter wins Hot Rod. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. You are our last finalists of the night. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, please get down in the stage lanes as fast as humanly possible. You are our last pass on the night.